In the year 2088 of the new era, students walked the streets of the Blue Star and received messages from their teachers. Some of them broadcast live and encouraged their subscribers to be active and send flowers as a token of appreciation. Lin Shu was 17 years old, and his awakening type was to transform into a small white rabbit. The girl who was broadcasting noticed that all the subscribers were paying attention to the man standing behind her. Since she wanted to be more popular, she decided to try to deal with the guy with rabbit ears in 1 minute. She immediately approached the young man because she was curious as to why he also wore rabbit ears, and white ones at that. Checking his ears, she was surprised because they were also completely real, unlike hers. Reaching out her hand to him, the blogger easily created a large space of dark magic around him. Lin Shu was confused, and for a while could not understand what was happening and where he was. The blogger informed her subscribers that she had completed her task and received 13 rockets as a prize. Lin was terrified because he did not expect to encounter such an evil and aggressive person on his way. However, he did not even have time to get to his feet before he was hit very hard by a large van approaching at high speed. The girl did not even show any sympathy, but only showed her subscribers that the young man with funny ears had flown into the sky. Lin did not understand why the world was so unfair to him, because he had already spent 15 years in an orphanage, hungry and cold. At the school for the awakened, he was also under constant pressure because his form of awakening was just a white rabbit. At the same time, all the other students had simply amazing abilities, and he was just a laughingstock to them. The driver of the vehicle also decided to attack him, to punish him for getting in his way. Lin Shu once again experienced tremendous pain from the energy that crashed down on him. He didn't understand why all this was happening to him, because he only dreamed of becoming a little stronger. Suddenly, he heard someone say that after 35 million years, an excellent bridge had finally been found. The blogger in a rabbit costume just calmly continued blogging because she didn't care about what was happening at all. Opening his eyes, Lin began to look around because he didn't understand what kind of space he had been transported to. A system window appeared in front of him, and Robot 9527 greeted its new owner. Lin Shu was a little scared because he didn't understand what was happening around him and to him. The robot reported that for the first time in 35 million years, it had managed to find a host body and would randomly assign him skills. The young man didn't want to stay here any longer, especially since he learned that he had the opportunity to return to the present. However, he was worried that he would get the wrong skill, and upon returning, would simply lose his life again. On the other hand, he understood that he had no other options, so he decided to take the risk anyway. The skill lottery gave him the ability to enhance all his current skills, and Lin Shu began to return to reality. The driver, who continued to attack him, was very surprised when the young man opened his eyes and began to breathe again. Gathering new strength, our hero jumped with all his might onto the roof of the vehicle, and it began to collapse. The driver was furious because he did not understand how the young man dared to treat his vehicle this way. Lin counterattacked the driver because he had no intention of losing his life again and wanted to continue living. The blogger girl was very surprised by what was happening and tried to film everything on video to post on her stream later. The system activated the rabbit fist skill to increase the strength and speed of his hands during the attack. After that, he immediately directed all his strength to attack the girl in the rabbit costume, and she began to lose consciousness. Taking her phone with the live stream, he noticed that many users were very unhappy with his behavior. Then he decided to record a message and announced that he was the boss in this area and would dictate the terms to everyone himself. The next day at school, everyone started discussing the news, and no one could believe that their classmate with rabbit ears could be so strong. When he entered the classroom, he immediately noticed that for the first time, his female classmates were paying too much attention to him. All the girls in his class began to surround him and say that he was their bunny and looked really irresistible. The blogger and the truck driver also publicly apologized to him and said they would not behave like that anymore. He was very pleased because everyone began to consider him a real man of this century, despite his frail physique. Later, he called up the 9527 system to start the lottery and get a new daily skill. The system notified the user that he had received the skill of world domination, which was classified as E rank. Lin was a little puzzled and did not understand what exactly such a skill could mean, so he decided to try pressing the button again. However, the large number of girls he had imagined did not appear, so he asked for an explanation of the skill's meaning. The system informed him that this skill was aimed at continuously acquiring knowledge about all the seeds and plants that existed in the world. He was very confused and did not understand why the skill had such a strange and misleading name. Li Nan said that he had a job offer for his classmate after graduation. Lin said he was ready to discuss the offer a little later. later, and didn't understand how the class bully could pay attention to him. Linan said that the boys' club needed employees, so he suggested that he try working there. Our hero was very surprised and didn't understand if he was really serious about working at the boys' club, so he decided to joke with his classmate and said that it was obvious he had a lot of money. Nan was horrified and started saying that he had never been to such establishments and didn't understand why he had been assigned to this club. He began to feel angry and started to use his energy to say that he had never actually visited such clubs. The teacher immediately stopped the fight because there was always punishment for fights on school ground. The young men had to pull themselves together because they did not want to be punished for such behavior. The teacher announced that there would be a test the following week and that everyone should prepare well and get high marks. He also announced that those who passed with flying colors would have the opportunity to study at Lingwu University. After the aura reappeared, the Blue Star created Lingwu University, which specialized in training qualified awakened ones. However, due to limited educational resources, the main method of assessing students' abilities was a special exam. Lin thought for a moment and decided that he did not want to miss this opportunity, so he raised his hand to sign up for the exam. However, the teacher said that his specializations were too low and that he could not disgrace the school and take the special exam. Our hero had no desire to give up and said that he still planned to take this type of special exam. The teacher again said that he had mediocre abilities and that such a student would only be laughed at and lower the school's rating. Seeing our hero's persistence, he said he would give him a chance if he could make it into the top 10 on the upcoming exam. Lin Chu was happy to hear this offer, so he agreed to these tempting conditions. The teacher was extremely dissatisfied with such arrogance, but said that the test results would definitely settle their dispute. Our hero understood that he had to fight hard no matter what, because he wanted to get into this university. As soon as classes ended, he immediately ran out of the school building because he had to go to work. He understood that university education was too expensive, and his modest savings would simply not be enough. Unexpectedly, a car stopped very abruptly in front of him, so unexpectedly that even dirt flew in his direction. A very beautiful girl got out of the car and asked if he was the rabbit. Our hero opened his mouth in surprise because he had never seen such beautiful angels before. Qinzhen was a goddess and was liked by all the boys who studied at the school, and by other people as well. Lin didn't like that everyone called him a rabbit, so he showed off his contacts and said that she could call him handsome. Jen started talking about how he was still a mischievous boy, and he realized that she was the host of the broadcast. She said that she had brought him his jacket because she was actually a student too, and video broadcasting was her hobby. Qinzheng turned to Ming and asked her if this was really the same guy she had been talking about. The lady was very surprised because Ming said that this young man had defeated a man who had 2 silver stars. Lin said that he could show them something if they were so surprised by his abilities. However, to his surprise, the girl said that she just wanted to return his jacket and had no time or desire to talk. Qinzheng said that she never refuses a challenge and offered to fight him despite the big difference in strength. Of course, he agreed to participate in such a thing with her, but asked what the reward would be if he won. After thinking for a moment, she replied that she would take back her words, and he could make any wish he wanted. Our hero already began to imagine what wishes he would like to fulfill with such a beautiful girl. Then he got on his moped, because after school, he worked as a delivery man and received various orders. Unexpectedly, he received an order for any amount of money, which consisted of saving a person. Zhang San placed this order because, despite having a lot of money, he was still always being bullied. Even though he cried and begged his tormentors to stop, they said they would punish him for the rest of his life anyway. Lin arrived at the location of the order and immediately understood who the customer was, so he decided to attack the bullies. However, unexpectedly for the bullies, a huge number of negatively disposed people appeared around the White Rabbit. They said that anyone who decided to stand out in their territory should receive their deserved punishment. The bullies were confused, so they decided to just run away, not understanding why a whole crowd wanted to attack them. The little fat boy was saved and was very surprised that it was possible to order a group of mercenaries for delivery. Lin arrived here and completed the task solely to receive a monetary reward. Zhang San said that he was a high school student and from now on would do whatever he asked, and then transferred him 30,000 yuan. Our hero was delighted because he had promised only 100 yuan to the people who came with him, which meant he would have money left over for his studies. After checking his balance and seeing the payment of 30,000 yuan, He simply couldn't believe his luck. The student said that he was playing an online game as a female character, and one of his bullies was sitting opposite him and asked him to speak. Our hero said it was time for him to leave, but the little boy said he could kindly drive him home in his Rolls Royce. Lin was simply delighted with what was happening, and he was also sure that all these good things were happening to him after meeting the goddess. Nevertheless, he decided to return home early in order to prepare well for the upcoming confrontation. The next morning, the teacher gathered all the students to begin his lesson and prepare them for the entrance exams. Lin studied very hard because he understood that if he failed the entrance exams, he would definitely not be allowed to take the main exam. Then he decided to turn to the system to gain new skills, and he came across photographic memory. He was very happy with this because thanks to it, he didn't have to spend a lot of time studying and could remember everything right away. He was very happy that he could now just flip through the textbooks and memorize the entire program. He was so absorbed in studying the textbooks that he didn't even notice that the teacher had come up to him and called him. The teacher was very angry because during Chinese class, he was reading physics textbooks and was very distracted from the learning process. To the teacher's surprise, the young man said that he was simply bored in class, so he wanted to study another subject a little. Then he showed his teacher the book and said he was willing to bet that he knew it completely by heart. The teacher thought for a moment and agreed to take part in his bet, realizing that the young man would simply lose and end up embarrassing himself. So he began to ask him simple questions at first, but to his surprise, the student immediately found the answers. Then the teacher thought that he was just lucky to answer the question correctly, and he decided to ask him a more difficult question after all. However, the student easily found the answer to this more difficult question and immediately said it, which no longer seemed like a mere coincidence. The Chinese teacher was very puzzled and even decided to check the textbook to see if the student had answered correctly. He continued to laugh at the student, thinking that it was just luck because he couldn't remember so much information. Realizing that there was no point in going to class anymore, the young man turned around and said that he would definitely attend the exam. After a while, all the students gathered at the blackboard, where the exam results and the rankings of all the students were posted. Lin Chu, as expected, was in first place, ranking first among all the students at the school. The other students were furious and couldn't understand how this could be possible, thinking it was some kind of mistake. 10 days later, everyone was gathered in the arena because they had to take their entrance exams. Among those present was a delegate from the 30th district, who was one of the top 100 students in the country. There was also a student who ranked third in the overall national rankings. However, the girl was in a very depressed mood and was very angry because she only ranked second in her school's ranking. Lin approached Zhen because he wanted to make sure she accepted her defeat. Our hero realized that he had hurt her ego, so he said that their bet was just a joke and asked her not to be upset and to simply invite him to dinner. The girl did not expect such courage from him and also decided to apologize for calling him a weakling. Lin was very excited because the girl looked simply stunning and all his thoughts immediately vanished. In addition, a journalist approached them and said that students number 1 and number 2 were together. All the other students were very surprised that the awakener of just a white rabbit could take part in such an exam. Everyone present began to laugh, realizing that a small white rabbit would definitely not be able to win. The young men were also confused and did not understand how someone with such a thin physique could even claim first place. Lin snatched the microphone from the host and announced to the entire audience that he had come here only to win. Everyone present, including the spectators and participants, was excited because they did not understand where he got such self-confidence. Lin announced that from now on, he would always be number 1 and asked the others to pray for their favorite. The journalist took the microphone back from him because he realized that he should not have given it to him. The other participants immediately began inviting the young man to compete in order to prove that they were stronger. The host announced that according to the rules of the first round, everyone would be divided into pairs, and only one student from each pair would advance. However, because there was an odd number of students, one student would be able to advance to the second round without competing. The host also announced that according to the rules, all pairings would be random, and no one could influence them. Almost all of the students began to pray, because they really wanted to receive God's mercy and advance to the next round. The host announced that a draw was now underway to determine which student would not participate in the first round. Lin, number 66, became the student who angered all the other participants. All the other participants were divided into pairs and began to enter the ring to take part in the first round. The young man realized that he was just very lucky, but on the other hand, a game is a game, so he sat down to rest and watch what was happening. He was interested to see how the other participants would behave and find out what powers they possessed. Zhen was in the first round and became the winner because she used the power of freezing. Everyone around considered her a goddess because she was the first to awaken the power of ice, and immediately, at the silver level, our hero understood that he should not lose face, so he began to carefully watch the other techniques in order to study them. However, after 10 minutes of careful observation, he became very tired because these techniques made him sleepy. Then he decided to summon his system in order to choose another daily skill, hoping that it would help him in some way. The young gentleman admitted that his system had become completely lazy because it had stopped talking to him and rarely communicated. While choosing a new daily skill, the host received a C-rank whole-body strengthening skill. Our hero was very pleased because he had gotten a really good, high-level skill. He understood that this skill could be very useful to him, so he decided to activate it immediately. All the clothes he was wearing began to tear because he activated his body strengthening and his muscles increased. Lin Chu carefully examined his new body because it looked very beautiful and manly. He was very pleased to feel himself in a new body because it was beautiful and very strong with increased endurance. He noticed that the girl sitting opposite him began to laugh loudly at him. At first, he couldn't understand why, until he saw that there were chickens drawn on his underwear. He was very embarrassed that everyone else had seen it, so he immediately decided to change his clothes and not attract attention to himself. Since there was again an odd number of participants in the second round, the host again conducted a random selection of participants. To the surprise of everyone present during the draw for the second and third rounds, the young man again passed just like that. When the host approached him, the young man said that he himself did not want this to happen because he was very bored. The other participants considered everything that was happening to be very unfair because they had to try very hard. Therefore, the participants said that they considered the competition to be unfair because one student was just sitting on a bench. Ning Shu disagreed with this distribution and said that it was simply unfair to the other participants. One of the participants decided to voluntarily withdraw from the competition. So in the next round, participant number 66 had to take part. All the other participants were delighted because now Lin would also take part in this part of the round. Len Day, the Awakener of Thunder, was at the Bronze Star level, and he became our hero's opponent. Len Day was very confident in his abilities, so he told his opponent that he would simply take his life. The young gentleman considered such behavior inappropriate and asked him not to be aggressive towards him. Entering the ring, the opponent said that the young man's lucky streak had ended with him. Len was completely confident in his strength and abilities, so he was sure that he would definitely win. Activating Thunder and Lightning, he told his opponent that he would torture him very slowly so that he would not be able to recover for a long time. Our hero listened carefully to his opponent, then gathered all his strength in his fist. To the surprise of everyone present, his opponent simply dodged the blow. Len was confused and did not understand how this could be possible because no one had ever been able to dodge his attacks before. Then he decided not to waste time on simple attacks and immediately resorted to using his thunder technique. Lin Chu used his cloning technique and split into several participants to confuse his opponent. After thinking for a moment, his opponent decided to focus his attacks on the floor in order to hit his target accurately. Lin understood that he had already been through lightning strikes in the past and that the consequences could be catastrophic. Then he realized that he had to knock his opponent down before he could attack. Len Den didn't understand how his opponent could move so fast with such a small awakening. He was unable to avoid his opponent's attack and was thrown in the opposite direction. The host had no choice but to acknowledge the young man's victory. Everyone present simply could not believe their eyes because they believed that a white rabbit simply could not possess such power. The vice president of the University of Arts, Jiang Wen, was very surprised by the strength of such a frail student. His deputy, Lu Zhen, said that he himself was a little surprised, but their own student was much stronger than him. They were even more surprised that the student did not use spiritual power, but relied solely on his own strength. For this reason, they decided to watch him more closely, because such a newcomer was very curious. On the second day, Lin Chu was pitted against Sheng Gui, who was ranked 12th. Sheng Gui was an awakened 8th bronze level star, who had awakened the physical form of a wolf. Lin Chu understood that his opponent was most likely very strong, so he decided to simply demonstrate his aura. To his great surprise, Sheng Gui simply fell to his knees in front of him and announced that he was voluntarily surrendering. During the next round, the participant also simply surrendered because the young master's aura was too strong. In the end, all the participants simply refused to compete with such a strong young master. The host announced Lin Chu the winner and said that he was now among the 8 best candidates for admission. Zheng was very surprised that the little white rabbit was on par with her in terms of strength. The young man even became bored because he had not met a worthy opponent on his way, and this news upset him greatly. Then he decided to acquire a new skill, and the system gave him the skill of the most accurate archery. While he was lying on the grass and resting, the goddess decided to approach him because she wanted to talk to him. Lin Chu was very happy that she approached him, because any words from her mouth were very pleasant to him. The girl announced that she was planning to visit the Bronze Spirit Market and was currently gathering a team of participants. The young gentleman was a little surprised because such places were very dangerous and quite rare. After the revival of spiritual energy, markets filled with beasts and rare treasures naturally began to revive. These beasts were valued not only for their skins, but also for their ability to produce special spiritual spheres that were required for cultivation. Therefore, he gladly accepted the invitation to visit the market with rare treasures in the company of such a beautiful girl. He was completely sure that they would be very scared at the market, and that only Brother Rabbit would be able to save everyone. However, when he heard that 6 other people would be going to the market with them, he was very upset. So he decided to find out who the other participants would be, hoping that they would be just beautiful girls. However, to his great surprise, the goddess said that she would contact him later, then simply got up and left the clearing. He did not understand why she just left, because he really wanted to have a drink with her, or go for a bite to eat. Jen simply turned around and asked him to prepare for the upcoming competition so that he would not be ashamed later. The next day, everyone in the stands was shouting and believing that the goddess Chin would easily defeat the arrogant rabbit. The host asked all the participants to get ready because the competition between them was about to begin in a few seconds. Lin Chu was ready for this because he had carefully thought out his tactics to win without offending the young lady. Qin Zheng also prepared diligently for this confrontation because she understood that her opponent was very strong and capable. The participants got ready for the confrontation, and the host said they could begin. Lin was surprised because he understood that he simply had to defeat the girl. She held out her finger and said that this time she would not let the coveted first place slip through her fingers. The young man said that it did not matter who took first place because he did not care. Smiling, he said that he would not go easy on her, so he advised her to accept her defeat right away. Qin Zheng also smiled and said that she was a professional not only in her studies, but also in other areas. She said that a few years ago she had managed to get a black belt in Taekwondo, so she was definitely not inferior in physical development. Lin filled his fist with fully charged energy for his first attack. Jen blocked his attack with great ease because it was laughable to her. The white rabbit was a little surprised because he did not expect such preparation from a girl who seemed very weak to him. The goddess circled around behind him and attacked him in the back with her foot so that he would quickly lose his sense of direction. The white rabbit understood that the goddess did not have that name for no reason, and that her attacks were very precise and calculated. He understood that if it weren't for his body's fortifications, he would definitely not be able to withstand such a strong attack. He had no intention of giving up, because at the very beginning, he had promised to take first place. So he decided to speed up his attacks, but his opponent easily blocked them. At some point, she decided to attack him herself, because she said he was moving too slowly. The young man with the awakened white rabbit did not understand how this could be possible. Therefore, he did not expect her to attack his shoulder. He simply fell to the ground and tried to recover. The goddess said that his physical form was very good, but he lacked skills. Showing him the ice cubes, she said that she hadn't even had time to use her special skill. Getting up from the ground, the young man realized that if things continued like this, he would really have to give up. After thinking for a moment, he realized that he had only one option, so he asked to stop the training. The host was very surprised because no one had ever asked to stop such training competitions before. Lin grabbed a mop that was standing nearby and asked permission to use it. The host was very surprised because he had never met such a cheeky person in the entire history of this type of exam. Jen believed that he was simply clinging to the hope of winning, so she said that he could use the mop. Returning to the arena, the young man said that everyone should look at his new weapon, which fit perfectly in his hand, filling everything around him with his energy. He asked his opponent to look at him carefully and not cry. Then he began to run because he wanted to attack first, in order to increase his chances of winning. The goddess tried to avoid the first attack, but did not understand why the young man had suddenly become so aggressive. After being attacked in the lower back, she did not understand how the young man had been so accurate. The pain brought tears to her eyes, and she told her opponent that she would take his life for this. Lin himself felt awkward, saying that it was just his muscle memory. Zhen began to activate her basic ice strike skill, in the form of icicles. Lin Shu had no choice but to move to avoid the attack. The lady activated her freezing skill because she was very tired of her opponent. Lin Shu began to feel very cold, and his body simply began to weaken and freeze. He understood that the goddess's magic was very swift and powerful, and enveloped everything in a state of cold. A huge number of icicles and ice crystals were heading in his direction, moving very quickly and chaotically. The goddess was completely confident of her victory, and asked the host to call an ambulance. As a huge cloud and snowstorm formed around them, the host began to announce the winner. To the surprise of everyone present, the White Rabbit said that he had only left his opponent for a moment and had no intention of giving up. White rabbit ears appeared on his head, and his movements became faster and more precise. The goddess noticed that the young man had begun to move even faster. She also noticed that her opponent's strength was capable of piercing her ice armor. However, despite the pain she was experiencing, she had no desire to take a back seat during the trial. Therefore, she decided to use her hidden powers and used a second-rank silver breakthrough. The young man was confused, realizing that they could see the breakthrough, so he could not retreat. So he immediately turned to the host and said that he had to be stopped because the breakthrough was forbidden. He even started arguing with the host because he was sure that a breakthrough during a confrontation was cheating. Jen began to understand what was happening, and she didn't like it because she still wanted to win. She said that she was very tired of all his long excuses and asked him to just try to defeat her. The young man with the awakened White Rabbit smiled and said that he would be more careful, but now he would definitely not let her take first place. The goddess told him that she would now be much stronger than before, because she had been able to pass through the breakthrough state. Lin Shu really did become much more difficult after the girl passed the breakthrough. Now she could summon and control a large number of sharp icicles, and control a larger radius in terms of temperature. Her movements were smooth, and more like a dance. But this dance was very dangerous and filled with cold. Lin covered his body with his hands, which had become very cold, and he could no longer feel them. Then he decided to accelerate as much as possible in order to warm his body and return to normal temperature. The goddess was confused and realized that she had underestimated her opponent because he was too resilient. The young man decided to grab his opponent simply so that she could no longer attack him. The girl was terrified and ordered him to take his hands off her because she thought what was happening was wrong. He understood that she was very strong, and if they continued in the same vein, he would lose consciousness. At one point during the confrontation, they even lost their balance and began to fall to the ground. The young man did not want the girl to get hurt, so he took the full force of the fall upon himself. She asked him again to let her go, realizing that he was trying to protect her from injury, and was truly surprised. However, the young man, with the strength of a white rabbit, said that he would not let her go until he won. He told her that if she did not give up, he would have to use the White Rabbit Bite, which was his trump card. The goddess realized that she simply had no choice, so she raised her hand and told the head judge that she was giving up. Lin Shu was immediately declared the winner, and he immediately relaxed and simply lost consciousness. Zheng was a little frightened and immediately leaned over him to understand what had happened. She called out to him and said that he had gone too far, because treating her like that was simply outrageous. Suddenly, huge rabbit paws leaned against her body, and she began to cry. Looking around, the young man did not understand what had happened and why he had turned into a big white rabbit. When he finally regained consciousness, he realized that he was in a hospital ward. The system notified him that while he was unconscious, he had acquired the skill of animalization and could transform into a white rabbit. After accepting the skill he had received in the lottery, he decided to spin the wheel of fortune again and choose a new skill. The system notified him that he had received the space skill, and so the process of merging the feral and space skills began. After that, the system transferred the skills to its master, who could now transform into a level B rabbit. Lin did not understand why he needed such a skill, but the system notified him that it was similar to a storage room. He could always carry any number of items with him because he now had a pocket. The system also informed him that the young master could now teleport to any point within a distance of 5 meters. He immediately decided to test his new skill and open the door in his subconscious. To begin with, he decided to try going 1 floor below to simply check how this skill worked. The new skill of spatial doors teleported him 1 floor below in just a few seconds. Liu Shui was confused and did not understand why this young man was in her room. Pointing her sword at him, she said that he must leave the room immediately. Realizing that he had put himself in an awkward position, he asked her to calm down and said that he would explain everything. The girl still attacked him several times, but then he managed to leave, after which he headed to the cafe. The goddess and the other participants with whom they were supposed to go to the market were already waiting for him at the cafe. Jen announced that she had invited them all to one place in order to prepare and introduce them before the investigation. Among the participants were a star-ranked sound conqueror and a 9-star healer. Also among the participants was Zhang Cheng, whom the goddess introduced as a real storm. This young man was a bronze 10-star fire master in excellent physical shape. Zhen said that there were 2 more invited participants, but they couldn't come because they were busy with their entrance exams. The girl understood that the White Rabbit had probably also received a large number of invitations because he had shown good results. Lin Chu reported that he had indeed received a whole stack of them in the morning, so he had already begun to study them carefully. He could not even imagine that the famous university he had previously only dreamed of was now fighting for him. Goddess Zheng smiled and asked the young gentleman which university he was planning to choose. He was very surprised to receive such a question, because it came as a real surprise to him. After thinking for a moment, he told her that he was planning to enroll in the University of Arts of Confrontation Techniques. Jen said that she wanted to enroll in the same educational institution as him, to prove that she was just as good as him, if not better. Lin said that he would be very happy to study with, so he was very pleased with this news. Getting down to business, she said that she planned to find the spirit of the ice fox, but since they lived in groups, she couldn't do it alone. For this reason, she asked everyone who had done well on the exams to help her. All the participants said that they were also grateful to her for not forgetting about them and actually inviting them to join her team. Lin also said that he was pleased to be on a team with such strong and capable people who possessed powerful skills. After thinking for a moment, the girl asked him not to call her a goddess, because she didn't really like hearing that. Then she said that in 3 days, they would have to meet at the rabbit's house at 10 in the morning. Lin Chu had already finished all the preparations, and was ready to go on an expedition to try to catch the snow spirit. Before leaving, he decided to turn to the system again to get his daily skill. This time, he received the skill of excellent food preparation and decided to try out his cosmic space. Since his backpack was very bulky and heavy, he decided to use the spatial pocket. After trying it out, he was pleasantly surprised that he couldn't feel the weight at all, which meant he could travel light. The system chuckled a little and informed him that there was a lot of space in the spatial pocket, and that he could fit an entire room in it. A car pulled up to his house and honked its horn, which meant that his friends had arrived. Lin Chu waved at the window and said he was already running because he didn't want to let anyone down. When he got into the car, everyone noticed that Lin had the skill of interdimensional storage. He asked them not to pay so much attention to him because he was starting to feel very embarrassed. Zheng was also very surprised because the cosmic system was a very rare skill. One of the girls really wanted to touch the spatial pocket and was already reaching out to it. Lin was frightened by the girl's actions and asked her not to touch it because he was very scared by her behavior. The driver told them all to focus because they had almost arrived at the Shengui Zoo. All the expedition members began to look closely out the windows because they wanted to start exploring the area. When the car arrived at its destination, they all began to get out and look around carefully. In front of them was a large wall that glowed in different colors and looked very beautiful and unusual. Lin was very surprised when he came closer because the place looked very unusual. No one knew exactly how such places appeared, but they contained various types of animals of different levels. Many of the awakened planned to visit these places because they were very interested in embracing new spiritual beings. Spiritual beasts could enter the human world, but rarely did so on their own initiative. Therefore, all people were both afraid and not afraid to meet spiritual beings who wanted to come through the portals. For this reason, regardless of the level of the awakened, the government always monitored their actions. The authorities were the last line of defense between the spatial worlds and the awakened people. When the students approached, they were stopped by the authorities because they had not filled out the special forms required to gain access to the passage. Lin Chu looked closely at the spatial portal and was very surprised by his inner feelings. He noticed that the aura of this place was too strong and therefore different from other portals. His thoughts were interrupted by a student who said that the White Rabbit looked very alert, and she was curious as to why. Ming said that she would be very pleased if he would accompany her to a special place. She said that they were going back to the car to eat and rest, and she really wanted to touch his pocket. The fat man, who had a lot of money and provided the vehicle, was also standing by the car. The other participants turned their attention to the rich boy and decided to take a closer look at them. They decided not to stray far from such an interesting company because they wanted to keep an eye on them until the very end. After that, they decided to attack the newcomers because they considered themselves to be real wolves in this world. They understood that they were regular visitors, and their direct task was to take care of the rich and weak adventurers. Thanks to this tactic, they managed to behave excellently in society and collect large amounts of money illegally. The day after successfully filling out the documents, the students finally gained access to pass through the spatial portal. As soon as they passed through the spatial portal, they immediately found themselves in a large clearing with a lot of space. Lin Chu was very surprised because he did not expect there to be so much space inside. Zheng reported that their destination was located deep within this space, in the snowy fields, and that it would take them at least 2 days to get there. She also asked Ming to activate the radar because she was responsible for the space around them. Ming reported that she had activated the radar, which was a special skill similar to echolocation in bats. Since everyone was well prepared, they could calmly set off on their journey to find the northern snow spirit. At the same time, they did not even notice that they were being actively followed by people from another group of adventurers. They understood that they should not attack in such open terrain, so as not to be discovered too quickly. After thinking for a moment, they decided to wait until the group of students entered the forest and then begin their pursuit. Large goats, which were bronze-level spiritual beings, were grazing in the clearing, feeding on plant roots. These goats were very cautious and always attacked anyone they didn't know. Lin asked the expedition members to be more careful because the wool of these goats could be worth a lot of money. Looking around, they carefully studied what else of value could be found in such a place. Suddenly, they sensed a very large aura and began to look around. At the very top of the cliff was a large pack of wolves, rapidly approaching the group of adventurers. Everyone prepared for attack, because these wolves were special and had the ability to launch hidden attacks. Zhen said that as soon as they felt that someone from their pack was losing their life, their attacks became much stronger. Our hero began to open a weak magical portal, because he decided to find the leader of the wolf pack right away. Opening the weak magical portal, he immediately began to imagine the place where the leader of the wolf pack was standing in order to find himself there. As soon as the portal finished transporting him, he immediately attacked the leader of the wolf pack on the head with a bat. All the other wolves were frightened and realized that now they simply would not be able to take him and escape. Therefore, they decided not to try to attack their opponents and immediately ran away in different directions to avoid pursuit. Lin decided to check the wolf leader's components because he was sure that there might be valuable materials inside him. To their great surprise, they found a sphere inside with a hidden skill. Our hero looked at the sphere with surprise because it looked very unusual and stunningly beautiful. Therefore, he decided to give the sphere to another companion who also had the wolf skill. The young man was puzzled and said that upon his return, he would definitely transfer 2 million yuan to him for such a valuable gift. After that, the whole team decided to continue on their route because they wanted to find northern wolves. The young man who received the sphere as a gift tried to open it and managed to acquire a new skill. Lin remembered that he had daily skills from the program, so he decided to try to extract a new skill. He pressed the button, and the lottery was activated. But to his surprise, he again received the skill of physical improvement of the body. As his physical condition began to strengthen and increase, his clothes began to tear. He realized that he would be ashamed of his behavior, so he began to scold the system for giving him this skill for the 3rd time. Therefore, he decided to tell his friends that it was too late and that he would need some time to change clothes and pull himself together. After assessing his characteristics, he realized that his strength had tripled and he was now comparable to the awakened 6 silver stars. Our hero decided to check the notifications from the system after all, because he was very surprised that he had been able to reach such a high level in such a short period of time. In the evening, all the heroes pitched tents and set up a small camp to rest, spend the night, and gather strength before the next day. Lin was very pleased that he had managed to increase his level after all, and the others also noticed that he looked very happy. Min was the leader of her team and, with the help of radar, reported that they were most likely being followed. She reported that, according to her radar, a lone wolf was actively following them, so they should always stay close together. Zheng informed the other team members that they had to be very careful because representatives of an illegal organization were hunting them. She also said that it was very difficult to track down these pursuers because they never left any traces. For this reason, as the team leader, she asked everyone to stay close to each other and be very careful. She understood that the team was most likely following them as soon as they entered the forest, because before that, they could have easily tracked them down. Lin understood that he had nothing to worry about because he was completely confident in all his strengths and abilities. Zheng said that she did not need his help. She meant that they all had to be ready to fight back. The next morning, our hero used the daily Wheel of Fortune system and gained the Tamer skill. He was a little sad because he had expected to get a better and more useful skill. He heard the voice of the ice goddess, who was clearly calling for help, and was really very frightened by something. Lin Chu immediately left his tent and was horrified to discover super fast and very powerful cobras. The system reported that the speed cobra was extremely fast, very poisonous, and too difficult to tame. Our hero was a little surprised that, thanks to his new skill, he could immediately see the characteristics of any spiritual beings. For this reason, he immediately told the team to back off and not try to attack at close range. The cobra really did move very fast, its long tongue attacking over a large radius. Jen decided to try to attack the cobra from a distance, together with her assistants in order to win. She attacked with ice. Her assistant attacked with lightning, and their interaction was effective. The snakes began to retreat because they started to take damage from the huge number of electric ice pellets. Lin decided to dissect the snake in order to understand what skill or what was hidden inside it. He noticed that something was moving very strongly in the snake's belly, so he asked the other participants to step back. He began to open the snake, but a gopher jumped out of it, which had a docile temperament and was well versed in the soil. All the participants looked closely at the gopher, which looked very cute and completely harmless. Our hero was sure that there was no need to be afraid of such a creature, because the gopher possessed a great deal of knowledge. The gopher immediately jumped toward the ice goddess, because he liked her better, and she looked like a real princess. Lin continued to cut open the snake, and discovered that there were several magic spheres inside it. As soon as the gopher saw the spheres, he began to try in every way to attract attention. After that, the gopher quickly jumped off the goddess's hand, grabbed the spheres, and began to run away rapidly. Our hero tried to stop him, but he failed, which upset him greatly. The child asked him not to be upset because there were several magic spheres. Jen reported that she suddenly heard a strange voice, so she asked everyone to be quiet immediately. Looking around, they began to feel that they were surrounded by a group of spiritual beings that were rapidly approaching. Suddenly, they began to look around and saw gophers jumping out of the ground. The whole team was very surprised and did not understand what was happening because there were so many gophers. The gophers were holding magical spheres in their hand, and there were a huge number of them. They stacked the large number of magical spheres into one large and beautiful pile. After that, the ground squirrel said that it had brought them in exchange for the 2 earth spheres that they had shared. Min began to count the spheres and realized that there were 213 spiritual spheres in front of them, some of which had magical abilities. Lin was very surprised by this exchange, but there were no rare and earth magic spheres, because they had probably been absorbed by the gophers. Our hero thought for a moment and decided to give all the fire spheres to the team member who possessed fire, because he needed them more. Jen said that he should take all the other spheres for himself, because he deserved them. The rest of the team members completely agreed with this conclusion, because the young man really deserved the reward. Then our hero opened his spatial cosmic pocket and began to immerse all the magical spheres into it. The goddess suggested that he try to absorb some of the spheres and develop his abilities. The young man decided to try, but he had never done this before and did not know how to do it correctly. Lin Chu decided to try to fill the sphere he was holding with magical energy in order to try to increase his level. Everyone began to congratulate him on this event. The goddess was very surprised because she did not understand how it was possible to improve so quickly. To keep all his secrets, he said that he had been training very hard for a whole month, so the breakthrough was just around the corner. After that, he thanked all the gophers for such valuable gifts and told them that they could go back. Lin grabbed a gopher and said that he had one more small task for him. He asked him to follow them, and accordingly, they had to go underground so that they could help in case of danger. The gopher agreed, after which the team continued their journey, followed by the adventurers. They wanted to attack right away, but their leader told them to be more patient and let the students gather more luxury. He himself was curious to see how the students would behave in the depths of the forest, where there were more spiritual beings. The leader planned to wait until the students lost their vigilance and breathed easily, and then he planned to attack. The students set up camp to regain their strength and rest, so they pitched their tents in one of the clearings. Lin thanked the gophers for their work, because they had dug a small moat around the camp and set up stakes in it. After thanking the gophers for their hard work, he told them that they and their families could leave too. Taking a jar of poison he had collected from super-fast snakes, he immediately poured the poison onto the stake. The gophers also thanked the young gentleman for sharing the 2 earth magic spheres with them. The goddess announced that she had also finished setting certain traps and asked for a meeting to be held. Min said that she had gathered them to tell them what she had heard thanks to her radar-like ability. She reported that the people who were pursuing them had stopped nearby and were planning to attack at night. The other team members were very excited because the opposing team, in the form of wolves, was silver level. Lin stood up and said that they had behaved completely wrong in this situation. He said that they should have acted decisively together and remained completely calm. He explained that their opponents knew nothing about mercy, so any carelessness could cost them their lives. Zhang understood that she should have said all this herself, since she was the captain, but she had succumbed to panic herself. Lin asked the other guys to find the weakest ones, because his enemy would attack the weak first. He told the team captain that if she was scared, she could rely on him. The girl smiled sweetly and said that she would completely rely on him and trust that he would protect them. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the enemies really started moving towards their camp. The leader of the wandering wolves said that their hunt was about to begin. After that, orders were given to all team members because some were coming from the north and some from the south. The rest of the participants had to be on the western and eastern sides in order to completely surround the camp. One of the participants felt that something was very suspicious at that moment and fell into a small pit. Their commander was very frightened because he did not understand what was happening. All the members of his team had fallen into traps. Realizing that they had been ambushed, the commander said that they should retreat immediately. He did not understand how novice adventurers could be so well prepared and cunning. At that moment, our hero came out and asked why they were behaving so rudely and disturbing his sleep at night. The enemy commander said that he had been hunting them all day and ended up becoming the prey himself. The commander was furious, so he immediately began to activate all his forces to punish the newcomers. Lin looked very calm, simply raising his hand and taking a small step forward with his fingers. The enemy team was very frightened because waves, electricity, and fire appeared right in front of them. Therefore, there was nothing left to do but prepare for an attack that came from nowhere. Such magical attacks in the background were carried out by the goddess's assistants from a safe distance. The commander of the wolf squad realized that it was a real ambush, so he ordered his men to scatter. Lin did not plan for them to leave, so he asked Zheng to begin her part of the performance. The girl touched the ground, and using her spiritual skill of the ice brand, directed it towards her opponents. The group of wolves did not understand what was happening and what to do in the situation because they were surrounded by ice blocks. The ice shackles seized many opponents, and they could no longer move or budge from their places. The commander was furious because the members of his team were gradually losing their lives. Out of anger, he began to activate a magnetic fire field, saying that he would show them what real poison was. The aura emanating from the team members was very large and powerful, corresponding to the silver level. Jen noticed this and became a little scared because she didn't know what to do. Lin asked her not to be afraid and told her that she should remember that they were just defending themselves. Jen understood that the enemy team consisted of 6 people who were much stronger than they were. For this reason, she decided to personally deal with the leader of the opponents and asked the rest to stay in their places. Our hero asked her not to be afraid and not to worry about anything because he was here for a reason. In fact, the ice goddess was very afraid and worried because she was responsible for her team. Nevertheless, she decided to go, and one of her assistants said he would help her after dealing with everyone else. He then asked the participants to find a safer place and hide there. The opponents were delighted that this time, the front line consisted of ordinary bronze chickens. Lin understood that the opponents had organized themselves with the help of tornado energy, but inside, it was too slow. Therefore, he was able to easily attack 2 opponents at once because he could simply calculate their location. The leader of the opposing team of wolves was very strong and prepared to attack the goddess. Our hero simply could not allow this to happen, so he transformed into a hare in order to attack the enemy first. The leader of the wolf team was very surprised to see him because he should have been busy with his number 2 and number 3 members. However, he noticed the enemy approaching in time, so he managed to jump back and avoid the attack. The wolf leader did not understand how a simple, low-level rabbit could so easily defeat his best employees. Lin had no desire to talk to someone who just wanted to profit at their expense, and decided to attack the children. The wolf leader was a little scared, because he did not expect to see such cunning attacks from the white rabbit. He was very angry that his opponent was so low level, so he activated all his powers. After that, he began to transform into a tiger-like wolf, and his movements accelerated several times. He had a great desire to defeat the rabbit, who had taken the lives of his employees, in order to grind him into mincemeat. It was really difficult for our hero to withstand such powerful attacks. At one point, he even lost his balance and began to fall to the ground because his opponent was really high-ranking. He understood that his opponent was too strong, which meant that he couldn't just fight him like that. The wolf also thought that he needed to defeat the white rabbit quickly because his tiger rage was limited in time. So he began to laugh at his opponent and asked him to stand still for a minute. After that, he attacked the young gentleman with a magical tiger whip that possessed destructive power. Lin understood that he simply had to find a more sophisticated way to win. To begin with, he decided to move all his comrades using a small, temporary portal. Then he decided to use a telepathic portal to move through space. His opponent, the leader of the wolf team, was very surprised because he had never seen anything like this before. Having completely drawn the enemy's actions and attention to himself, he ordered his comrades to begin the attack. His teammates immediately activated a lightning strike, a fireball, and an ice strike. They directed all their forces into the previously opened portal, after which our hero opened a portal in front of his opponent. Assessing the situation, they were pleasantly surprised that he had managed to win in this way. The leader of the wolf team was unable to block such a cunning attack and lay unconscious on the ground, but he was still alive. The expedition members approached him to figure out what to do next, because the enemy could also be cunning. Jen suddenly felt very sick from what she had seen, because she had never attacked a human before. Lin looked at the other members and realized that they also looked very strange and did not know what to do. Then he said that if they had not taken the wolf's life, the same thing would have happened to them. He explained that he had only taken the lives of those people who had really caused great harm to the young adventurers. After that, he suggested that his friends set up a new camp to rest well far away from this place. The fat student was very happy and said that he would always rely on his brother, who was so smart and strong. Jen looked very tired because she had expended a lot of energy, but she was grateful to the young gentleman. Zhang Sanam and Lin Chu went ahead and told the others that they could rest while they guarded the camp and watched the fire. Zhang Sanam said he had healing skills, so he gave medical help to his new friend. The boys began to laugh because they felt very good and had become friends. Suddenly, their captain arrived and announced that she would relieve the boy on guard duty. Seeing that they did not understand her, she said that she would like to speak with the young gentleman alone. Zhang Sanam immediately decided to leave because he did not want to argue with his captain. Lin began to feel very embarrassed and did not understand what exactly the goddess wanted to talk to him about. He did not understand why she was looking at him so strangely and remained silent. He told her that he was very embarrassed because the person he liked very much was looking at him. The goddess asked him not to be embarrassed because she actually found him a little attractive too. Lin was very frightened and even sat down a few meters away, not understanding who was in front of him and what she had done to his goddess. Jen said that she was telling the truth because he had been able to calm her down when everyone started to panic and had helped deal with the gang. Lin Chu was still very cautious and couldn't believe what was happening. Then he just grabbed her by the hand because he wanted to talk to her and understand if she was really telling him the truth. He looked her straight in the eyes and asked if she had a boyfriend because he really wanted to achieve that social status. Zhang Zhang became very embarrassed and did not understand what he meant. She immediately pulled her hand away because she did not understand why he was asking such questions. The girl said that her chosen one must be better than her in absolutely every way. Seeing that the young man did not quite understand, she said that after the test results, she would be able to prove to him who was stronger. Lin was a little surprised by this answer and asked what would happen if the result turned out to be higher. So he asked if he got a better test result than her, would she become his girlfriend? At that moment, the rest of the team members approached and said it was time to change the guard. When morning came, our hero immediately turned to the system to get his daily skill. The system notified him that he had received a skill in the form of strengthening his own aura. Our hero was very surprised because he managed to break through 2 levels at once. However, instead of thanking the system, he asked for an upgrade to silver or gold level. After receiving the upgrade, he decided to leave his tent because he was in a really good mood. Zhang Sanin noticed that his brother had managed to break through to the 5th level in one night. He was so surprised that he accidentally cut his finger, and Ming Ming began to worry about him. So she immediately began to treat his wound in order to provide first aid. Lin asked him not to be so surprised because it was normal for him. Everyone present was very surprised that he had managed to break through 2 levels in one night. He asked all the team members to simply ignore him because he was working hard and accumulating experience points. Suddenly, they saw a large group of other adventurers approaching them. Lin decided to activate his skill to understand who exactly was chasing the group of adventurers. Then he saw that they were elusive ghosts that strongly resembled humanoid monkeys. They liked catching girls the most for fun. Then the young gentleman asked everyone to be careful because there were ghosts ahead and asked them to protect the girls. At the very beginning, they decided to run away to increase the distance between them. The other participants were already getting tired and realized that they could no longer run because they were not in the best physical shape. For this reason, reason, they stopped and prepared to attack their opponents. The girls asked the young gentlemen to simply take their lives if they lost. Lin Chu asked them not to worry, because he was ready to defend them even at the cost of his own life. He quickly picked up a large stick from the ground and broke it in two so that he had at least some kind of weapon in each hand. Then he began to attack the ghosts of humanoid monkeys who were trying hard to attack. He even managed to attack some of the ghosts to reduce their numbers. The team captain was very nervous because she saw that the ghosts were beginning to surround him. One of the ghosts decided to break away from its pack and headed towards an attractive girl. However, to the surprise of everyone present, the young man with rabbit ears managed to protect her. During the attack, he was also wounded. The girls reported that they were ready and had managed to prepare a spell. Using a triple attack consisting of different types of forces, they were happy that they had managed to win. However, a few seconds later, a group arrived at the same place, with even more ghosts, including giants. The adventurers were frightened because their spiritual and physical abilities were almost exhausted. Min Min was very upset because she did not want to lose her life so early and had not even met anyone. Zhang Xian thought for a moment because he didn't want the girls to get hurt, and decided to take extreme measures. Taking out his phone, he said he wouldn't let anything happen to any of the girls. Pressing a button, he raised his phone and started shouting for his guard to come out. Zhao Shi materialized from the spatial frequency and immediately descended to the ground to accept the assignment. He was a golden level awakened being, and his special skill was transforming into an orangutan. The fat gentleman ordered his bodyguard to immediately free them from the ghosts. Zhao Shi immediately began to transform into his new state in order to assist his master. Everyone watched his actions with great interest because they had never seen a gold level before. Meanwhile, the young man surrounded himself with his aura and moved forward toward his opponents. The leader of the opponents began to tell the young man to get out of his way and not interfere with his actions. Zhao Shi had to obey his master's orders, so he did not plan to move out of the way of his opponents. He grabbed their leader by one arm in order to attack him and hasten his victory. The other monkey ghosts were very frightened because the leader was stronger than them, so they decided to leave the area. Since their leader had been attacked, the group of ghostly monkey monsters realized that it was wrong to approach these people. They were very frightened by such a big and strong man, so they all simply ran away. Lin Chu watched the actions of the summoned man and realized that the golden level was indeed very powerful. They thanked the man's guard, after which he said goodbye to them and headed home. Min Min was very surprised that they had such a strong ally at their disposal all this time. Zhang San said that the ally had to come not only from his family, but also from another family of another lord. However, they all understood that they had deliberately not used or summoned such a powerful ally in order to strengthen and expand their own forces. The young man who could control lightning said that during this time, he had indeed gained experience and broken through to the 9th level. Min Min reported that she had also managed to gain enough experience to make a breakthrough. The young master was surprised that everyone was able to make a breakthrough thanks to their experience, and decided to try it too. Then he took the magic spheres and filled them with his energy in order to increase his power. However, despite his best efforts, he was unable to advance and make a breakthrough. He was very upset about this because he had put in a lot of effort but was unable to move to the next level. The notification system also began to laugh at him because it said that he had recently gone through the breakthrough procedure. Suddenly, he managed to discover a spiritual sphere that possessed the skills of a lion's roar. Zhang San was very surprised because our hero called him and said that he wanted to give him a rare magical sphere. Lin Chu had just found the sphere and wanted to give it to his new friend to improve his characteristics. However, he was very happy to receive such a gift and said that upon his return, he would transfer 2 million yuan to him. After that, he began to dream about how Ming Ming would feed him with a spoon. He really liked this girl very much, so he wanted to make her his wife in the future. Lin Chu decided to help his friend and pushed him towards the beautiful girl so that he could give her the gift. She was very surprised when she saw the silver sphere of skills in his hand, which she had been missing so much. Zhang San said that he had bought this magical sphere especially for her because it was so rare. Ming Ming immediately began to hug him and thank him because she was very pleased to receive such a rare and valuable gift. Jen pointed to the map and outlined their plan of action, then said that it was time for them to get ready to move on. After traveling some distance, they noticed that the forest was beginning to meet the snowy mountains. After thinking for a moment, they decided to stop at this very spot and rest a little. They began to set up camp and build a fire because snow was falling from the snowy hills and it was cool. Lin Chu took off his jacket and gave it to the ice goddess because he noticed that she was really cold. The girl gladly accepted his gift and put on the jacket because she was indeed very cold. Monsters that looked very much like huge white bears lived in this place. The next morning, the heroes left camp to have breakfast and enjoy the views and nature. Our hero launched the system to get a new daily skill through the Wheel of Fortune. However, to his great disappointment, the system gave him a low-level skill called marksmanship. The young man was very upset, so he decided to have something sweet for breakfast and asked for some honey. However, they were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't even notice when a large ghost bear grabbed the jar of honey. The system notified them that there was a snow bear in front of them, which was a silver-level spirit beast. Min activated her newly acquired spiritual skill in the form of a lion's roar and asked everyone not to be afraid. All the participants immediately began to activate their spiritual powers in order to punish the white bear. The monster in the form of a white bear was very upset because it just wanted to get the jar of honey. After that, thanks to the immobilization skill, the bear simply fell to the ground. The team planned to move on because today they were supposed to reach the lair of the northern fox. Lin Chu noticed that this bear-shaped monster had a lot of magical items, so he threw it entirely into his spatial pocket. Seeing the surprise on the ice goddess's face, he explained that it wasn't heavy at all because the spatial pocket was in outer space. 3 hours later, the team of adventurers noticed that they were already close to the fox's lair. The leader of the team asked her assistant to scan the area with a radar. Using her radar, the girl reported that there were about 32 snow foxes near them. The whole team stopped for a while to look around carefully and check the space around them. Suddenly, a small, beautiful white fox, which was still very young, was heading in their direction. As soon as the girls saw such a small fox, they were delighted because it looked very cute. The system notified them that there was a snow fox in front of them that had a silver rank, a very gentle temperament, and could be easily tamed. Lin understood that the goddess had come to obtain the magic sphere, and now everything looked completely different. Therefore, he decided to understand exactly how the goddess would act, and watched her actions. He reported that such spiritual beings had a very gentle temperament, so it would not be difficult to obtain it. Jen felt very sorry for the fox cub she was holding in her arms, and agreed with her companion's words. The young gentleman decided to be more persistent, and asked if she needed help. The captain of the adventurers once again carefully examined the fox cub, which looked very cute. Releasing the fox cub into the wild, she said that she would not take the life of an innocent creature just for the sake of a magical skill. After that, she said that it was enough for her to have met such a cute and kind animal, and she did not want anything more. All the participants were delighted because the goddess had proven with this act that she was the kindest of all. The captain of the adventurers said that now they could return because she had completed your task perfectly. However, the young man asked everyone to stop and said that they could not return now. Everyone was confused, but after a few seconds, 2 large northern white foxes began to appear before them. They looked very sinister and negative because they emanated a lot of negative energy. All the participants looked very frightened and did not understand what to do in such a situation because the foxes were silver level. However, to the surprise of everyone present, a small fox cub ran forward and explained something in its own language. After that, the 2 large foxes immediately began to look very cute and gentle, and they stopped emitting negative energy. Lin realized that the fox cub was on their side because they did not harm him, and he was able to convince his fellow foxes that they were not enemies. He decided to use his animal communication skills, showed the foxes the magic sphere, and said that they would be happy to receive one as a gift. However, the foxes began to cry and said that they would give him any gifts if he got rid of their enemy, the snow bear. The whole team was very surprised because they couldn't believe that a silver-level snow bear could harm such cute creatures. Our hero took the body of a northern white bear out of his spatial pocket and asked the foxes if they were talking about it. The northern foxes happily thanked their protector and hero, then gave him 2 magic spheres. Jen couldn't believe her eyes, because such spheres were passed down from creatures who used the power of ice. The team was very excited because they understood that their captain could come to the rescue. Jen took 1 magical sphere, which contained a lot of spiritual power, and began to fill it with her energy. Thanks to the enhanced influence of the magic sphere, she began to form various objects out of ice. She even managed to create a magic bow that was loaded with magic arrows in the form of icicles. Our hero was very surprised because the goddess now possessed amazing speed. A single arrow had such great potential that it completely destroyed everything in its path. Everyone began to congratulate the captain of the adventurer, and now she had become much stronger. The participants rarely got together, so they decided to take a photo as a souvenir and asked the big fox to hold the phone. The northern magical creature was very surprised, but agreed to hold the phone with the timer set. The whole team gathered together to take a group photo as a memento of such a wonderful expedition. 3 days later, all the heroes managed to return home safely. Lin Chu happily looked at the group photo because he liked it very much, and it filled him with good memories. Then his phone started vibrating because he received notifications about a huge amount of money being deposited into his account. At that moment, a system appeared and informed the participant that he needed to start preparing for the upcoming exam. The young man said that he did not want to argue with the system because it had not yet provided him with a new daily skill. The Wheel of Fortune notified its participant that he had received the skill of clairvoyance. A month later, all the participants gathered in one of the computer club buildings to see the exam results. Each of them hoped that they had scored enough points to make it into the top 10. Zhang immediately began refreshing the page to see who had scored how many points and who was in first place. However, looking closely at the ranking table, she couldn't believe that her rival had actually taken first place. She couldn't forgive him for this, and didn't believe that she really hadn't done better than him on the exam. Then she decided to open his scorecard, and couldn't believe that he had the highest score in all subjects. The other participants were very happy for his success because, in reality, he seemed more like a lazy slacker. Then he decided to check the girl's results, but she stopped him because she realized that she had lost anyway. After that, she turned away and said that she agreed that he was indeed smarter than she was. The others present were very surprised that the ice goddess had actually admitted defeat. Our hero said that he had passed the exam better than she had, showed her his bank account, which had a lot of money in it, and asked when she would introduce him to her parents. Jen was very upset to hear all this, so she got angry and told him not to say such nonsense anymore. Lin Chu was very upset because he realized that in order to get the lady's attention, he would have to try very hard. After a while, it was time to pack his things for university, which required him to move. He was very sad because this place was his real home, and he had lived there alone for 2 whole years. The system reported that it was surprised by its master's sentimentality, after which it gave him the skill of increasing spiritual energy. Our hero was very happy that he was so lucky, because now he could pump up his magical energy faster. The system recommended strengthening his skills, but he asked it not to do so right away. This decision was due to the fact that, holding the magic spheres in his hands, he felt that he could make a breakthrough on his own. So, to begin with, he decided to try to make a breakthrough on his own and move to a new level. After a short time, he actually managed to do it. He made a breakthrough and now had 9 bronze stars. After he completed the breakthrough on his own, he told the system that it could apply the skill enhancement he had received. The system began to apply the skill enhancement, and our hero was able to go through another breakthrough and received his first silver level. The system notified him that since the skill had been improved, teleportation could now move not only himself, but also objects. Lin Chu realized that the skill was very interesting, so he decided to try using it right away. To start with, he decided to try to move his backpack, which was standing a few meters away from him. However, in order to teleport a regular backpack, he had to spend a large amount of spiritual energy, which meant that this skill required training. The system began to laugh at its owner for not being able to handle even a regular backpack, and recommended that he train hard. The young man decided not to give up, and began to try to move his backpack again to improve his skills. In the morning, his sister was walking down the hallway and noticed that her brother's door was open. Looking into his room, she saw a letter on the table and a small envelope next to it. After reading the letter, she learned that her brother had left without saying anything to go study in Shanghai. Opening the envelope, she found a large amount of money and did not understand where the young man had gotten so much money. She began to worry greatly because she understood that such a young man could not have earned such an amount honestly. Lin Chu, meanwhile, was driving to his university and sneezed several times. His teammates understood that he had probably been in a cool place for a long time and asked him not to catch a cold. A few minutes later, his phone rang, so he took it out of his pants pocket and answered the call. It was his sister, who said that this was not the right thing to do. She was very worried and ordered him to return immediately. The older brother asked his sister not to worry because he had earned the money honestly. She also told him that a weak foundation could only be compensated for by hard work, so she recommended that he work diligently. The bus driver said he had brought them to the station, so the young man told his sister to call back later. Zheng Sang was pleasantly surprised that his friend cared so much about his family. There were a lot of people at the station, so all the team members decided to be more careful with their luggage. Lu Chen was the director of the university and was standing on the platform to meet his best new students. He was very pleased to see that the whole team was there and that they were all trying to stay close to each other. His friends were very surprised because they did not think that the director would come to the station to meet them. The director said that he had been watching them for a long time and saw great potential in them, so he wanted to meet them in person. However, as soon as he touched the young man, he he realized that he was already at the silver level and asked him to come to his office after his arrival. Lin Chu was a little scared and did not understand why he had to go to the director immediately after his arrival. When they arrived at the university, they were accommodated in the men's dormitory, where they were shown their rooms. Jung San was very happy that he would be living in the same room with his new friend, especially one who had achieved the silver level in such a short time. Lin Chu understood that he needed to visit the director, but first he decided to take advantage of the Wheel of Fortune. The system notified its master that it had received a new high-level body strengthening skill. His body immediately began to improve and increase in muscle mass, which corresponded to the second level of the gold rank. The young master was very happy because he understood that now he would be able to raise his levels faster. His roommate was surprised that the young man had not yet gone to see the director because he had called him several hours ago. Lin Chu immediately ran to the director's office because he did not understand why he had called him. The director said that he wanted to know what kind of beast he had, and was very surprised when he heard that the young man had a white rabbit. He did not want to reveal his secret that he now had a system that helped him acquire new skills every day. The principal said that this was simply impossible and thought that the student had probably drunk some kind of elixir because his skills had improved too quickly. Lin Chu sighed a little because he realized that neither he nor the principal knew about the existence of such a system of special skills. Therefore, he said that he was able to develop quickly, solely due to the large number of spiritual spheres. The director was confused and couldn't believe that the white rabbit already had 7 skills at such an early stage. He even started to shout, because he was a well-known professional in the country and had met a large number of white rabbits that did not have so many skills. Lin Chu said that his system was simply able to evolve, which is why he knew how to use cosmic skills. Lu Chen was very surprised because the cosmic system of the white rabbit's awakening evolution was very difficult to believe. The gentleman decided to demonstrate some skills by showing a large suitcase. The director was not initially familiar with the cosmic system and its skills, so he carefully examined the suitcase. He understood that there was only one person in the whole country who could fully master the cosmic system, and that was the director of all branches, Ouyang Zi. Lin Chu was very pleased and wanted to meet the director of all branches as soon as possible to discuss the areas of the space system. Mr. Liu asked the young student to keep all this information secret so that there would be no difficulty. Then he pointed to his shoulder and asked him to attack him with all his strength. He explained that he had been watching all the young man's competitions for a long time and wanted to feel his strength for himself. Lin Chu activated his powers around himself and apologized in advance to the director for attacking him. The director was very puzzled because his feet began to break through the floor and damage the surface. Then he realized that despite the young man's frail physique, he had indeed reached the golden level in physical terms. However, he did not want the student to get cocky prematurely and informed him that he would deduct the cost of repairing the office from his scholarship. Mr. Liu announced that there would soon be competitions that were very different from the school level and that there were valuable prizes. However, to his surprise, he was not interested in any of this and was simply ready to defend the honor of the academy. Returning to the dormitory, he saw that there were 2 other people there who were probably his neighbors. Seeing the young man in front of him, our hero could not hold back his laughter and began to cry. Zhang Hongyang said that he was born with such hair, so he asked not to be ridiculed for his appearance. Lin Chu approached the second young man and thought that he was probably the father accompanying his son, so he greeted him as an uncle. But to his great surprise, the young man's expression immediately changed, and he looked very angry. The young man showed him his documents and said that he was also 17 years old and 6 months younger than all of them. After everyone got acquainted, they decided to move on to assigning their duties in the room. Lin Chu asked everyone to state their age, and then they realized that he was the oldest among them. At that moment, one of the students entered the room and announced that everyone had to attend a general meeting. The students in the room decided to assign their duties later and attend the meeting first. Upon entering the large hall of the department, they saw that there were many students of different levels and ages. Some freshmen thought that the man with the mustache was their teacher and not a classmate. A girl appeared behind our hero and asked everyone to take their seats and listen to him carefully. Han Jun Ning was an awakened beast of the platinum level, her type being a very rare 9-tailed fox. She announced that she was their academic advisor, so they could ask her questions at any time. The purpose of their meeting today was to get to know each other and elect a class representative for this academic year. Han Jun Ning introduced herself and said that she would like all the students to introduce themselves and get to know each other. The first to speak was Zhang Sang, who was a silver-level healer, and he said that he liked his classmate Chang Ming. The teacher laughed a little and said that it was a wonderful introduction and asked the next person to introduce themselves. Lin Chu was next and said that he was a white rabbit and loved everything beautiful in this world. The teacher laughed and said that everyone already knew that he was a rabbit thanks to the competition. The other students were very surprised that a person with the level of a rabbit was studying in their class and thought that he had been accepted through connections. The young man didn't care what they thought of him, so he just tried not to pay attention to it. After all the students had finished introducing themselves, the teacher announced that it was time to choose a class representative. Jung said that the students who had gathered here were very worthy and deserving of becoming class president. The teacher said that she had selected several candidates who had scored more than 7,000 points on the exam and asked to talk to them. She said that each candidate could talk about themselves for 2 minutes so that the other students could choose the class president. Sima Yang was at the silver level. His awakening form was an eagle. He said he would go first. Taking the microphone, he began by thanking the educational consultant for the opportunity to run for office. He said that he had always been a class president since elementary school, so he had a lot of experience and hoped that the other students would vote for him. However, the students did not like his speech very much because they were already the best students from all over the world. The educational consultant thanked the participant for his wonderful speech and announced that it was time to listen to the second speech. The next candidate was our hero, who believed that being a class president was too much trouble, and he was not interested in it. Taking the microphone, he said that he had no intention of becoming president because he was not interested in it. Then he pointed to the goddess and said that she was the best girl, so he asked everyone to vote for her. The educational consultant took the microphone away from him because such a campaign speech was very strange. Zhang took the microphone and said that she was the Ice Queen, so she asked the students to vote for her. As expected of the Ice Queen, her speech was very short and cold, and her aura was simply unique. Ouyang Qian was the next to give her speech to run for class president. The girl gave the impression of being a very gentle and neat person who posed no threat at all. The male students watched the girl closely because she was very beautiful and looked stunning. Since this girl was already very popular among the young people, she said she had nothing more to add. Winking at all the students, she said she would be very grateful if they voted for her. The young men were very happy and immediately began shouting that they would definitely vote for her. So, standing next to each other were the Ice Queen and the Fire Queen, who had different elements, but each of them was a goddess. The academic advisor announced that she had collected all the votes and was ready to announce the results. Opening the envelope and checking everything, she realized that she knew the name of the class president, but decided to pause for a moment to build suspense. Zheng Zheng took first place in the class president election and was appointed class president. In second place was Yan Qin, who became the deputy class president for the first year of study. The counselor said she was very happy that the class president had been chosen so quickly and hoped that they would all become friends. She then announced that they would have training that would vary in difficulty and that if they missed any sessions, they would have to be expelled. The teachers were to be the best, experienced trainers who had been trained in special units. Lin Chu was a little surprised because he had never heard of special units. The deputy class president was surprised that he had never heard of special units before and said that they were much stronger. The young gentleman was completely immersed in his thoughts because he was sure that there were cool spirit beasts in the special units. He began to dream that he would most likely also get a new cool spirit beast for transportation. During the special training, all the students lined up in specific groups in the main square. Each student hoped that they would be able to realize their abilities and demonstrate their best skills. Suddenly, a huge eagle appeared above the students' heads, its wingspan resembling a large building. On the backs of the eagles were instructors, who announced that the first day of training was open. Lin Chun was a lieutenant colonel and held the leading position of commander of a special unit. Looking at the students, he realized that he did not really want to teach them because life was full of flowers and pleasure. However, since he had received orders from the government, he had to train these students. Qin Ming was an instructor of the second team who had a gold level and was an awakener of weapons or metal. Our hero was a little puzzled because he thought that such instructors had very funny names. The instructors did not like that the first-year students were so arrogant, so they decided to start training. To begin with, they had to run 10 laps, and using force was prohibited. The students carefully examined the training field because it was huge, and 10 laps was too much. Since they had no choice anyway, they lined up and started running their very first lap. The instructor noticed that, as expected, after 5 laps, some students were falling behind. This task was designed specifically to determine the students' physical fitness for running. However, the instructors were a little surprised because among the students, there was a silver-level student who did not look tired. The class president and her new deputy were also running with difficulty because they were very tired. Lin Chu noticed that Zheng was very tired and was already running with difficulty. Therefore, to the surprise of the other students, he he stopped abruptly to wait for her and check on her well-being. When they caught up, he said that he had noticed that she was tired, so he suggested that they run together. Jen was embarrassed and said that she was fine, so she recommended that he continue running alone. Yang grabbed him and said that she was very tired from running, so she suggested that they run together. The young man immediately took his hand away from her and said that he had only asked out of politeness and would therefore continue running alone. After that, he told his goddess that he would run ahead and asked her to call him if she got too tired. 9 laps flew by, which several people successfully completed, and only one last lap remained. The young man did not plan to give up and began to speed up because he wanted to arrive first to demonstrate his strength. Lin Chu understood that he would have to hold back his strength and run side by side with his rival. While running, he noticed that his physical training was better than that of the others. The student with the majestic eagle as his totem animal did not plan to lose to an ordinary white rabbit. He began to try with all his might because he wanted to win this race. The white rabbit was very surprised because the person he was running next to suddenly sped up. He understood that first place was not important to him, so he did not understand why his rival was running so fast. All this time, he had worked hard and trained, so he couldn't allow himself to lose to a rabbit. However, he suddenly tripped over a rock and began to fall rapidly. He was very upset because he had worked so hard and tried so hard only to come in second. The instructor congratulated the participant on taking first place and not even getting out of breath. He was very pleased to see that there was at least one student with excellent physical fitness. Lin Chu realized that he had probably overdone it, so he began to pretend that his whole body ached. The coach asked him to stop clowning around and said that he had remembered him anyway and made a special note in the journal. Looking at the student who came in second, he realized that because he had fallen, he would now be closely watched. The young man, catching his breath, said that he was the instigator of the Great Eagle and would definitely defeat him next time. Our hero laughed and said that he just wanted to make sure he was alive, so he approached him. The young man who possessed the powers of the eagle was furious because the white rabbit was his food in the food chain. Lin Chu turned to him and said that they were not yet familiar with each other, so he did not know his true strength. The instructor waited until the other students arrived and announced that they could move on to the next exercise. The teacher said that now they had to do 5 sets of 100 push-ups without using any extra strength. He said he would be watching everyone, so anyone who cheated would be punished in a special way. As soon as all the students were in position, he said they could begin the exercise. Sima Yang was in good physical shape, so he was confident that he could win the push-up exercise. However, when he looked at his opponent, he couldn't believe his eyes because his movements were too fast. Lin Chu realized that the teacher had noticed his strength anyway, so he decided not to hide it anymore. The instructor watched all the students closely and made special notes in her journal. After a few hours, all the groups finished the exercises and could no longer feel their arms and legs. All the students were very tired and thought the instructor was a real devil. However, to the surprise of everyone present, the instructor announced that there would be another training session after lunch. The instructor said that he could lower his level, and those who could defeat him would get a month off from training. Our hero was interested in this offer and decided to ask if he could use additional weapons. The instructor agreed to his proposal and said that he could use his spear. The senior commander and director watched the training sessions on CCTV cameras to evaluate the first course. The director said that he had personally selected several candidates, so he asked to train them more intensively. The commander also said that he had not decided to get rid of the scar on his face in order to find the culprit. The director was a little surprised because a lot of time had passed, but he wished his friend luck in finding the culprits as soon as possible. Xiao Lin said that he already had some leads, and therefore believed that he would find the culprits soon. After lunch, all the students went to the training field to receive their next assignment. Zhang San was surprised that his friend was not on the training ground, but was looking for some objects. He was carefully examining a new mop, because his previous weapon had broken during the expedition. At that moment, the fat student's guard appeared, holding a spear in his hands. He said that the spear was made of a rare metal alloy and offered it as a gift. Lin Chu was very surprised because such a gift was expensive and of very high quality. Zhang San was very happy that his friend liked such a wonderful and valuable gift. At that moment, the instructor arrived and announced that he had lowered his level and was ready to hold the competition. The first to perform was the student who was the awakener of the Great Eagle and possessed the gold level. He announced that he was at the second silver level and asked the instructor in advance for permission to act. The instructor laughed because he had to face fierce people, among whom were a strong bird and a great rhinoceros. Continuing to laugh, he said that his opponent should not forget to take off his shirt before turning around. The student's hands began to transform into huge, powerful eagle wings. After that, he headed into the sky and began to form huge magical fields around himself. Lin Chu thought that it was the first time he had seen such a transformation, and the students' movements were elegant. The instructor was not impressed by such movements, so he easily blocked his damage. Sima Yang was very surprised because he had used his strongest technique and hoped to win quickly. Lin Chu watched their confrontation closely because he understood that the instructor had a rare awakening of metals. Therefore, he understood that it was unlikely that anyone could break through his metal armor. The instructor smiled, realizing that his opponent still had little spiritual power, so victory would be easy. Sima Yang announced that he was giving up because he understood that he would not be able to win in such a confrontation. The instructor stretched his arms and announced that he was ready for the next student to demonstrate their abilities. Yan Qian, who had excellent control over the element of fire and wanted to demonstrate her abilities, decided to be next. The instructor carefully examined his new opponent, a girl who controlled fire, and said he was ready to begin. To start, the girl, who had become the deputy head, decided to use a fireball. The instructor easily dodged such a mediocre attack and immediately went on the offensive himself. Chao Yun asked her instructor to be more careful, then created a huge wave of fire. The instructor was slightly confused because he did not expect his new opponent to have such powers. Therefore, he immediately began to use metal to form a large protective space around himself. However, the student smiled and said that she was not going to be merciful in this situation. The instructor was very surprised to realize that the girl's level and character were truly incredible. Due to the girl's unusual action, he had to resort to his special skills and formed a steel barrier. With each passing minute, it became more and more difficult for him to hold on because the temperature was very high. However, to his great joy, his opponent announced that she was ready to surrender because her spiritual energy had come to an end. The instructor approached her and said that she was indeed a very talented and good student. Next in line was a girl with ice powers. She had 4 stars. The instructor said that his spiritual powers were more than sufficient, so he was ready to start right away. Jen decided to use an ice bow as her first attack and asked the teacher to be more careful. Lin Qing took a few steps away from her and said he was ready to begin because he was even interested in seeing it. The goddess of cold began to form and release an ice arrow towards her opponent. The teacher was very surprised to realize that the students in this competition were too strong. Dodging a large number of ice arrows, he realized that he would have to cover his body with metal in order to survive. He also noticed that as soon as he tried to approach her, she immediately surrounded herself with ice arrows. The observers understood that their class president really did have amazing abilities. Jen raised her hand and said she was ready to give up because her spiritual power was completely depleted. Then our hero raised his hand and said that he would also like to take part in such a competition. However, he suggested that the instructor take a short break because he saw that he had expended too much of his strength recently. The instructor said that he was fine because he had the ability to renew his system. Unexpectedly, the most senior commander approached them and said that the instructor must fully restore his strength in order to attack at full capacity. The instructor was very surprised because he had deliberately suppressed his strength in order to be on par with the others. The students were very surprised because they understood that none of them could defeat the instructor in his current state. The instructor agreed to spend some time meditating to fully restore his strength and prepare for the confrontation. Meanwhile, the commander approached the student and asked him to tell him as much as possible about himself, including outer space. Lin Chu began to say that he knew nothing at all and had only just begun to study various types of animal transformations. The captain put his hand on the young man's shoulder and asked him to help him teach Qin Min a lesson. Having fully restored his strength, the instructor said that the young man must transform into a beast. However, to the surprise of everyone present, the young man announced that his power was not in animal form at all. Qin Ming became very angry that he would not tolerate such behavior. He decided to attack the student first to punish him for his provocative behavior. Our hero watched the instructor's actions and came to the conclusion that he did not devote much time to training his own abilities. He immediately realized that his attacks were very easy because the student was still inexperienced. Therefore, as soon as he managed to identify the weak points, he was immediately able to attack the teacher. All the observers looked at the student and were confused because no one had been able to defeat the instructor before. Jen was very upset because the rabbit had won again, which meant she simply couldn't beat him. Then she began to understand that none of that mattered, as long as she had such a strong person by her side. The students immediately began to cheer on their classmate because he had become their personal hero. Lin Chu began to feel very shy because he had not planned to become a leader. On the other hand, He really liked that the ice goddess had finally turned her attention to him. The instructor could not allow himself to lose to some white rabbit, so he switched from daggers to a spear. The captain decided to watch the confrontation closely, because their strengths were almost equal. The spear and dagger themselves had different strengths and weaknesses. Everyone held their breath because they were curious to see who would win in such a difficult confrontation. The instructor understood that he was the instigator, so his defense was at the highest level, and he could improvise with his weapons. Lin Chu understood that the distance between him and his opponent had decreased, so he decided to separate the spear. Thanks to this, he managed to block the instructor's attacks with his daggers. The instructor was confused and did not understand how such a smart student could be only in his first year. The instructor was glad that he had listened to the advice of the elders and restored his strength a little because he had to create a protective field. However, despite the large magical protective field he had created, he was still knocked back several meters. All the students watching could not believe their eyes and were confused because the instructor had lost to an ordinary student. The instructor did not understand how a student who had awakened the beast could possess such physical strength. Our hero understood that they were equal in terms of physical strength, but he was already very tired. Therefore, he reached out to the teacher and offered to end the fight in a draw because he simply could not take any more. The instructor agreed because he could not use most of his techniques against his own students. For this reason, as promised, he allowed the student to skip classes for a whole month. Lin Chu was delighted because he now had extra time to rest and prepare. Some students began to experience feelings such as envy, jealousy, and hatred because they would have to attend classes. The instructor informed the other students that they would now have to run 10 laps again, or they would not receive dinner. The overweight student began to cry because he refused to run, as he was very tired and could not endure another 10 laps. Meanwhile, the chief instructor approached the young gentleman because he wanted to speak with him. He patted the student on the shoulder and congratulated him on his victory, then asked him to accompany him to a certain place. Lin Chu was a little scared, so he began to tell the chief instructor that he had important business to attend to. The chief instructor began to summon the spirit beast and said that he would like to fly with it. Our hero was very surprised because it was a great honor for him to fly on an eagle. The storm eagle landed on the ground and stood in front of its master, waiting for further instructions. The storm eagle carefully examined the new student, and its master asked for an assessment. The freshman student said that it was possible to analyze this bird and asked to be corrected if he was wrong. Approaching the eagle, he said that he understood that they entered service as chicks or hatched in the barracks. Leaning against the beak of the great thunderous eagle, he said that all this was a waste of time because the eagle had some difficulties. The commander of the instructors was very upset and did not understand what the young man was talking about, fearing that he was not suitable for the eagle. The young gentleman said that artificially bred eagles were very different from those bred in the wild. He said that this was most likely due to their nature and how they were fed. The chief instructor was confused because their research department had been trying to solve this mystery for several years. Lin Chu said that these were his assumptions, although in reality, he had seen it all thanks to his skill as a beastmaster. The chief instructor asked if there was a solution and said that they needed to go together. The student was very confused because he needed to return to class and continue his studies. Lin Chun called the director of the academy and informed him that he would take the young man under his responsibility for a few days. Our hero did not want to go anywhere, but he understood that he simply had no choice, so he agreed. As he sat on the large, formidable eagle, he realized that he would have to work very hard in the near future. The eagle took off into the sky, and our hero was very frightened because he was afraid of heights and was scared to look down. After a short time, they began to fly towards a secret base to discuss everything. Lin Chu looked around and realized that this place was simply amazing. Zhen Yuyun was very surprised that the commander had returned so early because he had plans for that time. The commander brought the young man forward and said that he had brought a real treasure that could help them. Our hero was a little scared and asked him to explain what it all meant and what was going on here. Lin Chun said that he would like to demonstrate this gentleman's abilities to the group leader. After that, they went outside and began to climb a very long and high staircase built in the mountains. Lin Chu was very surprised because they were heading towards the group leader, but there was a large mountain wall in front of them. At one point, he even found it funny because he thought their leader was a little monkey. However, when the one who brought him there put his finger on the stand, the mountain began to part, and an iron door appeared. The young gentleman was a little scared because he had never seen such technology before. Chun said that it was a laboratory where there were many interesting and shocking things. Lin Chu looked around because he began to feel as if he had entered another world. There was a huge laboratory around him where a large number of scientists were studying eagles. Various species of birds were kept in some boxes, and they were crossed to obtain new species. Our hero was surprised because there were a large number of spiritual beasts and researchers in this place. Walking through the laboratory, he looked around carefully because there were many interesting things around him. However, he approached the capsules and said that they were committing a real crime because they were feeding the griffin pork, which was very harmful to it. Chun said that he was pleasantly surprised that the young man was not frightened by so many problems, which meant that it would be really easy to solve them. After that, they approached another very secret armored door, which was very massive. Our hero was a little surprised, so he asked what exactly was behind this door. Chun opened the door with his foot and said that the head of the research center was there. Shen was in a state of deep immersion because she was engaged in very important research on demon control. Lin Chu was a little surprised that the head of such a large group was a real golden-level girl. Shen was the head of the research group of the logistics department, Awakening, the instigator of demons. The young gentleman was slightly confused because he did not think that demons actually existed. The leader asked the young man to hide in the corner for a while because he needed to wake the girl up. He said that she didn't like being disturbed and immediately went into a demonic state. As soon as he touched the girl's shoulder, she immediately took out her guns and started using them. The young man was confused and did not understand what was happening in this laboratory. When the research leader ran out of ammunition, she began to enter a demonic state. A field of enormous negative energy began to form around her, which was very dark. Chun immediately used his powers and began to form a huge stone wall. Shen, in her demon state, easily destroyed his large stone wall into many pieces. Then the leader had no choice but to use his stone skin for his own safety. The young gentleman was really surprised because the girl's attacks were so powerful that the chief instructor, with 3 layers of protection, was inferior to her. Lin Chu realized that the captain needed help, so he decided to go to him to assist. Unexpectedly, his attention was drawn to one of the monitors, on which he saw the parameters for hatching a very rare firebird. To his great surprise, he noticed that several parameters were set completely incorrectly, and the bird would not be able to hatch. The chief instructor looked at the student and did not understand why he had stopped, because he needed to call someone for help. The demon girl heard the student say that the parameters for hatching the firebird were set incorrectly on her computer. She immediately began to come out of her demon state and, approaching the young man, asked him what exactly he had found wrong with the parameters. Lin Chu was a little surprised because he had indeed easily found errors in the specified parameters. The girl said that she had been working on this for a long time, but could not identify the problem that was preventing the egg from hatching. The commander was horrified when he realized that the girl could be awakened so easily, while he had been enduring beatings all this time. Chun reported that he had found an expert on spiritual beasts, so he brought him along to advance the current research. The leader began to laugh because she did not believe that such a young child could be a real expert in any field. Lin was a little upset that he was called a kid, but he said that the firebird mother always pollinated her eggs with fire. He also recommended placing several magic spheres nearby so that the chick could feed on spiritual energy. He was completely sure that it was in these points that the head of the research had made critical mistakes. The girl said that they had watched the mother incubate the eggs for a long time, and there were no magic spheres there at all. Then the young man decided to ask her when she was there what the main difference she could see between their habitat and the current reality. The research leader thought for a moment because she had indeed been to such places, and then the young man told her about the aura. She was simply delighted because such a young man was indeed a true professional. The demon girl grabbed his hand and told him that he must go with her to create a new life. She said that if they really succeeded, she would gladly acknowledge his true professionalism and talent. Lin Chu began to feel a little embarrassed, but agreed to assist in the birth of a new chick. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed the girl's hand and told her that there were some things more important than the process of conception right now. He then immediately headed to the research center, where the eagle chicks were located. The professors and scientists were confused because the young man asked them for a few minutes of their attention. He said that he had come to their center to show them mistakes they were making in caring for such valuable and rare birds. Lin Chu said that while walking through their laboratory, he had discovered several very serious mistakes in feeding. The scientists did not want to listen to him because they were specialists, and the young man in front of them was just a kid. Lin Chun asked his employees to calm down and listen to the young man so that he could share useful information. Lin Chu understood that no one would believe him just like that, so he asked to be given one eagle to demonstrate his skills. The scientist said that spiritual animals were very rare, and therefore could not be disposed of at will. The commander understood that no one would believe them, so he ordered the gates to be opened, and his personal eagle to be let in. The scientists were too surprised by what was happening, and thought it was not the best idea. Lin Chun said that everything was under control, because he completely trusted the young man. The fearsome eagle flew into the laboratory, and the scientists reported that the cutie had arrived. Lin Chu said that he would need an awakening drug, a little alcohol, and painkillers. The scientist was very scared and did not want to go with them because he understood that if something happened to the bird, he would have to share the responsibility. Lin Chu was very happy that he had managed to acquire the skill of a tamer, so he decided to pet the spiritual beast. He did this so that the bird would relax and understand that he was completely friendly. The commander began to cry because he did not understand how a person could tame such a proud beast in such a short time. The bird obediently lay down on the floor, and Lin Chiu announced that they could begin the breakthrough operation. The scientist was very interested in watching what was happening, so he decided to go with them after all. Finding a specific spot on the bird's body, Lin Chu asked for an anesthetic to be administered first. The observers began to worry a little, but hoped that the young man knew what he was doing, and that everything would go well. Those present watched closely the actions of the man who had only just become a student. After treating the feathers, Lin Chu asked for a mug of boiling water to be poured over the bird in order to wash everything thoroughly. In order to prepare the area, he had to pull out several feathers, and the bird was not very happy. After finishing the preliminary treatment, he asked for a scalpel to begin the operation. The commander began to worry a little about the condition of his eagle, because he had only recently achieved the golden rank. Our hero looked at the commander and told him that he had to believe in him until the very end. Chun agreed and said that he believed in this child, so he asked for the instruments to be brought. The scientist no longer understood what was happening and became a little scared, but he decided to follow orders. It was a little painful for him to watch what was happening, so at times he even closed his eyes. Inside, there was a large accumulation of fat, which the young man removed to free the bird from the excess. The scientist healer immediately proceeded to close the open wound to completely heal the bird. The commander was very surprised, and the young man explained that excess fat only hinders the movement of such a formidable bird. Therefore, now the bird will not only be able to move faster, but will also be able to reproduce naturally. The commander was very surprised, and Lin replied that they should feed the birds lamb or rabbit, but definitely not pork. The head of research was also very surprised, and noticed that the bird was beginning to regain consciousness. Its movements became smoother, but at the same time very fast and precise. The cutie was beside herself with anger, and said that she was no longer a cutie because she was a formidable eagle. Everyone watched Malashka closely, because she had entered the second phase of maturation, and her height had increased to 15 meters. Lin Chu approached her and said that Malashka wanted to fly with her owner to test her new wings. Everyone immediately began to believe that they were dealing with a true expert on spiritual beasts. Our hero said he was ready to give them some advice so that their team could reach a whole new level. The demon girl was puzzled because she couldn't believe that someone so young could possess such a wealth of knowledge. Chun showed the guest into the recreation room and told him that he could make himself comfortable and rest in this room. Lin was very happy because, with everything that was going on, he hadn't even noticed that night had fallen. He really wanted to sleep because he had expended a lot of energy and strength. Suddenly, he felt someone touching him, so he woke up and turned around to see the commander of the research department. He didn't understand what she was doing in his room at night, or why she had come at such an hour. When he fully realized what was happening, he was very frightened, so he covered himself completely with a blanket. The commander said that she had simply come in because she had some very important information she wanted to discuss. Lying down next to him, she began to show him a tablet with a live feed from the surveillance cameras. She said that she had specifically used the golden spheres to awaken the firebird more quickly. She then thanked the young man for his advice, and said that she would very much like him to become her teacher of spiritual beasts. Lin was very surprised because he was only a student and therefore could not become a teacher. However, the commander did not plan to stop and said that he simply had to become her personal teacher. Realizing that the girl would not leave him alone, he finally decided to agree and said that he would try to become her teacher. He then informed her that classes would begin tomorrow and decided to simply show her the door. The commander was a little surprised, but on the other hand, she was grateful that he had agreed to become her teacher after all. In the morning, the young man felt very bad because he wanted to sleep so badly. Learning that the commander was about to leave with the cutie, he decided to sleep a little on the couch to regain his strength. However, His new student appeared before him and said that she was completely ready for her first lesson. He did not know how to structure the training properly, so he said that he would simply answer any questions that arose. The girl decided to start by asking why they had failed to hatch the iceberg chicks. Lin told her that first she needed to figure out the temperature in the incubator, because where there is ice, there should be no positive temperatures. The young man realized that he was already very tired, and his head was really aching from so many questions. In the laboratory, he was also met by scientists who informed him that they had many tasks and questions for him. Lin Chu was simply terrified because he did not understand how he could get everything done and answer such a huge number of questions. After working diligently for several days, he finally made it to the break room where he just wanted to sleep. However, as soon as he began to fall asleep, an urgent alarm was sounded over the loudspeaker. He did not understand what had happened, and everyone was asked over the loudspeaker to go to the main square. Lin understood that he would also have to go, even though he had not managed to get any rest. The group leader reported that the captain had returned and immediately sounded the alarm, which meant that something serious had happened. The captain of the unit was Chao Gai, who was at the level of 8 diamond stars. He reported that the unit commander had managed to find the criminal's hideout, so he had arrived to select the best people to assist. Many employees began to raise their hands because they greatly respected the unit captain and wanted to help him. The unit captain said that he had heard that the commander was supposed to bring someone named Lin Chu. Lin Chu was a little surprised that they were talking about him again, but decided not to hide in the crowd and raised his hand. The head of the research center said that this young man was an expert on spirit animal. She said that despite his age, he was truly at the level of an expert, which meant that several projects could be completed in a short time. The unit captain was pleasantly surprised that there was such a good employee among them. However, he did not understand whether it was possible to take such a young person on such a dangerous mission. The young man thought for a moment, and then said that he had volunteered, so he was responsible for his actions. The captain was still very worried, because he did not want to waste talent. But on the other hand, he had to trust the young man. The team leader told the captain that she was completely confident in his abilities, so she asked him to let him go. The captain agreed, and then gave the young man several sheets of paper containing brief information about the current mission. The captain himself went to select the people who would go with them as part of the team. After that, they summoned the Great Eagle in order to reach their destination faster. Their opponents were to be members of a team of mercenaries who carried out many illegal activities. The team leader said that the main difficulty was that these people were hiding among the civilian population. The young man realized that he had been taken into the team solely because he possessed a cosmic system to neutralize explosives. The girl checked their location by phone and said that they had almost arrived. The captain was very happy to see his subordinates because he was expecting help. People began to park large, formidable eagles in order to start helping. Everyone was surprised that the captain of the group had managed to find the lair of their longtime enemies so quickly. Lin understood why it took the captain so long to contact them. The captain reported that the enemy leader had changed his location, so he and Malashka had been following him. A few days later, the enemy commander finally found the mercenary group's hideout, which was inside a hotel. The captain asked the young man not to look surprised, because there was probably surveillance on the street. All participants were asked to get plenty of rest, because the confrontation would be very difficult. Shanxi watched through the windows, and reported that so far, the leader had only gone out to buy breakfast. The chief instructor had a very hard time, because he had been watching all this time, so he really wanted to get some rest. Our hero said that it would be better to watch in reality, and suggested going outside and just taking a walk. Since the group leader did not have suitable clothes with her, our hero took a dress and shoes out of his space pocket. The girl was very surprised, but did not want to waste much time, and agreed to take the clothes. As soon as the group leader got herself ready and changed, they immediately went outside. They walked together with the young gentleman, pretending to be a normal couple in love strolling down the street. The group leader began to adjust her blouse, and said that it was too hot here, and she wanted to drink some water. Lin looked around and saw a sniper watching them from one of the windows. Grabbing the girl tighter, he asked her to behave more naturally, because they were being watched. She said she really wanted to go home because her eyesight wasn't that good. He started laughing at her, grabbed her by the waist, and said that they had to check into a hotel immediately. The girl at the reception desk said that the only rooms available were on the 4th floor, where there were sunny rooms with pleasant interiors. She then asked for their documents so that she could register them. The young people understood that they could not show their documents because their surnames were too well known. Then our hero decided to lie that he had taken some medicine, so it was very difficult for him to control himself. After that, He handed over several hundred yuan, and the girl at the reception immediately gave them a room and keys on the 4th floor. As soon as they arrived at their room, they immediately set up a listening device around it. They began to hear a faint signal and a girl who was somewhere nearby, which created unnecessary interference. However, the girl and some man were doing something very strange, so they decided to change the audio channel. Our heroes began to feel a little embarrassed and blush because they did not expect this. They managed to catch a conversation between two men who were actively discussing something in a foreign language. The head of the research group was very confused because she could not understand what language the opponents were speaking. Lin asked her to be quiet because she knew a huge number of languages from all over the world except the one they needed. The girl was very surprised because she knew 8 languages but had never heard such a strange language before. The young man said that people spoke in a language that was ancient, but mostly useless nonsense. He said that, first of all, this team had not come here on their own initiative, and that someone higher up was in charge of them. He also managed to figure out that the group of opponents had to take something out of the country undercover. They had also prepared a large amount of a substance that, if not neutralized, would have catastrophic consequences. Suddenly, he heard the enemy's phone ring, and he started talking on it, so Lin continued to listen. The people were saying that not everything was going well, and that today they could rest a little, because tomorrow the goods would be delivered. The young man relayed this information to the leader of his research team. Suddenly, the captain of the group called and reported that they had fallen into a trap and lost what they were supposed to protect. Lin understood, because most likely the people they were following had something to do with what the captain had lost. So he told the captain that the people would most likely be transferring what they had stolen tomorrow. So he said he didn't know what the object was. The captain said that these guys were very dangerous and that they were indeed trapped now, so he promised to send help. The head of the research center asked the captain to report what exactly had been stolen so that they would know what to look for. The captain realized that it was pointless to hide anything and reported that what had been stolen was the research of a lifetime of another gentleman, namely, the final model of a spiritual weapon. He explained that their task was to send this information to the right people, but they had no idea that it would turn out this way. The captain said that he had no idea who could have leaked the information, but hoped that they would be able to stop it. After talking to the captain, the girl explained that this weapon could increase its attack power by absorbing the spiritual energy of its owner. Mr. Zhang had been researching this type of weapon his entire life, but had recently passed away. Lin Chu said that thanks to people like him, their side was able to thrive, which meant they had to get their development back. After that, they returned to their room to report all the information they had obtained to the group leader. Shang-Chi suggested to the fire department captain that they use the training as an excuse to safely evacuate people from the hotel. Our hero decided to awaken his skill for the time being, and was surprised to find that he had acquired the skill of driving a car or other vehicle. The second skill was ventriloquism, which helped him make sounds similar to speech without opening his mouth. Then he decided to ask the commander where exactly the enemies might be hiding the explosives. The commander said that they most likely kept some of the explosives with them for self-defense. After thinking for a moment, the young man said that it would be easy to deal with this because he had a wonderful plan. To the surprise of everyone present, he said that he would simply burn down the entire hotel. He was sure that once the hotel was on fire, the enemies would panic and would not think about how to remove the explosives. Then, the commander could try to pretend to be a police officer who had arrived to take the foreign guests to a safe place. After that, he would escort them to a place where there were no people so that they could deal with the enemies. Next, our hero planned to imitate the voice of one of the enemies in order to arrange a meeting with the leader. The captain was surprised and did not understand how they could pretend to be another person. And then our hero said that he had the skill of broadcasting. Everyone was delighted that such a young boy knew spiritual beasts, foreign languages, and had also mastered the skill of ventriloquism. He also told the captain that thanks to his skill in outer space, he would definitely be able to remove the explosives before they were activated. The commander understood that there was no other choice, so he said that they would begin the operation at 8 in the evening. At 5 in the evening, 2 participants stopped in their room to continue listening to their opponents. Lin Chu was very bored and even wanted to go to sleep because there was plenty of time before the operation. He reported that the opponents had been playing poker all this time and had even gotten used to using their special language during the game. The girl noticed that the teacher looked tired and asked him to rest a little. Suddenly, he heard the girl start screaming and asking her teacher to stop doing that. The young man was confused and did not understand how this could have happened. When he came to his senses, he found himself kneeling in front of Shan-Shi, which meant that he had simply been sleeping and nothing had happened. Looking at his watch, he did not understand why she had not woken him up earlier, because they were almost late. The leader of the research center said that there wasn't much time left, and she wanted him to rest for a few extra minutes. Our hero got up from the sofa and was very surprised that the girl treated him like a normal child. At 8 o'clock in the evening, an alarm was sounded throughout the hotel because of a fire that had started. The group of mercenaries was confused by the fire in the hotel and thought that they had probably been exposed. Their commander asked them to remain calm and informed them that they all had to go with him. In order to avoid being exposed, they had to leave all the explosives in their room. The person responsible for the explosives did not want to leave his work behind, so he set a timer. For him, the production of these substances was a true art, so he could not just leave them behind. Meanwhile, firefighters had already arrived on the scene and began extinguishing the hotel to minimize damage. The group of opponents ran out of the hotel in a panic because they had to behave like ordinary people. Their people put them in a specially prepared truck under the guise of evacuating them to a safer place. The captain reported that the firefighters deliberately did not touch the third floor, so they had to deal with the explosives. Using a radio, our hero asked them not to worry and said that they would do everything in the best possible way. As soon as they arrived at the opponent's room, they discovered a huge number of boxes with explosives. Shen panicked when she heard from the young gentleman that the explosives had been activated for 3 minutes. They understood that they had to come up with something, otherwise everything here would be destroyed, right up to outer space. Since the radius of the spatial portal increased to 50 meters, he decided to open the portal on the roof of the building. He grabbed his student and told her that now they would have to organize some fireworks. A few seconds later, they found themselves on the roof of the hotel building with the explosive. Shen couldn't believe her eyes because they had really moved to the top very quickly, and it was a surprise to her. Lin Shu began to calculate the free fall of the explosives in order to determine the radius of its effect. 30 seconds before the expected explosion, he asked the girl to throw him as hard as she could. The head of the research center was very surprised, but understood that she had no time to argue. Grabbing the young man, she spun him around and threw him straight up, using all the strength she had. During the flight, our hero began to open one portal after another in order to reach the highest point. He understood that if he continued moving, he would be able to get to a safe distance from the hotel building. At the same time, he tried to do everything very quickly because there were no more than 5 seconds left before the expected explosion. At the last second, he opened another spatial portal that increased the radius by 50 meters. Since he was not allowed to open new spaces for portals until the moment of the explosion, he began to fall freely. Shanxi watched in amazement as a huge explosion resembling a large firework occurred in the sky. A few seconds later, she saw her teacher falling rapidly and realized that she had to help him. However, the force of the shock wave was rapidly increasing, and the young man began to fly much faster. Shenxi was confused, but quickly gathered herself and, grabbing the railing, jumped toward her teacher to catch him. She managed to grab his leg at the last moment, so she swung him around and threw him back onto the roof. Although the young master hit his head during the fall, he was very pleased that his student had managed to catch him. The young master said that he would need some time to restore his spiritual strength. The student handed him a golden pearl sphere and said that it was very expensive, but excellent for restoring spiritual strength. The young man immediately began to use this golden-level magic sphere to restore his strength. He was very pleasantly surprised because he managed to restore his strength in a very short time. High in the sky, the sounds of explosions continued to echo, rapidly spreading around. The captain was a little scared because he didn't understand what had happened and whether everything was okay with the guys. The group of mercenaries didn't understand why the policeman had changed his route and decided to clarify where exactly they were going. The commander said that they had a very urgent matter to attend to, so he asked them to be patient and wait until they reached their destination. The leader of the mercenaries asked all his team members to be more careful because something was wrong here. After the commander arrived at the originally agreed location, he immediately began to attack his opponents. Then the mercenaries realized that they were facing a man who had nothing to do with the police. The commander managed to attack the sniper and then immediately left the car to get help. All the members began to get out in order to fully participate in the confrontation. The captain's assistant was confused because she sensed that something was wrong. After a quick analysis, she realized that the opponents had used a special poison, so she couldn't use her powers. The mercenaries were completely confused because they felt that something was wrong, so they immediately decided to use the poison. The captain realized that all his assistants were in bad shape, and it was difficult for him to control his power. Lin Chong did not hide his name and informed the leader of the mercenaries that they had failed their mission. The leader of the opponents immediately activated his spirit beast in order to achieve a quick victory. The beast resembled a giant rhinoceros whose horn was filled with magical energy and great power. However, the captain did not lose his composure at the sight of the beast, and, using his stone skin skill, was able to grab the rhinoceros and throw it aside. Stan, the leader of the opponents, asked them to remain calm because he understood that the rest of their opponents' assistants were unarmed. Mark was the deputy commander of the opponents and immediately began to activate his tornadoes. In this way, they wanted to eliminate as many people as possible in order to achieve victory more quickly. The captain tried with all his might to build a protective field to defend his employees, but the rhino headed towards him again. The captain's assistants said that they had been poisoned anyway, so they asked him to stop defending them. However, the captain did not listen to them and continued to hold back his opponent's attack because he did not want to repeat the mistakes of the past. The leader of the opponents stood aside, watching what was happening and laughing, realizing that their forces were unequal. The magical barrier began to crumble, and sharp wind blades began to inflict damage on the captain. He was in great pain and began to lose consciousness, while the enemy leader said that he was doing his job. Lin Chun looked into his enemy's face and was ready to accept his fate, but he was very sorry that he had failed to protect his team. However, unexpectedly, a police car appeared in the sky and simply knocked down his enemy. The captain was very surprised and did not understand what had happened and how such a thing could be possible. A student flew out of the car, holding the leader of the research center in his arm. Looking at the captain, he did not understand why he had so many injuries and what was going on here. The captain explained that they had fallen into a trap and did not know what to expect, that they had all been poisoned and their actions had been suppressed. The leader of the opposing group was also confused because he simply did not expect to see a large police car. The deputy reported that they would begin treating their leader, while the rest of the team had to continue the confrontation. Lin Chu on Fluani told the opponents to calm down because he had not yet had time to prepare. The opponents were confused because they did not understand how a person could know the language they spoke and speak it perfectly. Feng Shi began to transform into a demon in order to strengthen her attacks. The enemy team watched her actions closely because they had never seen anything like this before. The girl was in a state of rage, surrounded by sinister energy, and she headed towards her opponent. The mercenary group's tank began to form an earthen wall to protect his master. The demon's power was practically equivalent to a 9-star gold rank, so defeating her was practically impossible. She easily destroyed the enemy's earthen wall and launched several attacks. The mercenaries understood that it would not be easy to deal with the demons, so they decided to act together immediately. Lin watched her actions closely, waiting for the moment when she would need his help. He heard that the people who had arrived with the captain were coughing and feeling very ill. The girl reported that they had been severely poisoned and realized that they would not be able to hold out for long, so she asked the commander for help. However, to his great surprise, the young man grabbed her hand and began to check her pulse. Taking some medicine out of his spatial pocket, he told the girl that it was still possible to help. The girl was very surprised and did not understand how someone so young could have such a mastery of so many skills. She did not understand why the young man did not help the gentleman, but instead took out a scalpel. She found it very strange that she had completely lost feeling in her body and could not move. Lin asked her to trust him and relax completely because he knew exactly how to help her. The girl agreed, after which he took her hand and made a small incision through which he released the poison from her body. She really began to feel much better and was surprised that the young man was so skilled in medicine. Lin Chu decided to remind her that she was the healer here and had to take care of the captain. On the enemy side, the healer was also diligently restoring her captain's strength. Looking around, he was very surprised that all the participants were alive. He found it even stranger that the enemy healer had learned how to remove the poison from his comrades' bodies. Assessing the situation, he realized that they were in a disadvantageous position and that this simply should not have happened. He understood that in order to avoid punishment from the elders, he would have to produce another wave of stronger poison. Touching the ground, he began to spread a huge amount of purple light, which was intended to spread the toxic poison. As soon as the girl who had transformed into a demon inhaled the poison, she immediately stopped moving and attacking. Then the group of mercenaries thought that they had a wonderful chance to win, but something strange began to happen. The devil girl simply drank all the poison and said that it was very tasty food for her. The opponents were confused and did not understand why the poison had no effect on the demon and how she was able to use this type of attack. The leader of the mercenary group was very frightened because the demon girl was rapidly approaching him. While attacking him, The demoness said that she would like to get some more toxins to fortify herself. The enemies were confused because they did not understand how it was possible to convert the toxins released into her own energy. The mercenaries realized that the demon girl was getting closer to them and were very frightened because they understood that they would not have enough spiritual energy. Everyone watched in amazement because the girl managed to use her devilish skills without losing her mind. The commander said that if the captives shared information about their leadership and cooperated, he would spare them. Lin was confused and did not understand what information their captain could get from the leader of the mercenaries. The healer reported that 8 years ago, their commander had just been accepted into the team and went on a special mission with the previous commander. At the same time, their direct responsibility was to protect something very valuable that many groups wanted to possess. However, they encountered a very strange man who possessed enormous power. The captain realized that they would not be able to complete the mission, so he distracted the man and the commander had to flee. Since then, he has had a very strange scar on his face, left by the man who opposed them. Despite all the possibilities, the commander refuses to treat this scar and wants to find this man to punish him. The healer confessed that the commander considered himself a deserter because he was forced to leave his people and flee. When our hero understood why the commander was so strange, he did not give up and continued his search. While everyone was engrossed in conversation, the group commander was unable to control her power and simply killed all her opponents. They were all frightened and begged her to stop because they had not yet finished their interrogations. Fen Shi looked very strange, and everyone began to watch her actions closely. The magical demonic field around her had increased significantly, which meant that she had broken through to the platinum level. The commander was a little surprised because usually only platinum was capable of maintaining sanity with demonic techniques. The healer and her assistant, who was the mercenary group's tank, remained alive. The commander approached them and tried to find out if they knew the origin of the scars on his face. The healer began to wave her hands and say that she did not understand their language at all. Our hero, who possessed the skill of translators, knew that they had to tell the truth, or they would not be released at night. The people still said that they knew nothing about where and why the gentleman had such a strange scar on his face. The healer pointed to her leader and said that he had been poisoned with a large amount of poison, and she could not cure him. They realized that in that case, they would have to find a good doctor, but the demoness said she would deal with it herself. The leader of the mercenaries regained consciousness and immediately jumped back several meters from the demoness because he was afraid. The commander asked his assistant to take everyone to another place because he wanted to talk alone. He approached the mercenary leader and asked him to provide information about the man who had scarred him. He understood that as soon as he gave the information, he would be killed immediately. But for this reason, he was not stupid and said he would not say anything. He understood that they would not be able to let him go after everything he had done. Lin Chun said that they would turn a blind eye to everything if he could really tell him what he asked him to. Then the mercenary leader agreed because he understood that if the commander swore an oath, he really would not have to fear persecution anymore. The captain raised his hand and said he swore that none of his team members would harm the mercenary leader after he told him everything. Qi was very pleased with the captain's action, but said he was not sure that the information he had would be of any help. He reported that the man who had left the scar on his face was called Capella, that his abilities were incredible, and that the last time he had seen him, he was at the diamond level. He also said that he was close friends with one of this man's subordinates, and that he had let it slip while they were relaxing together. Lin Gong thought about it, realizing that the information sounded quite true, and said that he could indeed go. The mercenary leader was very surprised because he understood that the team could be severely punished for such actions. Lin Chu began to laugh in response and said that now it was not necessary to let this man go. The leader of the opponents was surprised because the commander himself had sworn that they would be greatly cursed for breaking their oath. Our hero said that he was not afraid of this because he had nothing to do with this gentleman's team. For this reason, he easily began to attack the enemy in order to knock him unconscious. After obtaining the enemy's phone, he informed his commander that they had to detonate the explosives in another safe place because they had activated them before leaving. However, the hotel was still slightly damaged, so they would most likely demand some compensation. Unexpectedly for the young man, the commander began to bow and thank him for saving him. The young man was very surprised because a commander with his status and abilities should not be thanking anyone. Then the commander said that he could call him his brother because now they were working together. After that, they decided to move on to questioning the rest of the guys and take a short break. The next morning, they decided that everyone should tell the truth so that they could make a decision. Mimiko said she hadn't done anything wrong because her energy had awakened and she had been hired as a healer. The research team leader reminded them that they were being interrogated and asked them to stop playing games. The girl calmed down, sat down opposite them, and was ready to tell the whole truth as she knew it. Mimiko did not know who exactly their boss was, but she had heard him talking to an American. She went on to say that she had never seen the information, but she was sure that he had a very high status. Lin Chu understood that the girl was telling the truth, because only a high-ranking person would have such confidential information. However, he simply could not keep his composure after hearing that they were to be paid 100 million in gold for this job. The girl said that according to the terms of the agreement, they were to receive 30 million, and the rest was to be transferred to their account after the mission was completed. Mimiko also said that she knew the passwords to all the accounts owned by her bosses because she was the treasurer. Lin immediately asked to find a hacker to give him a laptop so they could check the information. A few minutes later, Prima, a young man with a laptop, arrived and said he would be happy to help transfer the money from the mercenaries' account to the team's personal account. The team leader said that our hero was also entitled to a certain percentage because he had done a lot of work. The hacker immediately set to work and reported that he had managed to open the account and transfer the funds. Lin was upset because he had planned to transfer only 1.5 million in gold, which was not that much. The research team leader told him that they could transfer a little more money to him if he needed it. However, our hero said that this money would be enough for him because every member of the team had to receive a reward. Shen Shi laughed a little because she originally wanted to transfer 30 million to him, but since he refused, she did not insist. Our hero was very upset, so he decided to turn to his system to get a new daily skill. He was pleasantly surprised because this time, he received the skill of evaluating treasures and could now earn money from it. Thanks to this skill, Lin Chu even had a new, very pleasant feeling, and he was very happy. The commander asked him to start getting ready because the appointed meeting time was almost here, and they had to leave. They understood that now they would have the opportunity to see and hear who was behind all this. At that moment, the phone rang, and the commander asked the young gentleman to put it on speakerphone. Using his ventriloquist skill, he picked up the phone and began to completely imitate the voice of the mercenary group's leader. He said that they had to change hotels because of some unforeseen circumstances due to the hot climate. The person on the other end of the phone didn't suspect anything and said that he would be there soon and would definitely contact him. Lin said that the man spoke English, but he had a very strong Chinese accent, so they should be careful. Shen Shi said that 20 minutes had already passed, but no one had contacted them, which meant that something had probably gone wrong. Lin Chu really wanted to believe that they had managed to maintain confidentiality. After a while, the phone finally rang, and Lin began to imitate the voice of the mercenary leader again. He decided to ask why it was taking so long, since they had already agreed on everything. The man said that the suitcase was in a storage locker at the supermarket, so they wouldn't be able to meet. He explained that some things were better kept secret than simply hung up. Everyone began to ponder because they did not understand what to do and whether they should send someone to check the locker. Lin understood that this could be dangerous because the locker was most likely under surveillance anyway. Touching one of his opponents, he reported that they had an excellent candidate for the courier. A few minutes after all the employees agreed on the terms with the group of mercenaries, the courier headed to the supermarket. Approaching the storage room, he found the right one, but couldn't figure out how to open it. At that moment, a man passed by him and nudged him on the shoulder, thereby drawing his attention. The mercenary group's tank was confused and did not understand why he had been nudged at that moment. However, when he turned around, there was no one behind him, and there was a piece of paper lying on the floor. The paper had a code written on it, which he used to easily open the locker. Inside was a small packet, very small and light, and the courier was puzzled. After checking the contents of the package, he found a small flash drive inside, which he found a little strange. Returning to the hotel room, he gave the flash drive to the hacker so that they could check the information they had received. However, the hacker spent some time studying the information, but he couldn't understand it and couldn't figure it out. The leader of the group understood that if they couldn't understand what the information was, it meant that it was really valuable, and now they needed to pass the information on to their assistants. Lin Chu thought long and hard and said that he still believed the information was in the hands of the mercenaries, so perhaps it would be worthwhile to arrange a surprise. The commander agreed with his suggestion, pointed to his hostages, and told them to clarify what to do next. The healer girl said that she was ready to do anything for the personal number, so she agreed to share the information. She said that after receiving the flash drive, they had to go to the coast and pass on other information to other people. All the coordinates were in the phone. Our hero immediately began checking the mercenary leader's phone to find those coordinates. He said that a very bold idea had come to his mind and asked everyone to be quiet. He called a well-known person who said that he had already received his packet and now had to fulfill his part of the agreement. Our hero understood that he was actually pursuing his own personal goals because he wanted to receive the remaining part of the payment. After that, He told the unknown person that he wanted to receive the remaining part of the payment. Otherwise, he would resell this thing to someone else. He also said that now the cost was 100 million, not 70 million, as they had agreed earlier. Lin was actually a little nervous, but he tried to imitate his voice so that it would not be noticeable. The stranger said that he had already given him all the money, and was waiting to receive what they had agreed upon. Then the person on the other end of the line abruptly hung up, saying that everything had to be done in the best possible way. Their personal hacker immediately checked all the accounts and reported that 100 million in gold had indeed been received. All the participants were very happy because they not only managed to keep the information they were looking for, but also tricked the scammers out of their money. The leader of the research center said that all the money should be transferred to her personal account. Our hero began to cry because he had specifically asked for more money to save for his new wedding. All his thoughts were occupied with the goddess of cold, because he hoped that she would agree to be his girlfriend after everything that had happened. Shenxi asked our hero not to worry, because she would definitely transfer him the amount of money he was entitled to. A few hours later, they noticed that helicopters and eagles had arrived, which meant that the support group had arrived. Tu Lao began to get out of the plane, and the whole group was very surprised because he was one of the most influential people in China. They did not understand why the most powerful man in all of China had come in person to watch their operation. It was he who told the group commander that they had done a very good job and should be rewarded. However, the commander said that in fact, he had not contributed anything because they had succeeded thanks to the young man and the head of the research department. The girl was very surprised by this and asked her grandfather never to tease him again. Lin Chu stood aside and listened carefully as the girl began to tell her grandfather about his achievements. Tu was very interested and did not understand how a freshman could already be a teacher. He did not immediately believe what was happening, so he decided to clarify who exactly was the teacher and who was the student. When the situation became completely clear, he was really pleased to meet such a young and talented person. Lin Chu also bowed to him because he had never seen such influential people before. The elder's phone rang, and he stepped aside to listen to the full report on the actions taken. The leader reported that the director was most likely talking to the Chinese tigers at that moment. From the report he received, he learned that they had indeed managed to catch 2 opponents who corresponded to the diamond level. After that, the group leader handed the flash drive to the elder and reported that it contained the information they had been trying to steal. After reaching platinum level, Zhang Hong completely stopped his development and devoted all his energy to creating a new type of weapon. Holding such a valuable flash drive in his hands, he said that he would make every effort to protect the results of the research. Since the real traitors were still at large, everyone had to conduct a very thorough investigation. Lin Chu looked up at the sky where helicopters were circling and realized that they had succeeded. At the same time, his team also decided not to waste any time and called in the formidable eagles to return to the research center's headquarters. After a while, they managed to land safely and noticed that their commander was already waiting for them. The commander approached the young man and admitted that he was impressed by all his achievements, so he offered him to join the team. The young man said that there were rules and conditions in the army that did not suit him. Therefore, he said that he would prefer to receive some kind of first-degree award or something useful. Shang-Chi said that she had a rough idea of what would be a more suitable reward for this gentleman's achievements. She said that it would be best to give this man their personal treasure. The girl tried to explain that keeping this treasure was useless anyway, because they would not be able to make full use of it. The young man was confused because this meant that instead of 30 million, he would receive some kind of incomprehensible reward. Shang-Chi asked him to be a little patient and said that this would be her personal compensation for all his actions. When they returned to the research center, they showed him a large, beautiful egg with horns on it. The head of the research department said that they still couldn't figure out what kind of egg it was and how to hatch it properly. The young man's system was really surprised to tell him that this egg belonged to a real dragon. So, with the right care, he could hatch a real flying dragon that looked like a dragon snake. The young man thought about it because he understood that if there was an egg, there must be its real parents. However, he became very happy because he realized that if he could bring the dragon egg to life, he would have a real flying animal. Then he began to use his incubation skills to understand how much time he would have to spend incubating the egg. The girl decided to slap his face because she didn't understand what was happening to him, but the young man stopped her. The group leader reported that a few months ago, the girl had turned to a demon and tried to simply open the egg, but nothing worked. Lin Chu began to feel sorry for the little egg because he didn't understand why they were teasing him so much. When the commander learned that the egg belonged to a legendary dragon, he began to think that he had made a mistake in giving it to the young man. Our hero laughed and said he was ready to sell the egg back for 30 million gold pieces. Then, to begin with, they decided to figure out how difficult and troublesome it would be to hatch this egg. After thinking for a while, the expert on spiritual beings, said that there were two possible scenarios for hatching this egg. In the first case, a person would have to feed the egg spiritual energy for 10 years, and in the second case, two very rare spiritual cores would be needed. The team captain understood that they would not use either of these options, so he said he would not take the egg that had been given to him. Lin Chu thanked him for the truly rare and precious gift, because getting your own dragon is not easy. The young man understood that he was still weak, so he planned to simply start feeding the egg with his spiritual energy for now. At night, while all the team members were resting, our hero decided to try to establish a connection with the dragon egg. However, as soon as he began to synthesize and synchronize his dragon, he immediately entered the state of a silver star. Lin Chu was a little surprised, because he did not expect his development to be so rapid and fast. Taking out the golden core he had received earlier, he decided to use it to reach a new level. He understood that giving such an expensive item to the egg was pointless, because it would certainly not be of much use. As soon as he used the golden core, his strength increased dramatically, and he entered a state of breakthrough. That was the power of the golden core. Now he was just a little bit away from 4 silver stars. He hid the egg in his space pocket and decided to go to sleep so that in the morning he could sell the unnecessary cores and buy high-quality ones. However, in the morning he was very upset, because when he checked his space pocket, he discovered that all the cores were gone. At that moment, the captain approached him and decided to find out how exactly his spiritual cores from outer space had simply disappeared. After thinking for a moment, our hero realized that it was the work of the dragon egg, which had absorbed all the magical spiritual cores. He immediately began to scold the egg, because he did not understand why it had not simply waited until its owner sold the cores and saved a lot of money. He understood that the dragon egg had already begun to cost him more than he had ever planned. The captain told him that it was indeed very expensive, but he was sure that everything would work out. He just needed to wait for the dragon to hatch. The freshman said that he wanted to go back to school because he had missed too many classes. The captain reminded him that a lot of people were waiting for him, including the research center, who wanted to resolve some issues. Shanxi was very upset, because she realized that the young man was simply leaving them and returning to his academy. Then he reminded her that she was the head of the research center, not him. The girl began to feel embarrassed, because she understood that he was right, but they needed his knowledge and abilities. She began to cry and said that he couldn't leave now, because if he left, their research on spiritual beasts would stop. Lin himself was a little surprised, because he was shocked by this reaction, and had not planned it at all. The other scientists also asked him to stay and help them because they had spent too much time trying to solve the problems. After thinking for a moment, our hero said that he understood that he couldn't just leave, so he prepared a small reference book for them. The scientists were very happy that now they would have a real reference book in which they could find answers to their questions. Indeed, before leaving, he sat down at his desk and began to write a reference book in which he revealed the topic of the development of spiritual beings. At that moment, he was truly grateful to his system, which had revealed to him the secrets of keeping spiritual animals and caring for them properly. A few days later, the logistics department made copies of his reference book and distributed them to every employee at headquarters. The head of the research center was very puzzled because she did not believe that her teacher would leave for his lessons tomorrow. At one point, she decided to ask him where he had gotten so much knowledge about spiritual beings. Our hero thought for a moment, because he didn't know what to say, so he said that he had a very good mentor, Meizu Chen. He asked the girl not to think about it too much, because there was no point in deceiving her and her team members. Shen Shi remembered that she had come to thank him, because they really would not have been able to accomplish their mission without his help. She also asked him not to forget to visit them often when he had some free time, because they would miss him. Lin Chu agreed and said that he would definitely come to see them, and asked them to ask him any questions, and to contact him as well. In the morning, he decided to leave quietly while everyone was still asleep, but he turned his bed upside down and couldn't find his headphone. He understood that, on the other hand, the headphones were not the most important thing for him, so he wanted to leave quietly, but the captain ordered everyone to line up. The captain of the headquarters ordered all employees to line up in a row to salute the young man. Lin didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment, but he couldn't even imagine that such people could do something like this for him. Heading towards the captain, who was already waiting for him on the formidable Eagle Malashki, he knew that he would never forget this valuable experience. The captain admitted that he was really sorry that the young man could not join and work with them. The head of the research department said that most likely they were simply not suitable for him because they would slow down his growth. In front of the university building, the commander told him that he really deserved such a farewell because they had come out not only to see him off, but also to show that they valued him. Lin Shu admitted that he still felt very strange as a regular freshman and could not even imagine that everything would turn out this way. The commander told him that thanks to all his efforts and actions, he now deserved the title of captain in his personal team. He also suggested going to the director to explain what exactly the freshman had been doing all this time. However, to his great surprise, the young man refused and said that he would like to talk to and see his friends first. When he arrived at his dormitory, he began knocking on the door of room 303 in order to surprise his friends with his appearance. He understood that he had been away for a very long time and was curious to know how his friends were doing. Zhang San looked in surprise at his friend, who was confused. At one point, he even thought he had knocked on the wrong door because he saw not a fat boy, but a handsome, fit young man standing there. His other roommates in the dormitory confirmed that it was indeed the same chubby boy who had changed so much after training. Our hero even decided to touch his cheeks because he couldn't believe that such a transformation could be possible in such a short period of time. Zhang San said that it was all due to hard training because he was happy to be living with such a popular hero of all the forums. Then he said that it was time for them to go to the main arena where all the results were to be announced. Lin Shu began to feel a little embarrassed because he hadn't planned on seeing his beloved Ice Queen so soon. Zhang San immediately understood that his friend had missed his ice goddess very much during his absence. Zhen approached him herself and said that she was surprised that he had already returned from his secret missions. He was very happy when he saw that the goddess of heat and the goddess of ice were heading towards him. The goddess of fire said she was very happy about his return because she had missed him very much all this time. Zhen was furious because she was very jealous of the young master's affection for another girl. They all lined up on the stands because the announcement of the results was about to begin. The director of the academy, who had a perfect command of the cosmic system, arrived for the announcement of the results. To our hero's great surprise, the director waved to him and asked him to come closer. Yang asked the young man to sit next to him because he wanted to discuss some points. Lin Shu was a little confused because all the students were watching him and the academy director closely. The academy director said that he had heard a lot about this young man and decided to work with him personally in his spare time. Lin was very happy because he understood that he would most likely be able to learn more about the intricacies of the cosmic system. The other students were very confused and wondered why one of the students was sitting next to the academy director and why he was being given such honors. Zheng was also very upset because now the young man was sitting next to the director, which meant that there was a very large gap in power between them. However, she analyzed her emotions and realized that she was not upset, but was truly happy for him with all her heart. At the very beginning, the second-year students were invited to the arena and began their performance. Lin Shu became very bored, so he decided to turn to his system in order to awaken a new daily skill. The system notified its owner that he had received a daily skill in the form of awakening thunder, which meant he would be able to control thunder. Our hero was very surprised because he had never received such interesting skills before, so he decided to activate it immediately. The system also notified him that it could combine the skill of transforming into animals in order to improve characteristics. The system reported that thunder could crush darkness, and that our Thunder Beast would now always be invincible. The system was very happy because it had managed to combine several skills from different areas into a single ability. Our hero also learned that he could now generate electricity by simply rubbing his palms together. Lin Shu was simply delighted because this time the system had really shown him mercy, and he was able to obtain skills. Reading his characteristics carefully, he realized that he also had another long-range attack. However, he was a little sorry that all his attacks were aimed at one target, and he wanted to get group attacks. The system informed him that he was now at level C, and that he had very little time left before his rank would increase. Activating the skill combination took some time, and by then, the performances were completely over. Zhang Song thanked his instructor, saying that he had become like a father to him, after which he promised him that he would never get fat again. The deputy director of the academy approached the young gentleman and informed him that the director of the academy was waiting for him. Yang was indeed waiting for the young gentleman because he wanted to have some negotiations with him. Since the academy was not yet officially open, no one knew about this training hall yet. The director of the academy was conducting a training session and was pleasantly surprised to see that the young gentleman had come after all. Lin Chu was a little surprised because he did not understand what exactly the director wanted to talk to him about, and was even a little afraid. Ouyang asked the young gentleman to focus on his powers and try to attack him in any way he could. Realizing that his new opponent's level was very high, he decided to immediately transform into a white rabbit to awaken the beast. Beautiful white rabbit ears appeared on his head, and a light of spiritual energy appeared in his eyes. The director and his deputy noticed that during the young man's absence, his strength had greatly improved and increased. The young man began to adjust his energy flows in order to use his spiritual energy as effectively as possible. At the same time, he decided to use a combination of skills and attacked him with thunder, after which he returned to his original position. The director of the academy was very surprised because the young man not only had the power of thunder and lightning, but also an attack of at least gold level. In a state of confusion, he asked the young gentleman to show him absolutely everything he was capable of. Lin Chu agreed to demonstrate all his power, so he activated the power of thunder and lightning that he had recently acquired. For his next attack, he decided to use a lightning strike called Heaven's Punishment. The academy director was somewhat confused because the young master's last attack was much higher than silver level. Lin Chu was very focused because he wanted to demonstrate both his skills and quality. Wu Ling looked closely at the young man, who was a freshman, and asked if he had anything else. Our hero noticed that the director had not suffered any damage and wanted to see how far he could go. He decided to try to demonstrate the super fast attack that the rabbit had given him. Stopping, he asked the director to be more careful because his next attack was really powerful. The academy director watched his opponent closely and did not understand what he was up to or why he was not attacking. With the help of a spatial portal, the young man managed to pull a hair from the academy director's head. The academy director was a little annoyed because the young man said that this was the extent of his ability. However, he considered these results to be excellent because in just a month, the young man had become much stronger and had a great future ahead of him. Realizing that the young man had indeed performed very well, he offered to become his teacher. The academy director said that the young man was slightly lacking in level for the cosmic system, so he wanted to give him a gift. The young man was very surprised because the gift he received was a golden level spiritual sphere of the cosmic system. The director looked closely at the young man and told him to try to swallow the sphere right away. The young man immediately began to interact with the spiritual sphere, after which he entered a state of breakthrough and reached the 4th silver star. The director understood that no one else in all of China possessed a cosmic system, so he now considered this young man his successor. After completing the breakthrough, Lin Chu decided to check it out right away and used the cutting system. The young man's teachers looked closely at the wooden mannequin, standing a short distance away from them. After a few moments, it was completely disassembled into a large number of pieces. The young gentleman was very surprised and did not understand how such a thing could be possible. He was pleased to have mastered a new skill that was very powerful and had an excellent range of action. The director was a little confused because the young man's cosmic system was very different from his own, and he asked for more details. Our hero said that a special feature was that he could use his power to open a portal or any door. Then the teacher decided to ask him if he had ever tried to open a special door. The young man thought about it because the ability to open any door was truly unique, and he wanted to try opening other doors. The system notified him that the radius of action had changed to 70 meters, and then he decided to try out his new skill. While opening the portal, he decided to try using the power of thunder to simply destroy the space. The director noticed that the young man's combination of actions was simply amazing. Our hero was also glad that he now had a variety of attack because they were now simply endless. He liked even more the fact that now he could open a portal right under his opponent's feet, thus trapping him. At that moment, the goddess of fire entered the room and told her grandfather that it was time for dinner. She did not expect to see the young master. She told her grandfather that there was a white rabbit in front of him and asked him to be careful and not let himself be deceived. Qian was negative about the young gentleman, but her grandfather scolded her, saying that he had his own eyes. She felt a little awkward after she learned that her grandfather had accepted this person as his successor. However, to her great surprise, her grandfather announced that this young gentleman would be her personal teacher during her training. Afterwards, the academy director said that he had some personal business to attend to and promised to return when everything was settled. Lin Chu spoke with his new teacher and headed towards the academic building to attend his first class. Zhang Sang announced that it was actually the weekend, so he grabbed his brother and said that they should have a good rest. Then they arrived at the building of the company that ranked 3rd in the country in terms of sales volume. Zhang was the second son of the company and met his brother and his new friend. After that, they all got to know each other because they needed to spend some time together. The second son was also very surprised when he saw his brother, who looked completely different. Everyone was really surprised because no one could believe that a person could lose so much weight in a month. After that, the new friends shook hands because they realized that now they could trust each other a little. After that, their new acquaintance invited them inside the company to hold negotiation. Our hero looked around in surprise because even the faces of such a large company were powerful. When they came out on a certain floor, his friend said that his brother was not only involved in the family business, but also sold various treasures. Lin Chu began to carefully examine the table, on which there was a large number of treasures and antiques. Carefully examining all the exhibits, he decided to use his ability to assess whether these treasures were real. However, to his great surprise, he discovered that there were too many fakes in this room. The middle son was confused because he had hired various experts and paid a huge amount of money for this collection. Our hero said that he understood his feelings perfectly and was ready to prove that his words were true. Qian put on gloves and said that he was ready to see his abilities, but was not sure that he had better knowledge than real experts. To begin with, they started examining a vase that had a tall stem, and on the stem, 3 convex patterns in the bamboo knot technique were visible. Our hero said that according to a preliminary assessment, this item was genuine, which meant that its value could be 2 million. The middle brother listened carefully and said that he had indeed paid 2.5 million. Lin Chu asked him not to be upset because the technique had appeared relatively recently, so this item was not an original. Qian was very upset, his heart beating faster because he realized that he had paid too much money for a fake. Our hero said that he understood his feelings perfectly, but wanted to continue simply to show him which items were fakes. As it turned out, more than half of the collection, for which huge sums of money had been paid, were ordinary cheap fakes. After thinking for a moment, the young gentleman suggested that our hero go with him to an auction the following week to check the quality of the items. Lin Chu agreed to attend the auction because he wanted to see some luxury items for himself. However, he decided to start by spinning the Wheel of Fortune and checking out his new skill. The system notified its owner that he had received the X-ray skill as his daily skill. Our hero decided to immediately try out his newly acquired X-ray skill, which allowed him to see the essence of things. After carefully examining his room, he understood how the X-ray skill worked, and he liked it very much. Zhang San entered the room, and our hero could see the entire structure of his skeleton. Lin Chu immediately began rubbing his eyes, because what he saw was very different from his imagination and expectations. Realizing that nothing had changed, he decided to pretend that nothing had happened. His friend informed him that he had prepared several suits because he was supposed to attend an auction with his brother today. At the entrance to the building where the auction was held, there were a large number of security guards who checked all the guests. Our hero decided not to change clothes after all, and to go in the clothes he felt comfortable in. Looking around, he realized that even the security guards were highly skilled in spiritual energy. After they passed the check, the security guards escorted the participants to a spacious hall with plenty of room. There weren't many people at the auction itself, so the guys decided to sit next to each other to be together. Zhang San said that only people related to very influential families could come to this auction. Lin Qi began to look around and was very surprised to find that Zheng was not far from them. The ice goddess was also very surprised because she did not expect to see a guy from a simple family at such an event. A beautiful girl was standing next to her, and our hero was confused, especially when he found out that she was the mother of his beloved. Wen Shihan, however, was not ready to treat the young gentleman kindly. He began to look closely at this woman because he hoped that in the future she would become his mother-in-law. The woman said that she had heard a lot about him from her daughter because he had beaten her precious daughter many times. The second brother of the family, which owned a third of all companies in China, also greeted her. Zhang Song said that this young gentleman was his best friend, so he and his brother invited him to the auction. Wen said that she had heard a lot about this young man from her daughter, who was generally unable to talk about anything for very long. Lin Chu told his aunt that she and her daughter were more like two beautiful sisters because they looked very attractive and young. The girl said that she really liked this young man because he knew how to set priorities and was very charming. The ice goddess immediately grabbed the young man by the hand and asked him not to talk nonsense because she understood that he should belong only to her. The mother was very pleased to look at this young man because she saw that her daughter was deeply in love with him. At that moment, the host announced that the auction was almost ready to open, so he asked everyone to take their seats. The owner of the pavilion reminded everyone that each item had its own certificate of authenticity, but that mistakes could sometimes occur. Our hero immediately understood that by saying this, the owner of the pavilion was saying that if there were any fakes at the auction, it would have nothing to do with him. The owner solemnly announced the opening of the auction, clapped his hands, and said that he was ready to offer them one item. This item was a glazed bowl with plum blossoms from the old dynasty, priced at 2 million. Qian asked his new appraiser to be very careful and evaluate this item. Our hero immediately used his special skills and abilities to check whether this glazed bowl was genuine. After that, he reported that this item was indeed genuine, but could not be worth more than 5 million. The middle brother immediately raised his hand and said he was ready to buy this item for 5 million. The owner of the trading pavilion was pleasantly surprised by such determination on the part of today's visitors. Since none of the guests planned to bid, the bowl was sold to the young gentleman. Lin Chu asked if it was possible to play any games of chance on the premises of this trading pavilion. Sun Ge was the heir to the Huiting company and went to Zhang because she was very interesting to him. The ice goddess was not thrilled about this meeting because she felt no attraction to this gentleman. However, our hero came to her rescue, saying that he had been looking for her in the trading pavilion for some time. He also reported which exhibits and lots were fake and which were genuine and should be purchased. The owner of the pavilion announced that it was now time to move on to the most interesting part of the auction. He said that the next exhibit would cost at least 100 million, so he asked everyone who was interested to follow him. Several people got up from their seats and followed the owner of the pavilion. The ice goddess was a little surprised that the young gentleman had invited her to follow him, because she understood that he had just saved her. Sun Ji was furious and couldn't understand how an ordinary freshman could get in his way. After that, they all went together with the owner of the trading pavilion, who was conducting the auction to see the real treasure. Sun Ge, still in a state of rage, asked his uncle for all the information about this young gentleman. All the auction participants looked around carefully because they were interested in what treasure had been prepared for them today. Our hero realized that the guy had left and was not coming back, so he simply lowered the ice goddess. She told him that if he allowed himself such behavior again, she would simply take his hand away. In fact, she understood that the young gentleman had simply saved her from unnecessary company, but she still believed that he should have warned her. Her mother asked the young people to stop arguing in public. After that, they went to the stone business, which consisted of mines where stones were mined as a commodity. Thanks to his special skill, our hero immediately determined that all of the exhibits were just junk. The event could be called normal, as all the stones were hidden under a thick shell, and it was difficult to see through it. Since our hero had X-ray vision, he could not determine that this stone was defective because it had a large crack in it. Observing the reaction of the owner of the trading pavilion, he realized that his team had experts who had determined that it was real junk, which is why it was put up for sale. Sun Ge approached our hero and told him to stay away from the goddess because he considered him completely unworthy. Lin Chu smiled because he understood that this gentleman was actually nothing special. However, his opponent had a very high opinion of himself and said that he and the ice goddess would be a perfect couple. Sun Ge, the god of rage, was especially angry after our hero told him that he should get the trash out of his head. The young men started arguing, each of them unhappy with the other's behavior. Sun Ge suggested that they play a game, on the condition that the loser would simply leave the city and no longer bother the ice goddess. Our hero was very surprised by this behavior and said that the ice goddess was not a commodity and therefore should not be treated this way. However, his opponent said that he should not hide behind the girl and should accept his bet like a real man. However, Lin Chi simply began to stick out his tongue at him and say that he did not agree because the bet was too low. After that, he proposed that the loser should pay 500 million. His opponent was confused because he did not expect such a high price in his bet. His uncle decided to support his nephew and said that they were dealing with a typical, cocky youngster. Gaining confidence, he began to laugh and asked his opponent not to cry if he lost. The ice goddess mother watched her daughter closely because she understood that this guy was very interesting. Jen was his top priority, so he was ready to do anything. Her mother began to laugh and said that it was high time for her daughter to choose a real man for herself. The manager of the shopping pavilion decided to intervene in the dispute and said that he wanted to offer them one option. He said that there were several exhibits in the area that were divided into different categories according to their cost. The task for each side was to choose 10 exhibits, and those with the most expensive exhibits would be the winners. The owners of the shopping pavilion began to present the stones to their opponents to tell them what they had chosen. The hero also carefully examined all the stones and said that he had made his choice. The owner was a little surprised because the stone our hero chose looked very small and could not contain anything valuable. After that, he invited an expert and said that if everyone was ready for the evaluation, someone had to be the first. Lin raised his hand and said that he had nothing to hide because he was completely confident in his abilities, and asked to open his stone first. The specialist immediately began to cut open the solidified lava to determine exactly what kind of stone was inside. Everyone present held their breath because it was simply unbelievable that there was jade inside. The owner of the trading pavilion took a flashlight to check whether the stone was really in excellent condition. After that, he announced that this stone could easily be worth about 10 million. Those present were surprised and thought that the guy was just lucky because this first stone turned out to be very expensive. The next stone was up, and the owner asked how they wanted it cut. The uncle asked for a straight cut in the middle so that the fragment would not be damaged. Our hero began to laugh loudly and explained that he was just remembering yesterday's joke. The owner of the trading pavilion announced that they would begin cutting the stone to determine its value. Lin Chi had also initially set his sights on this stone, but his uncle turned out to be quicker. Everyone present watched the process closely because when the stone was cut open, it appeared to be gold inside, which meant that the stone was of the highest quality. Sunji was very happy because he understood that they had most likely won. The owner began to carefully examine the stone and reported that because of the longitudinal cut, it had hit the calcite directly, which meant that the stone was no longer marketable and its price was no higher than 8 million. Accordingly, when evaluating one type of stone, it was Lin who won, as his stone was 2 million better. Zheng told the young gentleman that she was very happy for him and decided to root for him. Lin Chu was a little surprised that the goddess was so happy about his victory and offered to buy something from her so that she would remember him. She said that their dispute was over, so she did not need anything from him. Continuing to select stones, they noticed that the second batch had simply fallen apart, which meant that no one had won. During the third batch, they managed to defeat their opponent, but the difference between them was only 9 million. Lin was completely confident in himself and his abilities because he possessed special skills that no one knew about. Wang Tan was very angry because they had spent more than 100 million on these stones. The host of the bet announced that it was time to choose the last stones that would determine today's winner. Wang was confused because he was unsure about the remaining stones and did not want to take responsibility for losing millions. His opponent really wanted to win and was about to give up, so he pointed to the most expensive stone and asked for it to be cut. Our hero was a little puzzled because he could not afford to buy such an expensive stone just to win. His opponent was completely confident of his victory because he understood that the stone he had chosen would most likely cost about 100 million. Zheng was a little scared because she understood that their opponent had decided to use a cunning tactic. Our hero decided to raise the stakes a little and announced that the winner would also receive the opponent's stone as a prize. Sun Ji knew that everyone was watching him, so he agreed in order not to be considered a coward. After that, our hero went over to me and chose a fairly small stone, which greatly surprised those present. Even the owner of the trading pavilion was surprised by the size of the stone and asked if the gentleman was sure of his choice. Even from the outside, the sizes of the stones were very different because our hero had indeed chosen a small stone. Wen Gai asked to open his stone first because he wanted the young man to see his mistake. I realized, however, to his great surprise, when the stone was opened, it turned out to be completely empty inside. The young man was confused and asked to cut the stone into several more pieces because it was empty. However, when the stones were divided into pieces, it turned out that it was completely empty inside and there was no wealth. The auctioneer said that the maximum he could offer for such a stone was 15 million, but no more because it was empty. Wang Ge was very surprised because he realized that he had won at least 13 million. On the other hand, he understood that his opponent had a stone with a nominal value of no more than 3,000, which meant that he had definitely won. To everyone's surprise, Lin Chu said that he did not plan to cut the stone because he had completely different plans for it. He asked to simply polish his stone because he said he was sure that it was very beautiful and expensive. The owner of the trading pavilion was very surprised by this decision because he understood that such a stone could not be so expensive. Nevertheless, he decided not to argue and began to polish the stone because, according to the terms of the agreement, he had to do everything the owner said. Everyone present was very surprised because during the polishing, it turned out that it was a real imperial emerald. Those present were delighted because they understood that such a stone could not cost less than 50 million, which meant that the difference would be huge. Zhang San thought it was incredible because the young man was able to find a treasure in a stone for only 3,000 yuan. Wang Ge was simply horrified because he realized that he did not have such a large sum to pay off his debt. The others began to offer the young man 80 million yuan and more for the Imperial Emerald because they wanted to add to their collection. People were confused and began to offer huge sums because they wanted these jewels so badly. The owner announced that he was ready to buy the stone for 100 million and, along with it, all the other precious stones. Lin Chu was very happy because he did not want to have the extra hassle of selling the stones. However, the young man kept one stone for himself because he had completely different plans for it. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the ice goddess and realized that he wanted to give her a small gift in honor of her victory. Jen saw that the young man was heading straight for her, holding such a stunning red jade in his hands. Her head began to fill with various thoughts because she thought that he wanted to give her this jade and might also confess his love to her. The girl began to feel very nervous and even covered her face with her hands because she did not know how to behave in this situation. However, to her great surprise, the young man simply walked past her and approached her mother with the gift, the stone. He said that they had only met today and he did not yet know her tastes, so he hoped that such a modest gift would not be unpleasant. The ice goddess mother said that she really liked the gift and hoped that he would not disappoint her. The young gentleman thanked her for her kind words and said that he would try very hard and work diligently. The losing participant began to ask his father to transfer him money because he understood that they simply would not let him go. He was very grateful that his father supported him after all and transferred him the necessary amount to pay off his debt. Lin checked his account and reported that a large amount of money had indeed been transferred to him. His opponents were leaving, and he was very polite, waving his hand and wishing them a safe journey. Our hero was simply delighted because in just one day, he was able to earn a whole 600 million. He immediately thought of his dragon egg and realized that this money would not be enough to purchase a sufficient number of spiritual spheres. The middle brother praised him, saying that the young gentleman had proven himself to be a true expert. The young man immediately realized that such a person had a lot of connection, so he asked him for help. The young man said that his concerns that day would become his concern, so he said that it would be a great joy and honor to help him. Lin Chu said that he needed to buy several magical spiritual spheres with the money he had won. The young man said that this would not be possible, however, as this money would not be enough for cosmic spheres. Our hero said that any spiritual spheres would suit him, as long as they were of a high level. He realized that he was a little tired after a whole day, so he decided to rest for a few days at the hotel. The system notified him that the young master's daily skill had become the transformation of a higher-ranked rabbit due to the moonlight. The young man was a little surprised because he usually received weaker types of skills as his daily skill. The system informed him that this time he had received the skill of a jade rabbit, which was fully compatible with all his other skills. After that, the skills merged successfully, and now the hero could transform into a cosmic moon rabbit. The young man thought for a moment and asked his system to open his skills panel so he could study everything more carefully. Now his strength could increase due to a certain phase of the moon. So during a full moon, he received a whopping 500% increase to all his characteristics. Having received a lot of useful information, sleep simply slipped away from him, so he decided to use these skills right away. Getting out of bed, he tried to enter a state of transformation to see what his rabbit image looked like now. The transformation was successful, and he went to the mirror to check out his improved rabbit ears and body. The system asked its owner not to get too cocky because, based on his current level, he would only be able to hold out for a minute. On the other hand, our hero understood that even these stats were pretty amazing. Zhang San announced that it was time to get up because classes were about to begin. A large number of people were standing in the squares with suitcases because they were students returning to the academy. As they walked down the street, a girl shouted for them to help carry her suitcases. Since her request was completely rude, the young men pretended not to hear her. Yoon was confused and did not understand why the young men were behaving so strangely because she was used to being treated differently. Lin approached her and asked what exactly she wanted from them and why she was speaking in such a tone. The girl was confused because no one had ever ignored her so openly before. Usually, everyone immediately gravitated toward her. After thinking for a moment, she decided that they were just trying to get her attention in a cunning way. Lowering her eyes to the floor, She said that it would be enough if they just carried her suitcases to the first floor. To her great surprise, the young men said that they felt obliged to help because she had behaved very arrogantly. Yoon understood that the young man was absolutely right, but usually the guys she met did everything right away. So she decided to apologize and asked the young men to be very polite and help her lift her luggage after all. To her surprise, the young man walked past her again and said that she should have asked nicely in the first place. Smiling, he reached for her luggage and said that he would only do it because she had admitted her mistake. The girl ran after them and said that she had not seen them here before, so they were most likely freshmen. Zhang Sang introduced himself and his friend, then said that it would have been better if she had introduced herself first. The girl introduced herself but was very surprised that they did not recognize her, because she was the most beautiful girl in the third year. On the other hand, she understood that it was forgivable for them not to know such information, because they were only freshmen. The whole team decided to stop near the dormitory, because they had to talk to the command about their rooms. All kinds of things began to fall out of one room, including underwear, which made the girl blush and feel embarrassed. Afterwards, she thanked the young men and said she would go on her own. They were surprised that everything was so strange in the girls' dormitory. Everyone sorted out their things, rested a little, and then went to their classes. The first lesson was entirely devoted to spiritual animals and the rules for raising them. Mei Yu was the teacher and said that he was a very famous professor of spiritual animals in China. Our hero was very bored because he understood that no one else knew these creatures better than he did. Then he decided to leaf through the workbook and textbook, and to his surprise, found that there were a lot of mistakes. He did not like that there were so many mistakes in the text, so he decided to correct them. He became so absorbed in his work that he stopped paying attention to what was happening in the classroom. At one point, the professor approached him and noticed that during his lecture, he was constantly writing something down. The young man explained that he had found a few mistakes in the teaching materials and decided to correct them. The professor began to carefully examine the young man's notes and was very surprised by his knowledge. Mei Yu began to read carefully and asked him to provide evidence as to why cats cannot be classified as nocturnal animals. Lin Chu said that these spiritual beings couldn't see in the dark because they had poor eyesight, but they hunted at night because they had sharp hearing. The other students were confused and didn't understand why the professor, who was very famous throughout China, was consulting with a young student. After a while, they even plucked up the courage to remind the professor that they actually had a class. However, to their great surprise, the professor said that there were some errors in the teaching material, so he asked the rest of them to continue preparing for the next class. The students were confused and did not understand who this young man was that the professor himself was consulting with. Our hero did not understand why the professor had started to rush so much and was checking every inscription after him. The professor said that every mistake could cost someone their life, for which they would be responsible, so everything had to be corrected right away. The next lesson was devoted to advanced mathematics, and after the break, the students began to take their seats. Lin planned to sit next to his goddess, but he was stopped by the class president, who said that he was very smart. Zhang asked the young gentleman not to worry about anything and sat down at another desk. The girl was delighted with the young gentleman's knowledge and wanted him to be her personal teacher. Lin Chu did not want to interact with the goddess of fire at all, so he decided to take his notebooks and pretend to be very busy. After all the lessons were over, it was time for practice and practical classes. All the students began to gather in the square, wondering what their new practical instructor would be like. Lin didn't understand why the academy director was constantly walking beside him, since they could spend time apart. He was very upset because this meant he could spend very little time with his beloved ice goddess. Han, who was originally an educational consultant, announced that she would be the practical training instructor this semester. Everyone was very happy because this teacher possessed stunning beauty and power. She announced that there were certain rules in her classes, so before the start of training, everyone had to demonstrate their power. The hero was a little upset because he was the only one who was a regular white rabbit. The class president, who possessed the power of ice, was the first to demonstrate her strength. Zhang activated her cold power and demonstrated all her abilities. Yang Qiang was next and demonstrated the power of a real wall of fire to the other students. Han announced that the young gentleman was next in line. Lin was very confused and told the teacher that he did not understand what exactly he was supposed to demonstrate. She told him not to be shy and that he could calmly transform into a white rabbit, promising that none of the students would laugh. Then he decided to demonstrate his form after all, and transformed into a white moon jade rabbit. All the girls were simply delighted because this student's animal form was simply stunning. All the students watched the transformation of the white rabbit closely and were delighted because they wanted to touch its ears. Our hero decided to demonstrate a minimal part of his power in order to simply complete the task. All the female students were charmed by such a beautiful and strong young man, and even began to fall in love with him. The ice goddess also noticed that the young gentleman's form had changed and become much better. Sima Yang was charmed by the young gentleman's actions and thanked her grandfather for becoming such a wonderful student. The teacher realized that she had to change the student, otherwise all the other girls would simply faint. The other young men saw the young gentleman as their rival and began to worry. The next student understood that his form looked much better than that of the white rabbit, so he transformed himself into a proud eagle. However, to his great surprise, the female students in the background were not enthusiastic and said that his form was not very beautiful. The teacher said that she had seen enough and that she would definitely develop individual training plans based on their abilities. She asked all the other students to run a few laps around the stadium as a warm-up. The students were confused because the main physical training was already over, and they hoped they wouldn't have to run again. However, the teacher just smiled and said that they would run endlessly until they reached the gold level. For this reason, those students who had already developed the gold form understood that they would not have to run. One of the students was surprised that the young man was standing and doing nothing. The teacher said that everyone had to run. Lin smiled and asked how she knew that he had not achieved the golden rank. The teacher said that she was ready to test all his abilities personally in front of witnesses. Han stretched out his hand and demonstrated his energy flow so that she could assess his abilities. Our hero was a little surprised because the teacher's hand was very soft and gentle and weighed nothing at all. He began to fill his physical hand with strength in order to demonstrate that he had indeed reached the gold level. The teacher was a little surprised because she did not understand how the student's strength could increase so quickly. The student, who was watching the whole process closely, was very surprised and did not want to believe that his opponent had gold. However, the teacher asked the student not to be distracted because he had to line up and run with the others. Then she announced that in 2 months, there would be a special competition. Lin Chu said that the director had already reserved a place for him in the competition, so he knew that it would be held. Han was a little surprised that the students ahead of her had been sent ahead of her, but she said that one more student from their class would participate. Our hero was very surprised by this news and became curious to find out who the second student would be. Zhang Sang had demonstrated very good results and was supposed to be the second student to be sent to certain competitions. The teacher explained that he had an excellent ability to increase everything by 10%, so he would be an excellent supporting player. Lin was very surprised because he did not think that there would be team events during the competition, so he asked for more details. The teacher was also surprised that a place had been reserved for the student, but he knew nothing about the competition. She then explained that the winner of the competition would be awarded a certain number of points, and that each team was entitled to field additional players. The young man was very surprised, but he was pleased to learn that he could go to the competition with his friend. The teacher said that, at the moment, his abilities could last no more than 2 minutes, but during the competition, 2 minutes could be decisive. Then our hero thought about who their opponents would be, because he was even afraid to imagine it. Their opponent was to be Jiang Hu, who had an awakening in the form of destruction, and was at the level of 3 platinum stars. At one point, Han decided not to hold back anymore, and touched the young gentleman's hair to make sure it was really soft and fluffy. Han really enjoyed touching his hair because it had a special silkiness to it. Our hero realized that he was being sent to this competition more to gain experience, but he decided to prepare for it anyway. The students told the teacher that they could no longer run because they were very tired and asked her to let them rest. She explained to them that she was making them run laps for a reason, because it would increase their strength. The students were very surprised to learn that better physical fitness reduces the side effects caused by other people's abilities. Han decided to take pity on the students and announced that class was over for the day. She then turned to the students who had signed up for the competition and asked them to come to training in the evening. In the evening, third-year students had classes at the training ground. Chen Long had a platinum star and a cosmic system, so he approached the young men because he didn't understand why they had forgotten about the training ground. The senior students were really surprised and didn't understand why the first-year students were on the field. Our hero said that his teacher had invited him, which is why they had come to the training ground at that time. The third-year students were a little surprised and decided to wait for the instructor and academic advisor to figure it out. Our hero and his friend Hiller said that they were silver level. Chen Long started laughing because he didn't understand what could be so special about students who were only silver level. Han came out onto the training field and said that now they had to test each other's abilities. Lin Chu didn't understand how they could even test gold and platinum level abilities. Consultant Han asked Zhang San for his abilities, because he was only a supporting hero. Jang San immediately activated his abilities and filled the space around him with an increased amount of spiritual energy. He directed all his strength directly at Yoon so that she could assess his abilities. The girl was simply delighted with her sensations because her body began to burn and she felt her strength increasing. The students really liked these skills, so they were very happy about it and wanted to accept him into their team. Healers were liked by everyone, as always, so our hero was a little upset. Boy was ready to become our hero's opponent because he really did have a lower rank. Lin understood that the difference in their styles was too great, so he decided to demonstrate his maximum strength and transformed into a rabbit. After that, he immediately began to attack in order to increase his chances of winning. His temporary opponent was very surprised and couldn't believe that this student was only at the silver level. At the same time, he noticed that the white rabbit's movements were too fast. Lin used the rabbit paw technique and launched a final attack on his opponent. All the other students who were watching their confrontation were confused and couldn't believe their eyes. Boy had an amazing level of defense and said that he had underestimated his abilities, but asked him to simply admit defeat. Our hero had no intention of giving up, so he carefully watched his opponent's actions to understand his level of transformation. Boy had the form of an armored vehicle, so his defense was truly remarkable in its quantity and strength. Lin understood that such a confrontation would be too much for him alone, and that he would have to use various tricks. To begin with, the two opponents clashed in their own animal form, which they awakened in the sky. Our hero understood that it was very difficult to break through the guy's defense, which meant he had to find his weak spot. To begin with, he decided to jump back a few steps to increase the space between them. Then he began to activate the power of lightning and thunder to try this technique. His opponent was a little surprised because it was the first time anyone had been able to paralyze him, even if only for a very short time. Our hero immediately noticed this and decided to use the tactic of applying the same series of attacks. He very quickly, with the speed of a white rabbit, attacked his opponent with lightning and thunder. Boy tried to hold back his opponent's attack, but with every passing minute, it became more and more difficult for him to do so. The teacher noticed that the young man's movements were very precise and fast, and his tactics were characterized by cunning. However, at some point, his opponent got tired of such games, so he decided to use his special technique. The technique was so powerful and fast that our hero simply did not have time to react and fell to the ground. Wang Hui was a healer and began to worry greatly about the health of the first-year student, so she immediately approached him to heal his minor injuries and restore his health. Han asked her not to do anything, as he was sure that the young gentleman was perfectly fine. Our hero did not have time to fully understand what was happening when another attack from the enemy was directed at him. Thanks to the special properties of the white rabbit, this time he managed to jump aside so that the attack did not hit him. Seeing that the moon had appeared in the sky, he decided to use the moon rabbit in the form of a moon lion. Because there was a crescent moon in the sky, all his characteristics were improved by 120%. The teacher and the healer noticed that the white rabbit's form was simply amazing. Lin understood that the difference in strength was really too great, so he decided on another approach. For this reason, he accelerated his actions as much as possible in order to take advantage of the element of surprise and inflict maximum damage on his opponent. Boy was very surprised because he had to admit defeat to a guy with a silver level. To his even greater surprise, the young man approached him and held out his hand, asking if everything was okay. The third-year student smiled because he understood that this young man was a real demon. His opponent held out his hand. He shook it and said that he accepted his defeat. To his great surprise, the healer of his course did not approach him, the young gentleman. Boy did not understand why first aid was not given to him first, since he was much more seriously injured than the freshman. The cat did not pay attention to him and put her hand on the young gentleman to heal his strength. Our hero was pleasantly surprised that the third-year students shook his hand and said they were glad to see him on their team. As a small reward, the teacher gave the freshman magical spheres to develop his strength. She also said that if the young man was stronger, she was ready to conduct special dual training for him. Lin Chu came home, began to carefully examine the reward, and realized that it was too small for him. Therefore, he decided to give these spheres to his egg, which indicated that it would soon be able to break out of its shell. When the phone rang, he was informed that his older brother had been able to buy several gold-ranked spheres. Zhang San said that he didn't have time to go himself, so he asked his friend to take care of everything. Ming was very happy, because in fact, the young master spent all his free time with her. Meanwhile, our hero could only dream that the ice goddess would take care of him, as his grandfather was gone. He was a little upset, but he understood that his career came first, so he got dressed and decided to go get the gold beads. Uncle Wang was not ready to admit defeat, so he sent his best assistant to follow the young student. Meanwhile, our hero called a taxi and went to his friend's corporation to get the beads. The young man reported that he had managed to catch about 100 gold and several platinum-level beads at the auction, but there was no space system. Lin thanked his new friend for his work and said that he would gladly accept the number of beads. On the street, he noticed that some people were actively following. He took out his phone and sent several voice messages to his friend so that he could help him if necessary. He was very curious to find out what the people who were following him were up to, so he decided to turn into an alley. Our hero couldn't fit the box with the spheres into his space pocket because there was a very voracious dragon egg in there. Unexpectedly, 3 very strong men appeared in his path and stared at him intently. Our hero made a very surprised face and said that he hoped they wouldn't steal from him because he had no money left. Then he decided to have some fun and said that if the young gentlemen were there for another reason, they should be gentler with him. Since he was curious to find out what these people were up to, he allowed them to put a paper bag over his head. He even had to show slight resistance so that his opponents would not suspect anything. After a while, the executors delivered the target to the specified address. Wang thanked his employees and asked them to stay downstairs so they could keep an eye on the entrance. Our hero found it very funny because this was exactly the person he expected to see right in front of him. The opponent, who had lost a lot of money to him, said that he would like to offer him some kind of cooperation. Lin thought that cooperation was usually discussed a little differently, and this situation was more like a normal kidnapping. His interlocutor said that he understood that he was an excellent appraiser, so he offered him cooperation with a 50-50 split of the profits. Our hero smiled and said that such an offer was of no interest to him because he would be doing all the work and only getting half the reward. To his surprise, he only now noticed that Yan had platinum from the power system. His interlocutor said that for the money he had won from him that time, he would have to fix everything. Our hero said that he had transferred all the money, so he could not help him in any way, and asked him to contact his uncle directly. Suddenly, the walls of the building began to crumble, and the goddess of cold appeared in the room. Jen went to the young gentleman and confessed that she was very concerned about his condition and well-being. Our hero did not plan to see her, and began to worry that his friend had sent such a girl to such a dangerous place. The goddess of ice admitted that as soon as she received information that the young gentleman was in danger, she immediately ran to save him. Lin was very surprised because he could not even imagine that the girl was so worried about him. However, he was very pleased to see so much care and concern on her part. Wang immediately received an order from the younger Tom to eliminate this enemy immediately. There, he began to activate his electrical powers, but did not understand why his body would not obey him. For this reason, they were confused and did not understand how the young master could have done something that caused their powers to disobey them. Lin Chu simply spread his hands and said that he had done nothing at all and had nothing to do with it. Looking around, the opponent saw the great master Yang Zi, who could easily block even platinum-level attacks. The director of the academy was very surprised because he did not expect to see students from his first year. He thought he had been summoned for some urgent matter and did not expect it to be such a trifle. Our hero decided to pluck up his courage and asked his beloved to be his official girlfriend. Their opponent was furious because he considered himself a worthy candidate for the ice goddess. Unable to bear watching the two lovers, he simply threw a chair at his opponent. Jen didn't want to be distracted from such an important conversation, so she simply attacked her rival herself. After that, she looked into the eyes of her beloved white rabbit and asked him to repeat his question. After the young gentleman repeated his question, she took his hand and said that she would gladly be his girlfriend. The educated couple began because they were overwhelmed with warm feelings. The enemy was confused and did not understand how the ice goddess, whom he had courted for so long, could do this to him. Lin patted his girlfriend on the head and asked her not to worry about anything, then said that he would deal with it himself. He approached his opponent and said he was ready to continue their fascinating conversation. Sun said he fully accepted his defeat and was ready to lose his life here and now. However, our hero said he wasn't interested in such a cheap life and only wanted money, so he took his phone. He dialed the phone number of his opponent's father, who, as soon as he picked up the phone, immediately started shouting that he only had 30 seconds to say what he needed to say. Lin said that he had taken his son hostage and that if he transferred 100 million yuan to his account, they would gladly let him go. The father was speechless for a moment, so there was silence for a while. Zheng was a little surprised and didn't understand why her new boyfriend needed 1,000 yuan. Our hero smiled and said that it would be his first wedding gift to his beloved goddess. The ice goddess smiled and said that she had agreed to be his girlfriend for now, but did not say anything about becoming his wife. After a while, the father announced that he was willing to pay only 1 million for his son's life. Our hero smiled and asked the gentleman not to rush to conclusions because he was sure that they would come to a mutual agreement. Therefore, he decided to reduce the amount slightly and offered 900 million for the life of such an outstanding son. Unexpectedly, the director grabbed the phone and informed Xiao's son that Ouyang Ze was talking to him. Song was the chairman of a very large company, and when he heard such a great name, he was too confused and frightened. The director informed his interlocutor that his son had kidnapped a student of the academy and greatly hurt his honor. Xiao Sun said he was willing to pay 2 billion yuan if they agreed to keep everything secret, and he would talk to his son personally. The director smiled and said he would gladly accept such an offer, but if such actions were repeated, he would be forced to close his company. The master said that all the money would be transferred to the boy's account because he no longer needed the money and was sure that with age, everyone would understand that money was not the most important thing. Lin thanked the master and agreed that all the things that were much more valuable, but at his level of development, money was very important to him. A few minutes later, his bank informed him that all the money had indeed been transferred. Sun was very upset because he knew that his father would never forgive him for such a stunt. Lin threw a coin at his opponent and said that he now looked very much like a beggar. Wang looked his opponent in the face and said that they would definitely meet again in the future when he had improved. The young gentleman smiled and said that he would look forward to that moment, but he was sure that he would still win. They understood that the properties enveloped them at once, but in this state, they definitely could not resist. The director said it was time for him to return to the academy, so he offered to give the students a ride back. Lin asked him to wait a little longer because he really wanted to check something very valuable to him. He said he had a dragon egg that was very voracious, and he had recently received several magic spheres. The master was a little surprised when he heard this information because dragon eggs were very difficult to obtain at that time. However, he did not understand why his student was carrying such a large number of magic spheres, but did not hatch the dragon egg. Our hero explained that this amount was not enough to reveal the dragon. Higher level spheres were required. The academy director was a little puzzled and asked why he hadn't tried another method. The young man replied that another method would take too much time because it would require incubating the egg using his own energy. The master smiled and decided to give him a hint, saying that dragon eggs could be imbued with other types of spiritual energy. Therefore, he decided to allow the young man to try to charge the dragon egg with his best lightning bolts. Lin decided not to waste precious time and immediately accepted his new dragon egg. The egg really did instantly absorb the spiritual energy it received from the power. Then the young master decided to try some other method and asked the master to set up a magical barrier. His previous task was to neutralize some explosives that he carried in his spatial pocket. The master agreed to help the young man, so he cast a magical barrier around the egg and they placed the explosives there. Carefully observing the process, they noticed that the egg remained intact and unharmed, but at the same time, a spiritual being began to manifest itself on it. The master and the young gentleman were a little surprised because they realized that the dragon egg was capable of withstanding absolutely any energy. After conducting a small analysis, our hero suggested that in order for the egg to hatch, a little nuclear energy would be required. The director was a little worried because the egg could completely absorb the nuclear energy, and then a real catastrophe would occur. Lin Chu was completely confident in his knowledge and could be trusted, so he wanted to try. The director was once again convinced that he had indeed chosen the right student, so he agreed to conduct such an experiment. To begin with, they decided to try to combine their energies to fill the dragon egg. At the end of the experiment, the master asked the young gentleman to absorb all the magic spheres and planned to conduct a new training session the next day. Returning home, the young man was delighted because he did not expect the master's special training to be so effective. After a while meditating and absorbing the spiritual magic spheres, he noticed that the door to his room had opened. It was the ice goddess, who informed him that it was time to go because they had worked hard today. Our hero was slightly confused as to why she didn't just tell him, but simply came. The girl was a little taken aback by this question and even began to get nervous, causing a magical field to form around her. Lin tried to explain that this was not what he meant, but simply wanted to say that she was charming. Then he decided to turn the tables and take her by surprise, so they headed towards the restaurant. Zheng asked him to let go of her hand because she realized that everyone around them was watching him, understanding that she had a boyfriend. Yang Zai was also in the restaurant, and when she saw her beautiful white rabbit, she immediately called out to him. However, she was very surprised because she noticed that the goddess of cold was holding a roller skate. She did not understand how this could be possible because she was the goddess of fire, which meant that there should not have been any increased attention. The classmates sat down at the table and could not contain their emotions because they were competitors. After dinner, our hero announced that they couldn't spend time together because he needed to prepare for the competition over the next 2 months. The goddess of ice told him that he didn't need to worry about it because she understood everything and didn't know that his opponent would be too strong. Lin was very worried because he was afraid that he would lose right after the first round. Jen decided to support him in her own way. If he lost, he might not come back at all. The young man hugged the girl and said that he understood her perfectly, so he would work very hard and asked her not to miss him too much. Jen fixed her hair and said that she would still miss him very much, but hoped that time would fly by quickly. Lin Chu hugged her waist and said he would not let her go, after which they just hugged. After 2 months of hard training, our heroes went to the place where the special competition was held. Lin was a little upset because in 2 months he had reached the peak of silver, but had not managed to break through to the gold level. However, thanks to his very hard training, he still managed to develop his physical form to 3 stars gold. During this time, he was able to master several types of sword skills and the art of wushu. Ming and Zheng were very worried about their young ones because the competition was too difficult. The young men were very pleased that the girls had found the time to come and see them off. Lin was very surprised because he knew that his girlfriend did not like large crowds. So he ran up to her, grabbed her, and simply decided to kiss her because he loved her very much. The ice goddess wished him luck and said she would believe that he would definitely return with victory. Then she smiled and waved to him, turned around, and left because she didn't want anyone to spy on them. After that, Lin was ecstatic and decided to win the competition no matter what. Meanwhile, the teams had already begun to gather in the square and take their places. Han looked at all the participants and said that they were the face of the academy and therefore had to give their best effort. The entire team was put on a plane so that they could get to the competition venue as quickly and comfortably as possible. The host was surprised that 2 first-year students from the academy were participating because this had never happened before. The academy representative smiled and said they were not ready to comment on this. The teacher asked her first-year students to ignore such remarks from the hosts, as they were simply trying to undermine their confidence. Planes flew in from different directions and buses arrived. After a while, everyone was assembled. The teacher admitted that it was a big mystery to her why he had chosen to enter the academy, because after the exams he had a very wide choice. Lin Chu gave his answer because the host announced that the competition rules had been slightly changed and there were now 8 teams. The teacher said that there were other academies in their country, so there were 8 participants. They understood that their opponents were also very strong students, which meant that everything had to be discussed at the meeting. The teacher gathered everyone in the conference room for a meeting for the competition participants. Han announced that the rules of the competition were actually very simple because there would only be 2 rounds. In the first round, all teams would compete in one-on-one matches, and they would receive 1 point for a win and 5 points for a team win. In the individual round, they would participate in a specific sequence in order to correctly match their level. Lin understood that if they really matched their opponents, even a weak team could win. He strongly agreed with his tactics and announced that there would also be team rounds. The deputy director said that there would be at least 2 points because 2 of his students were platinum level. Xuan was also platinum level, so she was confident in her abilities and victory. Han thought that if they could really distribute their forces correctly, they would get at least 4 points. Chen Gong said that thanks to Zhang Song's skills, they would have an increased chance of victory because each of them would be gold level. The teacher showed them a stack of papers and said that all the information about their opponents had been collected there. The academy director asked the students to get plenty of rest so that they could give it their all. The healer approached the white rabbit, patted it on the head, and said that tomorrow would be its real debut. Lin began to carefully study the cards with his opponent's personal information to understand how to behave during the confrontation. When all the students left, he remained alone in the office and began to carefully study the information he had received. In order to try to improve his chances, he turned to his system to get a daily boost. However, to his great surprise, the system informed him that this time, he had acquired the skill of controlling any flying machine. The young man was a little upset because he was sure that he would be able to acquire a skill that would raise his level to gold. But now he had simply learned to fly a plane. Feeling disappointed, he decided to go and relax anyway, and thought about where his ability to fly an airplane would come in handy. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar girl who was the leader of the research group, and she began to hug him, saying that she had missed him very much. Lin was very surprised and did not understand what Shang-Chi was doing in such a place, since she was very busy at work. The girl smiled and said that she had come on a work assignment because they were responsible for security. Behind him stood a young man who exuded a very powerful and confident energy. Jong-Hu had 3 platinum stars and a very rare awakening skill in the form of a destroyer, and was also the brother of the research group leader. At the same time, the young man was very surprised that such a young gentleman was his sister's teacher. Shang-Chi told her brother that he should call the young gentleman his uncle. The platinum owner was confused and activated his power because he did not understand why he should call a 20-year-old guy his uncle. Our hero was also a little confused because the energy emanating from his supposed opponent was simply amazing. Shang-Chi spread her arms and said that her brother had no right to attack her master. Jong-Hu was very unhappy, but he understood that he couldn't upset his sister, so he extended his hand to his new acquaintance. Lin waved his hand in response, perhaps because the adults needed to talk. Jong-Hu was furious, but had no right to argue with them, so he wished his sister luck and asked her to be careful. Our hero was a little surprised and decided to ask his student if it was really her brother. She said that their grandfathers were very good friends, so they spent their entire childhood together. Shang-Chi said that she had accumulated a lot of questions that she couldn't find answers to, so she came here specifically for the master. Lin Chu looked at her book of questions and realized that it was much thicker than a large encyclopedia. The head of the research group smiled and said that she would like to discuss these questions at the nearest cafe. Zhang San also decided to go to the cafe during his break before the competition. Passing by the tables, he was very surprised when he saw his brother with a girl he didn't know. It seemed very strange to him because the girl and the young man were communicating very sweetly with each other. She grabbed her brother and said that if he really tried to sit still, they would tell their sister everything when they got home. Lin was a little surprised and didn't understand why he was talking such nonsense, because he was just teaching his student. Zhang San was very surprised and couldn't believe his ears and eyes, because the girl looked much older and couldn't be just a student. Shen Xin explained that she was the head of the logistics department in one of the organizations. Zhang Sang was still very surprised, but decided not to argue and shook hands with the girl to greet her. Shanxi said that it was time for her to leave too, as they were preparing to ensure the security of the upcoming competition, so they said goodbye. A large number of spectators took their seats and were told that everything would be broadcast live. Each team understood that the opening ceremony would begin very soon, and each team wanted to prove that they were the best. Chen Long noticed that the opposing team had already begun to gather behind him. Zhang reminded him that for the past 2 years, they had consistently lost to their academy by a large margin. Chen Long was completely confident in his team and their abilities this time, so he hoped that this year they would be able to win. The energy of the 2 opposing team leaders began to clash. Zhang San noticed that the opponent had a very strong destructive aura, and it was even difficult to stand next to him. Jiang was delighted with what was happening, because the members of the opposing team had begun to fear him greatly, and their legs were even buckling. Zhang San analyzed all his emotions and realized that he was beginning to feel fear. Lin took a few steps forward and began to laugh that his nephew was talking to his elders incorrectly. Zhang's behavior was indeed unacceptable, so he politely apologized. He also said that he would no longer behave so unrestrainedly and promised to be more polite. Lin and Zhang San thanked him for realizing his mistakes and apologizing in a timely manner. Shang-Chi also approached them, and seeing the general tension, decided to clarify what exactly had happened. Zhang was a little scared because he understood that his sister was a demoness and possessed enormous power, so he said that nothing had happened. She, in turn, asked him not to cause any problems during the competition, and to speak up immediately if he didn't like something. Shang-Chi wished the young gentleman good luck, and left to go to his observation post. The hostess drew everyone's attention and announced that it was time to begin the grand opening ceremony of the competition. Liu Mengni was a very popular actress, and all the boys who were present at the competition dreamed of her. Most of the students stopped listening to what the hostess was saying because they just wanted to watch her. The hostess invited the first team of participants, who had arrived from the capital's academy, onto the stage. Next, representatives of the Shanghai Academy of Various Arts came on stage. In fact, all the participants were very excited because they understood that they were now representing their academies. When everyone took their seats, Lin noticed that Zhang Sang looked very depressed, so he decided to support him. Shang-Chi had a very urgent question and asked the master to help her solve it. Our hero understood that he was a little busy, but in any case, he would have to answer her questions. Meanwhile, the host introduced all the judges, who were the directors of the represented academies. Xiangboy was also present among the judges, because he was an independent expert and an additional judge. Lin was very surprised because he could not even imagine that he would be able to meet people of such stature. The director of the academy was the only master in the whole country who possessed the cosmic system. C2 Wei, the director of the capital's academy, announced that the competition was open. In honor of the opening of this very special annual competition, fireworks were even set off. After the draw, each team began to line up opposite each other for the competition. Xiao Yang, the leader of another academy, was not so lucky in the first round, facing the strongest students. Jiang understood that his sister's new acquaintance, who was a master, had angered him greatly, so he decided to take it out on others. Since the competition had begun, he wanted to demonstrate his strength and prove himself. Xiao Yang was a little scared, because he understood that his opponent was too strong, but he didn't want to lose so easily. He understood that he would lose anyway, so he wanted to do it with dignity, and decided to try to attack his opponent with a wall of flames. Jiang easily destroyed his opponent's attack with his strength, smiled, and said that they could play some more. Xiao Yang realized that he had no chance at all, and raised his hands to indicate that he was giving up. Having won, he was sure that his sister had seen how strong he was and was rooting for him. However, to his surprise, she sat with her master and did not answer his questions, which simply enraged him. Lin Chu looked around because a huge amount of hostile energy was directed at him. Zhang San said that he needed to be more attentive and look at the scene to find his opponent's weak spots. Meanwhile, their healer was able to defeat her opponents from another academy. They also noticed that the representatives of the capital academy were too strong, and almost all of them had platinum level. At first, they thought that only the team leader would have a dress, but here, all of the participants had platinum level. Han was confused because there would be 2 platinum level members on the opposing team. She realized that the Capital Academy team was much stronger than they had assumed. The hosts announced that 4 matches had already been played, and so far, only representatives of the Capital's Academy had been victorious. Han focused all his attention on the fact that only the Capital's Academy had students with platinum level. In all other groups, the level was gold. The host announced the start of the next match, but it was very short because one of the participants immediately gave up. Zhuan, the next participant, began to take the stage, eyeing her opponent. Yang Guo was her opponent. He possessed the wind system and was at the gold level. Her opponent immediately decided to test her shadow side, so he began to create a real tornado. Zhuan had great potential in terms of speed, so she moved very quickly. Yang Guo simply had no chance, because she really had a high level of shadow skills. After analyzing the girl's energy, he noticed that she was not only gold level, but had managed to break through to platinum level. The host happily announced that the girl with shadow abilities had won this round. Lin Chu watched what was happening, because he realized that even if he was at the girl's level, he would still lose because of her abilities. After winning, Yushan immediately approached the young gentleman and asked if he liked her. After receiving an affirmative answer, she smiled and wished him luck. Lin was a little upset because he had hoped to receive something useful from the system, but in the end, he received the skill of camouflage. The host continued to announce the participants and summarize the preliminary results, saying that the academy was winning with a score of 3-2. Huang Fan had a level of 7 gold stars and was the only one of the first to be able to awaken thunder. He was the next participant. When the host began to announce his opponent, it was a student at the silver level. Lin Chu, on the other hand, was very happy because he was already bored watching what was happening and wanted to take part in the confrontation. The host saw a participant who brought a backpack with him to the confrontation for the first time and decided to clarify what exactly was in it. Our hero took out a dragon egg and said that it was his personal, real armor. The host came closer to take a look. The dragon egg was very rare. Huang Fan intervened and did not understand how to be armor as usual, because then he would have to hold it, and it was not very convenient to participate in the confrontation that way. Our hero was a little surprised by the reaction of those around him and asked if it was against the rules. The host asked everyone to calm down and said that there was indeed no such restriction in the rules, so they could begin. Lin Chu turned to his beloved egg and asked because he was planning to feed it very soon. Fan realized that it was going to be a very funny show, so he suggested that his opponent simply surrender. The young gentleman was completely confident in his abilities, so he suggested that his opponent attack first. The opponent raised his hand to summon the power of thunder and launch his first attack. The dragon egg completely absorbed all the energy that came from the thunderous attack. Fan was completely confident of his victory, so he turned around and walked toward the girl so that she would acknowledge his victory. At some point, he stopped and decided to see what was going on because, to his surprise, he did not hear any cries of victory. When he turned around, He was very shocked because his opponent was holding his thunder attack with both hands and completely absorbing it. This behavior angered the young man greatly, so he began to use a series of thunder attacks in order to defeat his opponent for sure. At this time, our hero diligently ran from point to point in order to completely absorb all the lightning. Fan was very surprised and could not understand how such an egg could be made that was capable of containing such an amount of spiritual energy. Then he decided to try to use the endless thunder that filled the entire space. However, our hero was only happy and directed his dragon egg towards the thunder attacks. This was because he understood that his dragon egg was capable of absorbing absolutely any amount of spiritual energy. Fan could not believe his eyes. He was not inside the egg, which was absorbing such a large amount of bromine. At one point, he became so annoyed that he turned to the panel of judges and said that this was clearly cheating. Although the judges were slightly confused, they understood that there was indeed no rule prohibiting the use of the egg. Our hero calmly said that he was ready to wait for proof of cheating on his part. Fan was very upset because he really had no proof, but he didn't want to feed someone else's energy egg with his own strength. Meanwhile, most of the students were watching the live broadcast of the competition in the cafeteria. They were a little surprised because not all of them were familiar with the freshman and thought he was too cunning. Zheng began to analyze her feelings and realized that she really missed her boyfriend. Fan decided to use a different tactic and rely on his physical strength, which was at the gold level. Lin Chu began to tease him and asked him to get on with it because he hadn't seen his skills in full glory yet. His opponent was seriously angry and asked his opponent not to be so arrogant. Our hero agreed to these conditions, so he put away the dragon egg and was ready to demonstrate his skills. They agreed that his opponent would not resort to the thunder system, otherwise our hero would take out the dragon egg again. Lin Chu could attack him first because he was curious to see what this gentleman was capable of. A confrontation ensued between them, but the opponent was unable to harm our hero. Lin Chu watched his technique in order to stop him, and at one point he managed to grab his arm. Fan was very surprised because he realized that his opponent's skills were too powerful. Our hero decided to use the skills he had learned earlier and applied the wushu technique, attacking with one hand. All the members of his team began to cheer and congratulate their hero on his victory because they were happy for him. The host announced that something incredible had happened because a first-year student had defeated the best student of the capital's academy without a single skill. Fan was very upset and did not understand how a student of his level could defeat his gold level. He was simply forced to admit defeat, so he slumped and walked away. I wanted to announce the new opponents, but at that moment a man approached her and said he had important information. Then the host announced that the first round was over because the academy had simply admitted defeat. Han announced that they would definitely add points to the young gentleman's score when they returned home. The Gu Academy was next, and the teacher asked our hero to be more attentive because the platinum level was coming up. She also announced that, according to their data, this participant had been able to awaken the abilities of an angel of light within herself. Hanfu Svetina was very confident and, according to confirmed data, was able to awaken the platinum level angel of light. Lin thought about it because he understood that such an opponent would be very serious and it would not be easy. The most surprising thing was that in the other academy's team, the captain had a platinum level, and the rest of the team members were also girls. However, our hero was a little surprised because he couldn't understand why it was necessary to put up a healer as an opponent. Therefore, he decided to watch this confrontation more closely to understand what the goal was. Jomo also had a female opponent and believed that she would not be able to defeat him. The Angel of Light was very diligent and actively attacked her opponent with her healing abilities. At some point, her opponent began to tire greatly, while the girl constantly healed herself and her damage was 0. The confrontation between them lasted quite a long time because they were both high level. At some point, the young man realized that he was really very tired, so he said that he was ready to admit defeat. At the same time, the girl herself had no damage. She had mastered her healing abilities perfectly. Everyone watching this confrontation immediately fell silent because they could not even imagine that she would be able to win. That's how the first day ended. The academy took first place, Shanghai took second place, and the rest shared third place. The teacher announced that after the first stage, they had something to discuss, so she invited everyone to come to a meeting. Our hero was very tired because he had been thinking a lot and wanted to rest a little during the meeting. Shang-Chi ran up to him, congratulated him on his victory, and said that she still had a lot of questions. Lin Chu was very upset because he had not planned to devote himself to the Jews, but he understood that he was her master and could not refuse. Shang-Chi showed him a magazine from the laboratory containing photographs of spirits and asked how exactly they should be cared for. Suddenly, the young gentleman began to feel very ill and did not understand what was happening to his body. At some point, He thought that most likely his business was telling him that it was time to break through to the gold level. Then he decided to immediately check his feeling, took out the magic sphere, and began to interact with it. The system did indeed notify him that he had managed to break through to the second gold level. He was surprised because not only had his physical strength and magical power changed, but now he could use the cosmic system to form an invisible shield around himself. The young man decided to use this skill right away and tried to form a magical shield around himself to see how it worked. While using cosmic energy, he noticed that he had learned how to use the thunder system. He knew that the thunder system was very rare, so he carefully went to study everything. But then he saw his friend behind him. Their faces were very strange, and he didn't understand what had happened to them, so he decided to ask about it. Han had simply gathered everyone for a meeting a long time ago, but he was absent, so she came to find out why he had missed it. The young gentleman said that he felt that he was about to make a breakthrough, so he was so happy that he even forgot the time. The teacher said that she would not scold him because the breakthrough was a very important state of his body. The other participants also supported the young gentleman because the stronger he became, the faster the team would win. After they all congratulated each other, the teacher decided to hold the meeting after all to discuss the members of the other teams. The teacher said that if the academy team, which included the Angel of Light, continued in the same vein, they would easily win. The participants were a little confused because in today's confrontation between the leaders of the academy teams, Tian had shown herself to be very powerful. Our hero realized that the teacher meant that there weren't that many players with platinum, and all the others were no match for them. Han pointed out that the White Rabbit was quite clever because they were strong, and their opponent's weakness lay precisely in their strength. All the participants were grateful that she had analyzed all of their opponent's abilities. After that, they decided to move on to discussing the next day, because there would be new confrontations and new rivals. She told them that one victory would be enough, because they would be among the top 4 in any case, and there they would be able to use their powers. After finishing the meeting and discussing all their plans, the teacher told them that they should all get some rest. The young man realized that he missed his girlfriend very much, so he decided to call her, hoping that she would pick up the phone. The ice goddess was taking a bath and dropped the phone because she didn't know he would call. Finding the phone, the girl decided to ask why he had decided to call at that particular moment. However, when she heard that he had managed to break through to the gold level, she was very surprised and didn't understand why so quickly. He replied that he didn't know himself, most likely because she had let go of the situation, stopped worrying about it, and simply gained experience during the matches. The girl said she was very happy for him, then said she was a little busy, wished him good night, and hung up. Lin Chu understood that the ice goddess had also trained a lot and didn't even know if it was good or bad. Manhwa announced that the second qualifying stage had begun, in which there were important changes. All participants were prohibited from using weapons and could only use them with permission and take them at a specific stand. All participants were a little dissatisfied and thought that this was due to the fact that the White Rabbit had fed its egg with someone else's energy. To begin with, the young master used his system to awaken his daily skill. The system informed him that his master had received the skill of improving his own high-ranking aura this time. Lin didn't understand why the system was so kind to him, because he had been waiting so long for an analog to make a breakthrough, and the system had only given him this skill now. However, he was still grateful because such an analog was very useful to him now, so he immediately decided to activate it. Thanks to this skill, he managed to make a breakthrough right away, and the other participants were surprised. Han was very pleasantly surprised because just yesterday, this student had a silver level, and now he already had a gold level. Lin Chu and Chen Jishuo were the only contenders who were supposed to take part in the confrontation. Our hero was a little upset, so he decided to clarify that it was not possible to use a dragon egg. After receiving a negative answer, he realized that he would have to rely only on his own strength, especially since his opponent had chosen a rapier. Then he realized that his opponent was a very good fencer, and decided not to give in to him because he was familiar with a large number of different techniques. Shuo was the best fencer, so he immediately attacked his opponent to demonstrate his skills. However, to his great surprise, our hero easily parried and blocked all of his attacks. The best fencer couldn't believe his eyes, so he began to use his most secret techniques. However, at some point, his opponent simply knocked the rapier out of his hand, which meant that he was close to victory. Shuo had no intention of giving up, so after losing his weapon, he did not accept defeat, but said that it was just a warm-up. Our hero was a little upset because, according to the rules of fencing, if he still had his rapier, he should have been declared the winner. When he decided to watch his opponent's actions closely, he saw that he had begun to awaken fiery energy. During his transformation, Shuo began to turn into a very cute and beautiful raccoon. After that, He approached his opponent and asked him to come closer so he could see how brave he was. The gentleman couldn't hold back his laughter because his appearance looked very funny. When he decided to transform into the form of a moon rabbit, because now it didn't seem as funny to him as before. All the girls watching immediately fell in love with him because those huge rabbit ears were just amazing. They began to admire his form and say that they would very much like to have little bunnies from him. Shuo was furious, so he decided to use Kumba, which consisted of several techniques. The young gentleman just smiled, because this technique seemed very primitive to him. At that moment, he simply became very bored, so he decided to use special skills to quickly win. Attacking his opponent, he transformed back into a normal person and said that he accepted the victory. The host was very surprised because she had never seen such excellent different directions before, so she hesitated a little, but ran out on stage and said that the winner was the young gentleman representing the Shanghai Academy. Seeing the backpack on the stage, she turned to the young gentleman and told him that he had forgotten his dragon mask. As soon as our hero left the stage and returned to the stands, girls immediately began to approach him and ask if he had a girlfriend and if he wanted to be their date. Lin Chu was slightly confused and couldn't understand what had happened and why everyone was clinging to him. So he said loudly that he already had a girlfriend and asked them all to leave him alone. Meanwhile, 2 rounds had already passed, and the judges began to discuss among themselves which players had attracted the most interest. They understood that among the large number of students, there were no more than 3 who really showed excellent development. The director of the Shanghai Academy recommended taking a closer look at him, precisely because he was able to break through to the silver and gold levels in a month. Sari was really confused because he didn't understand where the Shanghai Academy was able to find such a student. The director of the academy said that he had actually managed to demonstrate his true strength, so they suggested paying more attention to him. Our hero decided to escape from the White Rabbit fan because he really wanted to go home to rest a little. As soon as he returned to his room, he immediately fell onto the bed because his whole body was very tired and sore. He understood that he should not take part in tomorrow's match, so he wanted to rest well. Suddenly there was a knock on his door. He said, "Come in," and was very surprised because the director of his academy was standing on the threshold. Yes, the gentleman was very surprised that it was very late when the master decided to come and talk to him. The director accepted a cup of tea from him and said that, in addition to academic competitions, there were also world competitions, which were very different. The master said that they usually did not talk about world competition because the survival rate was only 20%. Our hero did not understand why such terrible competitions were held at all, but the master said that practice shows that without these competitions, competition grows in other networks. Lin said that such competitions help countries compete directly with each other for various benefits. The master said that so far, they had nothing to do with the young man because he was too young, but he believed that someday he would take part in them. Our hero was very surprised because he understood that in his current state, he simply would not be able to return from the world competition. The master said that there were still 6 months left before the world championship, and since the student's progress was extraordinary, he would probably have time to prepare. The young man did not hesitate for a second and said that he had grown up in an orphanage, so if his skills and abilities were needed by his side, he would gladly take part. The master praised him, patted him on the shoulder, and said that he was truly worthy of being his student. He said that after these competitions, he would definitely train him to improve his survival skills. Our hero said that he would not be participating in the team events tomorrow because his teacher would not allow it. The master said that he would definitely talk to his supervisor and hoped to see him at least in the stands cheering for his team. The next day, the host announced that the head judge for the day would be the director of the Shanghai Academy. Zhang San was a little surprised because, based on the data, it was mainly girls who took part in the competition. Our hero laughed a little and said that he could tell Min that her boyfriend was admiring other girls. At that moment, the healers approached them and asked who they would vote for, which was very unusual for today's stage. Of course, the young men unanimously said that they currently considered her to be the strongest among the angels of light. Jiang told his assistants that they should deal with this girl first, because she was too strong. Lin Xing possessed a system and was a deputy at the Capital Academy, so she was ready to attack the enemy. Jiang understood that the opposing team was very strong, but he couldn't understand why the girl with the platinum level wasn't doing anything at all. At some point, the Angel of Light gave the order for everyone to retreat immediately. As soon as Shi Rui received the order from his mistress, he immediately ordered everyone else to synchronize and retreat. The girls jumped into the air and immediately retreated to a very safe distance. The team representing the capital's academy was confused and did not understand what was happening. The Angel of Light began to form a huge cross on her head, and now they would learn what the judgment of light was. Our hero watched the confrontation closely and could not understand what it was and why he had not known about such a skill before. Jang-san was very surprised because it took only one look to understand that the ability was so powerful that it was even offensive. At that moment, the Angel of Light used the skill of the lost Sword of God, which looked amazing. Lin Chu was very surprised because the attack had tremendous speed and power. He understood that the attack was so fast that even he, the owner of the cosmic system, would not be able to intercept this blow. The director of the academy, who was the judge, announced that everything was now crystal clear and awarded the victory points to the Gu Academy team. Lin Chu was amazed because the lost Sword of God was literally stuck in the floor. After the tests, he even decided to call his girlfriend to share his impressions because he had never seen anything like this before. Our hero recalled the words of the academy director that only the best and strongest personnel participate in the World Championship. For this reason, he was determined to ask his girlfriend if she would look for another boyfriend if he were to pass away. The ice goddess understood very well why he was asking such strange questions, as he was feeling very good. He confessed to her that the question had simply popped into his head at some point, so he decided to ask her. He told her that for her sake, he would be willing to live a long and happy life, because he wanted to teach their child the best spiritual skills. Jen was very surprised, because she could not even imagine that at his age, he could already be thinking about children, so she hung up the phone. Lin Chu was surprised by such a strange reaction, but the girl was just very embarrassed. At that moment, the teacher from the previous tests approached him. He had shown himself in a very good light, so she signed him up for the next competition. The young gentleman was very pleased to hear these words, and immediately understood that the master had indeed spoken to the teacher on his behalf. Han laughed a little and told the young man to be careful and take care of himself because he was going to the academy. The next day, he was indeed added to the list of participants in the competition, so he performed in the arena. Looking at his opponent, he was very surprised because there was a very powerful, ominous aura around him. Our hero was only deep down in his heart against him, not setting the platinum level in the first round. Their confrontation began quite quickly, and the young gentleman realized that his opponent was indeed very strong and fast. The opponent was more like some kind of demon who told him to turn into a beast quickly, otherwise he would simply have no chance of winning. Our hero said that he would not give up, and he did not plan to lose either. At the very beginning, he decided to test how attacks on his opponent's body would work, and applied the thunder system. Since his opponent was quite fast, he was able to avoid his attack thanks to his movements. Yes, our hero decided to add a little more to the system, and opened various portals, which he filled with thunder. The opponent was very surprised because the cosmic system was extremely rare, and he was unable to copy the attack data. Even the members of the judging panel strongly believed that a person could immediately use the cosmic system and the thunder system. The teacher also watched the confrontation, and was very pleased with the result. I understand why the academy director recommended this particular student. Juan was confused and could not understand how the participant managed to change in a few seconds. Zhang San reported that his comrade possessed the cosmic system, and since he had demonstrated his skills, he no longer intended to hide them. The team captain was very strong, and I think that the White Rabbit was not so strong and did not have so many systems. The teacher was very surprised by the team captain's reaction and said that, on the contrary, he should be very happy because now he had a real trump card up his sleeve. Liao Qindao was in his office, closely watching the competition, after which he called and said that they would have to either this student. The host announced the White Rabbit, the winner of this confrontation, and began to announce the next participants. Our hero was a little puzzled, but could not understand the feelings of his body because he was very excited. A few minutes later, the master approached him, patted him on the shoulder, and said that he had to go with him. The master used the cosmic system and applied the teleportation technique. Literally a few seconds later, they found themselves in a strange place because there were too many records and books around. The master said that they were in the office of a bookworm, so he asked him not to be surprised by the number of books. The director of the capital's academy approached them and said that the student had indeed demonstrated his abilities very well. To the master's great surprise, he said that he could offer him a place at his academy, where he would assist him with any questions. The academy realized that he had said something unnecessary in the master's campaign, so he said he was ready to get down to business. They said that they had already talked about the World Championship, that it was very dangerous, and since the young man had revealed his cosmic system, he could already be in danger. Our hero listened carefully to the senior teachers and did not understand that it was the master himself who had asked him to prove himself. The director of the capital's academy said that since the young man had demonstrated the skills of the cosmic system, it was likely that a hunt would be opened for him. The master asked the young man not to worry about anything because he said that he would be provided with personal security for the time being. He said that it would not be very pleasant for him to be under the supervision of a stranger. Then, to his great surprise, the master said that they were assigning a very familiar person to him as his personal security guard. Shang-Chi appeared in the meeting room and said that they had not seen their teacher for a long time. Then she hugged the young man and said that he was now under 24/7 surveillance. She put certain bracelets on his wrist and said that the bracelets were synchronized so that she would feel and know about him every second. She showed him a stack of papers and said that she had accumulated some work-related questions. Xuan missed the white rabbit and said that she needed him very much right now, so she asked for his attention. Lin Chu was very happy to see the other girl because he realized that she was his real salvation at that moment. Xuan immediately freed the young one-armed gentleman, after which they began to run away quickly from the research group leader. The girl was slightly confused and did not understand why they were running away. So the young gentleman said that if the leaders caught up with them, they would have to study for a long time. She said she was a little surprised because there were too many beautiful women around the White Rabbit. Han entered the room and said that they had to hold an extraordinary meeting to discuss everything and come up with a plan of action. She said that their opponent would not be very easy this time, so she hoped that they would work hard and be able to reach the final. After that, she read out the list and said which student would be responsible for which opponent and what actions would have to be taken in the team competition. Lin Chu understood that the teacher had chosen the students to participate in the semi-finals, but their strength would still be insufficient against their opponent. The teacher said that she still believed in them because she was sure that if they worked together, they would succeed. The next day, the hosts welcomed all the guests and said that today they would witness the event of the century. She announced that in today's competition, tigers and lions would clash with each other because they would be representatives of the capital's academy and the Shanghai Academy. Zhang Hu and Cheng Long became the first participants in the confrontation, so the hosts asked them to prepare. Long understood that his opponent today was too powerful, and he would definitely not be able to defeat him, but he did not plan to give up just like that. A confrontation ensued between them, but the physical strength of the opponents was clearly very unequal. The teacher understood that due to the opponent's fierce attacks, the hero would not be able to gain any advantage from his strength. Lin Chu completely agreed with the teacher's opinion because their opponent exuded a simply stunning destructive aura. Jiang's awakened ability had enormous potential, the ability of complete destruction. A special feature of his destruction system was that he was able to destroy his opponent's spiritual energy just by touching. Cheng Lu realized that his body had already begun to deteriorate, so he shouted that he fully acknowledged his defeat. His opponent approached him, smiled, and said that it was the right decision. However, his opponent said that this show was not a one-man show, so even though he had lost, his team still had a good chance of winning. Yuan Xuan and Lin Xin were supposed to be the next participants in the confrontation, after which the girls began to take the stage and prepare for the attacks. Lin Xin boldly attacked with platinum-level snow technique, so she began to use them. Her opponent had shadow ability, so she managed to avoid her opponent's attacks. Lin Xin said that during this time, she had developed her abilities, so now she could create a huge number of ice shards. Xuan was also confident in her abilities and powers because, thanks to her shadow abilities, she could appear behind her opponent. The girl was very confused and did not understand how this was even possible and how her opponent managed to do it. Zhuan said that those who left the ice shards helped her quickly dodge her attacks, so it was not particularly difficult for her to win this confrontation. Lin Xin became a little scared, so she raised her hand and told the host that she was giving up completely. Zhuan was surprised that the girl had decided to give up so easily, so he hugged her and asked if she was all right. The next participant was our hero, who happily took the stage, confident in his abilities. Zhou Qihan smiled, knowing that he was a very strong opponent, so he wanted to show what he was capable of. His opponent knew how to use poisonous thorny plants and make a whole vine out of them to attack. Our hero decided to use his skills to simply teleport and avoid the attack. Zhou was not ready for this, so he did not have time to block the attack and fell to the ground. He immediately declared our hero the absolute winner. It was the fastest confrontation in history. Zhou was very upset and believed that his opponent was not human at all because his attack was too strong. This time, the individual competition came to an end, with the Shanghai Academy in the lead by 2 points. After that, the host invited the leaders of each team to the stage so that the audience could enjoy them and greet them. Jiang was very upset because he had not planned to lose, so he decided to give his all in the team stage of the competition. Next, the hosts invited the leading students from the Shanghai Academy to the stage. Jiang announced his victory and said that they could just admit defeat right now because they were among the silver level. Gong, as the team captain, asked his members to fully prepare to activate all their abilities and skills. Jiang, as the captain of his team, asked his members to be more careful and attentive because their opponents were clearly up to something. They began to activate their auras and powers in order to move faster, but they remained standing in place. Jiang was very surprised and did not understand what was happening and why the opposing team did not participate in the formation. Zhang San wanted to activate his powers and use his blessing to increase the level of their abilities. As soon as the skill level of each team member was increased, the captain said that they could proceed to the direct attack. Jiang, who was actually more cunning and powerful, directed all his team members towards the other participants. To begin with, he decided to deal with the boy who was strengthening their skills in order to weaken the overall strength of the opposing team. Zhang San calmly left the scene, saying that his mission was complete, so he was no longer part of the team. Jiang's system was very cunning, as his opponents were now one person short. Turning around, he saw only his opponent's team standing there smiling. He didn't understand where the members of his team had gone. No. While the enemy commander was busy with the healer, the participants simply attacked his entire team. Jiang was simply horrified because all the members of his team were outside the stage and begged him for forgiveness. Gong, on the other hand, was delighted because he realized that now they were only one opponent against 4 of his team members. However, to his great surprise, even though the opponent was only 1, he had no intention of giving up. Jiang smiled and said that he had not demonstrated even 10% of his abilities during the entire competition. Gong needed to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible while their reinforcement was still active. Jiang did not plan to wait for them to act, so he immediately activated his destructive system to deprive the enemy of their spiritual power. Lin Shu looked around carefully and realized that such destructive power was simply unimaginable. No one on their team could withstand such an overwhelming force because it consumed all the space. Unexpectedly for everyone, a referee appeared on the stage and activated a protective field around the players from the Shanghai Academy. Jiang was thrilled and told the referee to announce the winners of this season as soon as possible. The referee understood that due to such a strong attack, most of the team had been completely sent to the stands so that they could regain their strength. Jiang suddenly felt that someone had attacked him from above, using the thunder system. He was very upset and did not understand who dared to raise a hand against him and use spiritual energy. At that moment, our hero appeared on stage and said that nothing had happened to him, so he was ready to continue the competition. The judge announced that the competition should indeed continue, as there were now only 2 opponents left. This was because the White Rabbit had used the cosmic system to teleport during his attack, and had therefore not been hit by the destructive system. Jiang realized that he had simply forgotten that the young man could teleport and could use such little tricks. Lin said that she still wanted to try, because if you don't try, you won't know your abilities. He was very sorry that it was daytime, because at night, he could have strengthened his characteristics with the help of the Moon Jade Rabbit. Jiang was very confused, because he understood that he was still much stronger than his opponents. Lin understood that it didn't matter whether he won or lost. In any case, he couldn't just back down. Listen, including the host, replaced their hearts and watched what was happening because they began to worry greatly. Jiang laughed loudly and pointed at his opponent because, despite all his cunning, he was still just a little white rabbit. Lin immediately called on his system to perform all the calculation and tell him how long he could hold out when activating all his spiritual energy. After much thought, he decided to activate the spiritual energy conservation mode to last at least 10 minutes. Then he immediately activated one of his attacks to inflict at least some damage on his opponent. Jiang was confused because he realized that he couldn't block the attack, so he intensified his own attack, knowing that he would still have to endure and take a small amount of damage. Despite the fact that he was trying to stare down his opponent, at some point, his opponent simply disappeared and attacked him from behind. Jiang realized that his opponent was indeed too serious, because his strength was on par with platinum. He understood that this could not continue, because it was too difficult to cope with his opponent's abilities, so he decided to attack him immediately. Our hero decided to use his newly acquired skills to test how good his form was. A very serious confrontation ensued between the opponents, and all the spectators watched it closely. Jiang's powers were almost equal, but he decided to use them because he took advantage of a secret destruction technique. Our hero understood that his opponent's abilities were invulnerable because they were able to destroy his cosmic form. Juan was very worried about her new friend because if there was one attack, he would not be able to withstand it. She asked the girl to calm down because she did not understand when she had started to worry about others. Han asked all the members of her team not to worry because the White Rabbit was indeed very strong and she believed in him. Zhang suggested that the enemies simply admit defeat because he understood that their strength was still unequal. Lin Chu got up from the ground and laughed because he was not going to give up so easily and wanted to try everything. Lin Chu understood that his opponent was not ready to give up so easily, so he decided to use his camouflage skills. Then he began to open spatial portals at high speed with the help of space to scare his opponent. Jiang was very surprised and did not understand how his opponent could move at such high speed. He decided not to waste any time and, as soon as he saw his opponent, immediately prepared to attack him with his destructive powers. However, his opponent simply disappeared again, which drove him crazy because he did not understand where he was. Zhang was very confused because he thought his opponent was like a spinning top. It was impossible not only to attack him, but even to catch up with him. He realized that he had become the constant target of his opponent, who moved so quickly and stealthily that it was impossible to track him. After opening and closing the portals, Lin began attacking his opponent using various techniques and methods. Zhang realized that it was indeed difficult to deal with the cosmic system because his opponent seemed elusive. Our hero understood that the difference in strength was very great because all his attacks caused significant damage to his opponent. Zhang understood that he would have to be patient because he was completely sure that his opponent's spiritual energy was already exhausted. However, as soon as he decided to attack his opponent, our hero simply held out his hand and asked him to wait a little. Lin Chu had already taught the boy a lot during today's confrontation, so he hoped he had found something useful for himself. Zhang was simply terrified and did not understand what his opponent was trying to achieve, who was simply using the portals. Lin was behind him again, and even left the arena itself because he raised his hands and said he was giving up. Zhang was in a state where his son asked his opponent to return to the arena because he wanted to land at least one attack on him. He could no longer hold back, so he attacked the ground to destroy it and release the tension. Our hero stood calmly with his back to him, saying that the young people were very nervous. Zhang understood that he had won, but he was not satisfied with his victory, so he said that it was not necessary to meet in the final. Lin just smiled and said that the girls from the Gu Academy were still aiming for the final, so they still had to get to the final. The host announced that part of the rounds were over, and our hero returned to his team. The teacher thanked him for his excellent work, because he had really demonstrated his skills well. The young gentleman said that he had deliberately not used all his strength and tricks, because he understood that he would have to hold out in the final. The healer immediately approached him because she noticed that he looked very strange and wanted to help him. However, suddenly the young man's head spun, and he simply lost consciousness. After a few seconds, he completely lost consciousness, so he just lay there. All the members of his group were very confused, so they sent healers to cure him. After a while, our hero began to regain consciousness and opened his eyes. Zhuan Zhang San and the healer actively used their powers to get him back on his feet. When he fully regained consciousness, they said that they were very worried about him and his well-being. The teacher said that he had completely exhausted his spiritual energy, which is why he fell unconscious and did not even have time to say anything. Lin Chu felt a little awkward that she had overworked herself so much that she even lost consciousness. While they were talking about his well-being, a girl from the academy who was an angel of light approached them. She admitted that she was very embarrassed to ask this, but she would like to talk to the White Rabbit alone. She said that she fully understood that he could easily defeat her in the final, so she asked him to admit defeat to help their academy. Our hero and his teacher were confused because they did not expect to hear such a strange proposal. The girl explained that their team had 2 platinum members, so she was confident of the outcome of the competition, but did not want to hurt his feelings. Han praised her for her honesty in approaching them herself and said he would definitely think about it. However, the girl did not leave, took out her phone, and said she had one more small request. She explained that she was his devoted fan, so she asked him to enter his transformation state and wanted to take a photo with him as a souvenir. Literally a few seconds later, he was surrounded by a huge number of girls who also asked him for photos. Zheng checked social media and saw that almost all the girls in this world had taken photos with him. Lin Chu, if his goddess of cold saw him, would simply turn him into a real pancake. He decided to translate his thoughts and asked the system to activate the daily side effect that gave him the ability to sense fluctuations in the aura within a radius of 100 meters. The gentleman was delighted with such a useful skill Now no suspicious person would be able to approach him. He immediately decided to test the new skill, and discovered that there were several people nearby, some of whom were talking on the phone. Shanxi approached him and said that she was free after work and would like to discuss current issues. The young man was very happy to see her because he thought she had appeared at the right time for him to test his new skill. They began walking together through the streets, and the girl told him that her grandfather had told her that a hunt might begin for him. The young man confessed to her that he was not afraid at all, but on the contrary, planned to use his power to lure the snake out of its hole. She was very surprised, and he explained to her that if their opponents did not appear, they would not be able to take action. Using his new skill, he noticed that two girls who had been following him for a long time were walking behind them. Shanxi was a little confused because the young man hugged her and told her to be careful. He explained to her that two girls who had been following him since the beginning of the investigation were walking behind him. Since he couldn't take action in front of a large audience, he suggested going to a more secluded place. Coming out onto a small clearing in the park near the arena, he asked the two girls to come closer. The strangers began to feel shy and smiled, then said that they were his fans and just wanted to take a picture. Our hero said that their cover story was implausible, so he asked them to send it. They pretended not to understand what he was talking about because they just wanted to get a photo. However, the young man began to show them two fingers, saying that their excuses were simply disgusting. First, their smiles were too forced, and their faces looked more like masks. Second, they had a huge amount of muscle that they tried to cover with clothing, and their hands showed signs of working with weapons. Third, he immediately noticed that their eyes were capable of seeing through clothing. To the great surprise of the girls who were chasing him, he also said that the daggers on their hips were direct proof. Bachi and Chi Chu immediately took off their masks, because they realized that they had been exposed anyway, and began to transform into a snow leopard and a black cat. Our hero was slightly confused, because he noticed that the girls had simple poison daggers. They immediately headed towards him to attack, because he was their target and their mission. Shanxi was slightly confused, but immediately came to her senses, because she had to protect her master. After that, she easily transformed into a demon and began to resist the attacks of the two girls. Thanks to her modification skills, she easily collected all the poison from the daggers. Lin was pleasantly surprised because his student was a true master of poisons. The mercenary girls were very surprised because their opponent was able to absorb the poison and remain unharmed. While they were pondering what had happened, the demoness easily attacked them. Shang-Chi knocked her opponent unconscious, after which the masters discussed what exactly they would do with these girls. The director of the academy approached them and said that he would take care of everything and asked them to return to their rooms, where it was safer. The head of the research center and her teacher understood that it was not worth arguing with the director of the academy, so they agreed. Lin Chu picked up the dagger from the ground and said that it was probably very expensive, so he decided to take it with him. At some point, he felt that his student's spiritual energy had increased, and when he turned around, he realized that she had reached a breakthrough. He was very surprised, but also very happy for her, because the girl had reached the 4th level of gold. He did not understand how it was possible to achieve a breakthrough by absorbing poison, but the girl explained that she possessed a demonic system. After a while, they returned to the dormitory for participants to get some rest. Approaching his door, he was a little frightened, because he noticed that it was open. When he opened it completely, he saw his beloved Red Ice Goddess there. He was very happy to see his girlfriend, and thought that she must be asleep because she shouldn't have been there, so he immediately rushed to hug her. Lin was very happy that she missed him so much that she even decided to come, but she said she came to cheer for the academy. Then she showed him a box containing a large number of delicacies and said that she had prepared everything, especially for him. The young man was very happy with such a wonderful and delicious gift. Realizing that she really cared about him, realizing that they were not alone in the room, he immediately turned to his student and said that his wife had arrived. Shanxi was very happy to meet her and said that she was responsible for her master's safety. Zheng was very puzzled when he heard that he was responsible for her safety and that something was threatening him. He understood that if the ice goddess found out what was going on, she would simply continue to protect him, which meant that she would also be in danger. Therefore, he said that his student was just joking and that there was nothing dangerous around them. Hugging her tightly, he said that she had nothing to worry about because everything was under control. He also said that nothing could happen to him until he married her, but she told him that he was only on probation. The academy director knocked on his door and said that they needed to talk urgently in private. Shanxi went with them because she wanted to know what exactly had happened during the interrogation and what organization these girls belonged to. The academy director said that he had managed to find out that these girls belonged to the Black Rose organization, within which they were the weakest. In fact, All of them were very powerful. However, the academy director regretfully reported that before they could learn any information, the girls had simply been poisoned. Our hero was confused and began to realize that there was most likely a traitor among them. The academy director said that he also thought that there was a real traitor among them, so they had to be very careful. When he returned to his room, the girl realized that they were hiding something from him, so she decided to return. Lin immediately stopped her, saying that he just wanted to sit with her a little longer. He also reminded her that they hadn't seen each other in a very long time, and that he really missed her. Jung dodged his embrace and said that tomorrow would be a big day for him, so he should get some rest. As she left, she realized that her boyfriend was really refusing to tell her anything, but she had to find a way to support him. In the morning, when all the participants and observers gathered in the hall, the host said that today was the greatest day, the day of the final. The first participants were from the Beijing Academy and representatives of the Gu Academy. Lin Chu understood that if the Gu Academy won, they would have a very good chance of winning the final. The Angel of Light decided to try again to use the Lost Sword of God skill. In response, Zhang decided to use the spiritual skill of the star-destroying spindle, which was very powerful. Everyone watched the confrontation closely and noticed that the representative of the Capital Academy had become stronger overnight. Zhang began to move faster, and his movements became more precise, allowing him to attack the Angel of Light. After the competition, the host happily announced the Beijing Academy as the winner. Han knew that they would have to face this opponent again in the final. Our hero understood that in terms of strength, they were indeed far inferior to the Beijing Academy. After thinking for a moment, he decided to raise his hand and ask the teacher what day it was today. When our hero learned that it was the middle of the month and the moon was almost full, he had a good chance of winning because his abilities could increase. Meanwhile, the host announced that all the participants had been determined and their order had also been determined, so the real final was ahead. According to the rules of the annual competition, the team captains had to face each other in the match. Nagu and Jiang activated their maximum strength to face each other and see which of them was stronger. The opponent, who possessed a destructive system, announced that he had made a breakthrough over the past few days, so he decided to demonstrate his new power. The group members began to worry greatly for their captain because they understood that they had no chance in this confrontation. However, the teacher understood that the team captain would not be able to forgive himself if he admitted defeat. Namgu had to defeat his opponent by any means necessary before he could use his trump card. However, during his next attack, the opponent grabbed his arm and filled his body with his destructive system. The collision was so great that the young men were simply thrown several meters in the other direction. Each team was very concerned about the condition of their captain because they understood that there were still competitions ahead. Zhang, your opponent, was very pleased with this result and was ready to admit defeat that night. The host announced that for the first time in history, they had a real tie in the final. The healer was very confused because she understood that she would not be able to completely remove the destructive force, which meant that their captain would not be able to take part in the final battle. Namgu apologized to his hero because he understood that he had let him down, but he couldn't stop himself and was too impulsive. Lin was so worried about the captain because it meant they would definitely lose. Zhang said that the young man who could transform into a white rabbit was taking on too much. Our hero had no desire to argue and said that they would definitely meet in the final. He told his teacher that he would like to take command in the final team battle. The other participants were very confused because our hero decided to deal with the opposing captain on his own. They were not sure that he would succeed, so they began to worry. The young man said that if he failed, at least he could forgive himself for trying. He asked the team members not to worry, because this time, he had everything planned out, so they would just have to help a little. The host immediately announced the start of the final level of the competition, and all the teams began to participate. Yusan defeated the opposing team quite quickly because she knew its secrets. Zhang realized that his opponents had decided to use tactics and immediately eliminated the other participants, so he was left alone. Zhang San announced that he had no intention of participating in all this, and had simply come to give his captain enhanced powers. After that, he immediately wanted to leave because he was not going to accept the situation. Zhang was furious, so he told the young gentleman that the animal form of a white rabbit would not help him this time. Lin Chu once again began to use his cosmic portals to quickly change his attacks against his opponent. Jiang understood how the young man allowed himself to use such dirty tricks to oppose him. Our hero did not listen to him at all, then looked at the moon and realized that it had already risen, which meant he could transform. Now his stats were maxed out, so he was ready to show his opponent his true power. Zhang decided to increase his attack speed to try and catch this white rabbit. However, to his great surprise, the young man easily dodged his attacks and counterattacked. "Hello, young sir," he said, adding that he didn't even have to use the portal because his speed was at its maximum. Zhang noticed that a cosmic stream was directed at him, so he immediately put up a defense to protect himself. The observing judges were very confused because the young gentleman managed to damage his opponent and make him bleed. The observers were confused because a person with a gold level could not calmly defeat a platinum level. Zhang did not understand how the young man could become so strong in just a few days. Lin Chu just smiled and asked the boy if he was ready to continue or if he should show mercy. Zhang decided to try to pack him again, but the action was so fast that he did not even notice that he was already being attacked. He was very confused and did not understand what was happening at all. In the summer, our hero continued to attack him. Zhang did not understand what was happening. He was thrown several meters to the side and landed with a heavy blow. Our hero approached him carefully to assess his condition and see if he was ready to give up. After waiting a few seconds, he realized that his opponent was unconscious, which meant that he had won. His team and girlfriend immediately began to approach him, very happy that he had won. Representatives of other academies began to approach the student, and with victory, were named champions. Everyone was very happy because they did not expect their academy to take first place for the first time in such a long time. The director of the academy was very upset because the victory was good, but now the hunt for the young man would be even stronger. Other representatives of the academy agreed with the director, so they said that they would have to apply for special protection for this young man. The host announced that she was ready to congratulate the real winners and asked them to come on stage. The captain announced that he would not be able to participate in the next competition, so he said that he was transferring all his powers to him. Our hero was very pleased to hear this from the captain. Accepting the golden cup, he said that this victory belonged to each of them, so they had to carry it together. Nagu could no longer hold back his tears because he had been dreaming of this victory for several years. The host announced that they could now proceed to the award ceremony and asked her assistants to come on stage. The organizer explained that this year's prizes were special magic spheres. All participants were very happy to receive the magic spheres and planned to use them wisely. Lin looked closely at the tray because she also wanted to receive a magic sphere, but the tray was completely empty. The organizer explained that they were unable to find a suitable magic sphere, so they would give it to him a little later. The whole team was already planning to leave the stage, but the host asked them to stay because this year there was an award for the best player. Lin Zhu was surprised when the host said that she had just been a little busy and forgot about it, and that he was recognized as the best player. Feng Pen came on stage because this year he was invited as a special guest because he was skilled with all types of weapons. Our hero was a little confused because he had met him before and he seemed very familiar. Accepting the award, he thanked him especially for giving him such a gift. Hearing the voice of the man standing next to him, he immediately remembered the conversation and realized that it was the voice of the traitor himself. Fen Pen did not understand why the best player suddenly fell silent and looked at him strangely. Our hero said that he was just so happy and surprised by the reward he received that he simply lost his voice. He understood that he knew nothing about this man, so he wanted to discuss everything with the master first. The students planned to go to a banquet to celebrate their well-deserved victory after working so hard for so many days. Lin Chu said that he needed to discuss something with the master, so he said he would definitely join them a little later. Approaching the master, he said that he had some very important information that needed to be discussed right away. The director of the academy said that he wanted to investigate, but our hero said that he had something more important. Then, the master suggested that they move to a safer place so that they could discuss everything. Feng Peng followed the young gentleman and then called his boss and said that the plan would have to be changed a little. Everyone gathered in the organizer's office, and our hero said that he had recognized the voice of the enemy and the traitor, so he wanted to ask a question. The judges understood that Feng Pen was Lao Zhang's student, and also his future successor in office, and was already at the diamond level. Lin Chu explained to them that if the traitor could hold such a high position, he would have a complete set of information about the spiritual form of weapons. The court understood that it was impossible to make an accusatory decision just like that, which meant that it was possible to send someone to this person to get to his commander. They understood that they would have to use the young man as bait in order to extract as much evidence as possible. Shang-Chi waved her grandfather's hand and said that she was happy to go with them to the banquet. Feng Pen immediately helped and said that the young man was on his way to the restaurant, but he was with him, so they had to postpone everything a little. The whole team sat down at a large table in the restaurant because they deserved this reward and wanted to relax. Zhang San helped his friend with his hand and said that they had specially reserved a more comfortable seat for him. Lin was very happy that his seat was next to his beloved girlfriend, who made it clear to everyone that it was not intentional. Shang-Chi approached Zhang San and apologized because she wanted to switch seats seats with him, but she had to protect her teacher. After a while, the waiter came out into the hall and brought out a huge dish with a large cooked lamb. Shang-Chi smelled the meat and immediately told her teacher that it was poisoned. Lin-Chi immediately realized that it was indeed poison. The first of these options was that a weapon was hidden inside. He understood that she had forgotten about it and kept quiet, so he immediately grabbed a glass of water and headed towards the master. He reported that he had a thick one, then said that the meat was poisoned by one of the waitresses who had a weapon. He was confused because he understood that I would not affect him, but other students could suffer greatly. He activated his power, which heated up his movements and spiritual energy, and asked how they dared to do this in front of him. The waitresses did not understand what was happening because they could not move at all, not even take a step. Our hero approached the waitress and asked if it was really comfortable for her to carry a dagger on her hip. She said that they had misunderstood. She had to carry the dagger because she was afraid of some of the visitors. Lin Chu opened the lid of the poisoned child and told her to try such delicious juicy meat. The girl realized that she had no choice because she had been exposed, so she bit into the poison capsule. Lin asked the master to send someone to take her body away. The remaining waitress was very frightened and did not understand what was happening at all. The academy director asked her not to worry, then withdrew his powers and said that his people would take care of everything. The girl was very frightened and decided to leave because she didn't understand what had happened. Lin noticed that the waitress was emitting a very strange energy and decided to follow her. The girl climbed onto the roof of the building and called to report that their plan had completely failed. Nade had managed to escape. The director and his special student turned their attention to this and decided to take action. The master smiled and said that he would handle the situation himself because he planned to show him what the cosmic system meant. After that, they immediately began jumping off the roof to teleport and catch up with the girl. They descended very quickly and began chasing the girl because they wanted to understand what she was up to. Two special girls appeared on their way, carrying weapons. The master happily used a special skill to stop time and trap his opponents. Lin Chu was very surprised because the master managed to set up a temporary barrier. There were so many girls that he thought he was in a wax museum. After recovering from seeing so much beauty, he decided to ask the master what he planned to do with the representatives of the Black Rose. The academy director said that these girls had too much potential, so he decided to send them to the capital. Then he instructed his student to search the place thoroughly to find any evidence. Lin was very happy with this task and told his master that he would definitely try not to let him down. With the help of his special skills, he managed to find a staircase that led deep down. Since he did not feel any magical vibrations at all, he decided to go down using his phone as a flashlight. Apparently, this place was a real warehouse because there was a huge amount of gold, jewelry, precious stones, and weapons there. He reported to his master that this place could indeed be considered a real find, so he asked him to come down. While the master was descending, he decided to use his spatial pocket and collected some gold. He managed to find a portal and, placing his hand on it, felt a faint energy. The master asked him to take a few steps back because he decided to check the portal with his cosmic energy. When checking the portal, they were very confused because there were about 100 girls in small prisons there. The director of Sambo was confused, but realized that these were most likely future members of the Black Rose organization. Lin Chu was furious and did not understand how it was possible to use small, defenseless children for such purposes. Opening the bars, he asked the girls to come out and told them that they would now be safe. However, the girls said they would no longer believe in these boats because one of them had believed and was severely punished. The young man was confused and did not understand how he could prove to the children that he really came with good intentions. Then he decided to offer one of them a lollipop that was in his bag. However, the girls refused to take it because they understood that it could be another test. The master understood that the girls would not be able to believe him, so he began to open a magical belt portal. He showed the girls the representatives of the Black Rose who were unconscious. The little girls began to cry and couldn't believe their luck, so they asked if they had really defeated these people. Then the girls decided to trust him, and our hero asked how they had ended up in the place where their parents were. They said that they didn't have parents because they had grown up in an orphanage. They were told that they were going to play, and then they were handed over to people. The master was horrified that their opponents had dared to raise their hands against defenseless children, so he ordered that the members of the Black Rose be interrogated immediately. He also said that they needed to find out absolutely everything, and then immediately send everything they found to be checked. Lin said that all these girls would remain on the street, so he gave the master all his savings and said that a home should be built for these children. After that, he told the girls that he was also an orphan, so he promised that they would have a bright future. The girls were happy because they had stopped believing that anyone could save them. Sunpei came over and said he had passed on all the information he had received from the academy director. Master Yang said that since everything was now under control, they had to go back. They returned to the conference room because they needed to discuss the current plan of action. While they were waiting for Shang-Chi, our hero decided to activate his daily skill, which turned out to be the ability to wield any weapon. He was very pleased to receive this skill, because he was able to master some types of weapons. After that, he decided to activate the Thunder System sphere to interact with it. The system notified him that its owner had mastered the skill of the Thunder God's strike. Shang-Chi approached the master and took his hand, because she wanted to tell him that her grandfather was ready, and they could go. However, as soon as she touched him, she was immediately pierced by some strange lightning. The head of the research team was confused, and did not understand what it was. Lin Chu explained that he was just testing his new skill, and didn't mean to hurt her. Feng Peng received information that the Black Rose organization had been completely eliminated and did not understand how this could have happened. He was slightly confused because he had always followed the development of the Black Rose organization, and this should not have happened to him. Just in case, he decided to take his special weapon with him in case something happened. He understood that he had managed to recreate a weapon that possessed a connection to the spiritual energy of its owner. To his great surprise, the director of the academy approached him and said that she wanted to thank him for his help and have dinner together. Fen Pen did not understand why they had come to him at that particular moment and said that it was time for him to return. The academy director asked him to be more persistent and not to be shy, but to ask questions directly. After a while, their car stopped not near a cafe or restaurant, but in the middle of the forest. The academy administrators looked at the young man's back and asked how he had the audacity to accept an invitation to dinner after betraying his country. Fen Pen smiled, turned to them, and decided to pretend he didn't understand. So he asked what exactly they were talking about. Lin said that he couldn't have made a mistake because he easily recognized his voice when they first met. Fen Pen was confused because he didn't understand how a young student could even know about this. On the other hand, he realized that it was not surprising that the group of mercenaries had disappeared so quickly. From the very beginning, he suspected that something had gone wrong. Taking out his weapon, he said that now that everything had been revealed, he would simply have to take their lives. Yang couldn't waste a minute. He had to protect everyone who had questioned him, so he began to build a magic shield. Since the weapon could synthesize spiritual energy, it was able to break through the shield. Shang-Chi stood in front of her master to protect him, at the cost of her own life. Lin grabbed the girl and pulled her away, then opened a huge cosmic portal. After that, he calmly walked towards his opponent because he wanted to take away his weapon, which was too dangerous. Feng Pen was confused and didn't understand, so he simply asked him to step away from him. The director of the Shanghai Academy began to use his special ability to compress space. The director of the capital's academy decided to use a rare form of his secret skill in the form of purple lightning. Fen Pen was unable to withstand such attack, so he dropped his gun for a moment. Since our hero was standing closest to it, he simply bent down and picked up the special gun from the ground. He understood that this weapon was very dangerous because it was loaded with special spiritual shells. He wanted to test this weapon, so he fired at a tree and realized that it had great penetrating power, but the reloading time was too long. Fen Pen did not understand how Lin managed to master this type of weapon so quickly. It took several years of training to do so. The director of the capital's academy did not understand how a person could betray his teacher and even his homeland. The enemy explained that his teacher had indeed treated him very well, but that was not enough. Therefore, when people contacted him and offered him large sums of money, he gladly agreed. The master did not understand why money was so important, but our hero said that money was indeed a more important condition for life. Yang looked at his student disapprovingly and said that he would now give him a slap on the back of the head if he did not shut up. The representatives of the academy decided to continue the interrogation, saying that their student was much smarter than their best student. Reaching out to him, they hoped that he would cooperate with them, and then they would consider pardoning him. Lin noticed that there was a poison capsule in his opponent's mouth, and that he was trying to poison himself. Feng Pei quickly began to lose consciousness, and the color of his face began to change. Those present understood that he possessed too much useful information, so they could not allow him to take his own life. Shang-Chi was simply delighted by what was happening, so she immediately transformed into a demon. After that, She easily absorbed all the poison that was in her opponent's body. Feng Pei regained consciousness and was confused, not understanding what had happened and why he had not gone to eternal rest. Lin Chu happily informed his opponent that his student could easily absorb any amount of poison. The girl herself said that she could do this an infinite number of times. Fen Pen said he was ready to tell everything, but then asked to be allowed to go to eternal rest in peace. Otherwise, his family would be in danger. He said that he was the one who poisoned the girls they caught because he received orders from above. He received all the information by phone, where he was told that 2 mercenaries had fallen into the hands of the enemy and needed to be poisoned. The Academy Master decided to clarify who exactly had given the order and whether there were other accomplices. Fen Pen admitted that he still did not know who exactly had given him the instruction because the person had always hidden very well. The Master then decided to clarify why exactly they needed information about this type of weapon. The young man said that this information was key to the development of new weapons by other countries. Lin realized that the enemies had simply decided to arm themselves using the research that the Masters had been working on for too long. Feng Pen said that he had already told them everything, so he hoped that they would also keep their promise, and began to take out the poisoned capsule. Shanxi tried to control herself, but it was very difficult because she loved to consume poisons. Lin grabbed his student because he understood that they also had to fulfill their promise, since they had received the information. The master said that he would deal with the body himself, and suggested that they continue on their way. Shanxi began to feel very strange because she was enveloped by a huge amount of energy. The academy directors looked at their students in horror because they were real breakthrough monsters. The next day, the whole team was already flying on a plane because everything had been settled and they could return. Unexpectedly, robbers appeared on the plane, brandishing weapons and demanding that they hand over all their money. Lin Chu was very disappointed because their actions were too banal. The system reported that his master was in danger, so it immediately activated a new skill in the form of diffusing explosives. Lin was surprised because he couldn't even imagine that the plane could be mined. He understood that there were too many ordinary people on the plane who needed to be protected, so he began to diffuse the explosives. Then he informed his master that the plane had been mined, so they had to get rid of the robbers immediately. The master had already learned to believe and trust his student, so he immediately went to the robbers. Using his space system, he simply tied up the robbers so that they could no longer harm anyone. Our hero immediately found the explosives, but realized that he would not have time to defuse them because there were only 5 seconds left on the timer. Then he asked his master to immediately create a magical barrier to secure the plane. He immediately sent the explosives and the dragon egg inside the magical barrier so that it would absorb the entire impact. The dragon egg absorbed all the energy, and even told its owner that it had eaten its fill this time. Lin realized that they had managed to resolve the situation, so he headed towards the robbers. He told them that they had to confess who had ordered them to do this, because he had no time or patience. The robbers said that it was a mutual acquaintance who had simply suggested this as a way to make money. Suddenly, the plane began to shake violently, and no one understood what was happening. The flight attendant said that something had happened to the pilot, so she asked those who knew how to fly the plane to come to them immediately. The flight attendant said she had heard gunshots, and now the pilots were not responding, and the plane was beginning to lose altitude. Lin Chu immediately said that he knew how to fly a plane, so he headed straight for the cockpit. The robbers said that there was another person with them who did not show his face, and he was the one who went to the cockpit. Our hero realized that the pilot and his co-pilot were no longer able to fly the plane, which meant they had lost their last lead. The plane began to fall rapidly, and the flight attendant asked him to do something. Lin Chu immediately grabbed the control wheel and said that they would manage, so he asked them to simply guard the cockpit. The radio reported that their plane had strayed slightly off course, and our hero reported that everything was back on track, and the plane had returned to its original course. The plane landed safely, and the flight attendant thanked the young man for saving everyone. The master understood that hijacking a plane was not a normal occurrence. Most likely, it was planned to take lives. Shanxi said she had some more questions, but the master said he had things to do and asked her to come back later. The girl understood that she had seen a teacher who clearly needed rest because he looked very tired. Lin was grateful to his system for explaining why it had activated 2 skills in one day. The system reported that when its owner was in danger, it could disregard certain rules. He then decided to ask the system what other possibilities there were. Could he, for example, quickly restore his spiritual energy? The system informed him that this was too labor-intensive and that the system itself did not have that much energy. The young man said that as soon as it taught him, he would immediately begin to help his system recover. Returning to the academy, he was a little surprised because the corridors were empty and no one was there to meet them. All his friends came out of hiding and began clapping and congratulating him on his successful victory. Min said that they all missed him very much and that he had now become their personal hero. One of the students did not understand who the girl next to him was, and he explained that she was a new student. The male students were a little surprised because the girl was very beautiful, and they couldn't believe that she would become their student. Lin approached Zhang, took her by the hand, and said that he had missed her very much and invited her for a walk. To start with, they went to a more secluded place and sat down on a bench in the park, after which he began to apologize to her. The ice goddess was confused and hoped that he hadn't done anything wrong. Lin Chu explained that he wanted to spend all the money on their wedding, but the situation turned out a little differently. He told her the whole story about the Black Rose organization, the poor children, and where exactly he had spent all the money. To his surprise, the ice goddess said she wasn't angry with him at all, because he had done everything right. The young man noticed that while they hadn't seen each other, Zhang had managed to reach the gold level. She confessed to him that she had been training more often on purpose to become stronger and try to match his rank. Returning to the dormitory, our hero decided to strengthen his characteristic, so he absorbed 3 magic spheres at once. Approaching the mirror, he noticed that he now looked much more attractive. The system began to tease its owner, asking him to stop admiring himself and move on to choosing his daily skill. After the Wheel of Fortune started spinning, the system informed its loyal owner that he had received the skill of physical enhancement. After checking his stats, the young master believed that he could now destroy a sphere related to the cosmic system. After completing the upgrade, he was very happy because he now had the skill to tear open new space. He immediately decided to call his master to tell him the good news, but his master said he had bad news. At that moment, an announcement came over the loudspeaker that everyone should gather in the main square. Lin Chu did not understand why the academy director and teacher had gathered so many people. The academy director addressed all the students and said that there was a real riot not far from them, so it was necessary to gather people. He also noted that it was too dangerous in that place, so everything was voluntary. Our hero understood that he simply had to take part, especially since he had learned to use his new skills. The academy director also said that they could keep any spiritual spheres they found there. Zheng said that this area was already under state control, and since they had given permission, the situation must be complicated. Lin immediately began to imagine how much money he could earn if he collected a large number of magic spheres. For this reason, he and his girlfriend Zheng immediately raised their hands and said that they would definitely go. However, the young man was against it because there were too many dangers and high-ranking monsters in that place. She told him that she had a realistic assessment of her abilities, which was really important to her. Then the young man took her by the hands and asked her to be very careful and not to stray from his side. He also gave her a weapon containing 20 diamond-level spirit charges. He gave her a dragon egg and told her to use it as a real shield in case of danger. Jen asked her boyfriend not to worry so much about her, because she was sure that everything would be fine. The master watched her and thought how lucky they were that this young man and woman had ended up at his academy. A few days later, all the volunteers boarded the bus and began to drive along the mountain serpentine road. As they approached their destination, they noticed that there were other buses with students from other academies. The students began to look around the academy carefully because they saw those who had participated in the competition there. Zhang San noticed that there was a bus with girls who studied at the Gu Academy because it was an all-female academy. Huang Fu Leizu was the director of the academy and offered Lin Chu to transfer to their academy because she had heard about him. Cao Cao approached them because they had not seen Lin Chu for a long time and greeted him because he had helped them in the competition. Our hero thanked her for the offer, but said that he really liked his academy. The director laughed and said that there were many beautiful girls at their academy who would agree to be with him. She also smiled and said that the girl agreed to be with him, especially since she was an angel of light. Lin immediately went up to his girlfriend and said that his heart was already taken and he loved only her. Huang said that then they could join forces with his girlfriend and get a lot of resources. Our hero refused and said that he really liked his new status, so he wanted to participate. The master said that the area had already been fully explored and the temperature had dropped sharply, so they had to wear special jackets. He also said that the spiritual beasts were not ready for the sharp drop in temperature and were in a state of rage. The master opened a portal in the mountain so that all the students could teleport safely. Lin Chu and his girlfriend took each other's hands and decided to go first because they were confident in their strength and abilities. The students were wearing special jackets, but they noticed that it was too cold inside. Lin Chu, thanks to his skills, sensed a sudden change in the aura and ordered everyone to find shelter and hide. A few seconds later, huge herds of mammoths began to surround all the students. All the students immediately began to hide behind rocks to stay safe and think about their tactics. There were a huge number of mammoths, and the students were confused, not understanding how they could win. Lin announced that he would completely distract the attention of the mammoth's spiritual being in order to buy time for maneuvering. The Angel of Light immediately understood what needed to be done, so they transformed into their spiritual beasts and headed for the field. Cao wished the White Rabbit luck and began to apply a huge blessing. Lin was very grateful to the Angel of Light because everyone became much stronger and their abilities increased. After that, they immediately headed towards the mammoths in order to get closer to victory. After defeating one of the mammoths, our hero grabbed it and threw it towards the other mammoths. In this cunning way, he managed to defeat a large number of mammoths in a single attack. The other students found it outrageous to treat such giants this way, but decided to continue watching. On the other hand, they were even glad because they could just stand by and reap the fruits of one person's labor. Lin Chu decided to use his new skills to understand how they work and started with group control. The mammoth sensed too strong an aura and decided to run away, realizing that their opponents were dangerous. Lin was a little surprised that the mammoths decided to just run away, because he thought they would at least start working together. Then the students decided to take the reward of at least those mammoths they managed to defeat. Inside each mammoth, there were a large number of spiritual spheres of different levels and ranks. Lin did not understand why everyone was just standing there, because the spheres of spiritual energy needed to be collected. Our hero said that each of them had contributed, so he asked them to accept the spiritual spheres as a gift. Jen was also very surprised, because her beloved had found a magic sphere with an ice system for her. The girl said that she felt very bad, because she had the feeling that she was being torn apart from the inside. Lin realized that she was most likely close to the breakthrough stage, because there was too much spiritual energy inside her body. Shenxi said that she would look after the ice goddess, and asked him to collect the rest of the spiritual spheres. Chao gave the spiritual sphere to the master, because she believed that his contribution was the greatest and most impressive. Our hero was a little surprised, and did not understand why they gave him all the spheres, since they should have received some too. The Angel of Light said that she wanted to earn skills and spheres through her honest labor, so she suggested that everyone share. The students said that they were there for the experience, and that with his abilities, they would not be able to achieve anything. Lin Chu was a little surprised, but understood his companion's feelings because he had frightened them with his magical energy discharge. Then he decided to give them a signal flare, so that if they were in danger, he could protect them. After that, the team of heroes left, and Lin Chu waved goodbye and said he would believe that everything would be wonderful for them. When he was left alone, he decided to collect magic spheres to feed them to the dragon egg. Under Shang-Chi's supervision, Zheng began to actively absorb the magic spheres in order to make a breakthrough. He thought about how mammoths normally live in fields and meadows and cannot survive in the event of a sudden cold snap. He found it very strange that everything had changed so unexpectedly, and that even the animals were not prepared for it. Meanwhile, Zheng had accumulated enough spiritual energy to move to a new level. The ice goddess was very happy, because she had managed to reach the gold level and couldn't even believe her luck. When she came to her senses, she didn't understand why they were alone in this area, and there were no other students. Lin Chu said that all the students had simply abandoned him because he was too powerful. Jen pointed in one direction and said that she had a feeling she should go that way. Heading in that direction, our hero was very surprised because there was a herd of mammoths there. The mammoth was terrified and did not understand why they had encountered this scary and very dangerous young man again. The girls decided to seize the moment because they thought that such a riding animal could be very useful. Lin Chu decided to calm the mammoth down and said that he would not take its life if it behaved well. The mammoth agreed, because he still wanted to live. So all the members of the small team climbed onto the mammoth and set off. Shang-Chi looked around carefully and noticed that there was something very strange ahead. She said that a storm was approaching and that it could be very dangerous. Our hero realized that the cloud was moving too strangely, so he decided to use his skills to understand what was happening. Looking more closely, he realized that there was a huge number of black-winged locusts in front of them. He was a little upset and did not understand why they were so unlucky and why they had encountered such monsters. Out of fear, he began to bang on the mammoth because he understood that they had to run away as quickly as possible. The girls did not understand why he thought so, and he explained that even a very strong tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Most likely, the locusts began to multiply too quickly due to an unexpected change in climate. Seeing that the locusts were heading towards the exit, he couldn't let them enter the real world because it would lead to disaster. Jen was very worried about her boyfriend, but he told them to head for the exit and that he would return later. The locusts with dark wings gathered into a large swarm that resembled real storm clouds. Jung did not dare to abandon her beloved, so she immediately used an ice attack against the locusts. She was confident in her abilities and planned to assist the young master. Lin Shu praised her because he understood that she really had to be able to stand up for herself. After that, he decided to try attacking the frozen locusts with lightning. The locusts began to become paralyzed because the power of the lightning attacks was so strong. Lin realized that his attack was really effective, so he decided to continue and increased its effectiveness. Zheng was confident that they were really starting to succeed in resisting such a large number of opponents. However, at some point she was injured and admitted to the young master that she was a little tired. Lin Shu understood that this could not continue because he began to worry about the girls and decided to try a new ability. The space-tearing skill was very powerful and contributed to their quick victory.